Second edition of Business Standard Manthan. We are very honored to have amongst us today the Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. At this very venue a couple of years ago, Ms. Sitharaman had talked about the world undergoing not one, but several churns and the challenges having a spillover across the globe. Our event today is called Manthan, a churning of ideas, bringing together leading personalities from the government, policy making, economy, and India Inc. With this, let me welcome you all once again, ladies and gentlemen, and invite Business Standards Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobal, to deliver the welcome address and set the context for the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchika. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Finance and Corporate Affairs Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, on this opening day of Business Standard Month. I'm delighted to inform you that we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of our newspaper, Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. Business Standard started life on March 27, 1975, perhaps the only good thing to have happened in that year. An English language journal newspaper, Hindustan Standard, was the forerunner of Business Standard the time it was conceived in 1975 as part of the Kolkata-based Anand Bazar Patrika group. In 1997, the ownership of the newspaper shifted to the Kotak family, and it has stayed with them since. Incidentally, we have amongst us today a representative from the Kotak family in Mr. Uday Kotak, founder and director of Kotak Mahindra Bank. Initially published from Kolkata, it was called Calcutta then, with a cover price of 40 paisa, Business Standard is now a 13-edition strong national brand and commands the highest cover price at Rs 14 amongst all newspapers in the country. To mark this occasion of our 50th year, we are holding this two-day annual summit of dissecting business and economic thoughts. This national summit of thought leaders, christened Manthan, is themed around the topic, The Great Reset, India in a New World Order. We hope Manthan will provide a forum for policymakers, government decision makers, and industry leaders to deliberate on major economic, business, and strategic policy options and challenges that face the Indian economy and the many sectors that have the potential to drive the country's economic growth. Honorable Finance Minister, we are indeed grateful to you for agreeing to be with us today, despite your busy and demanding schedule, in steering the economy and meeting the unprecedented challenge of policymaking in the post-COVID and now once again the Trumpian world. In midst of all this, Madam Sitharaman's presence at the North Block has been reassuring. Her calm disposition is just one of the many reasons for that. The entire team at the Finance Ministry under your leadership, ma'am, deserves compliments for keeping India an oasis of economic and financial stability amongst the chaos all around. Deficit is being reduced. In fact, there's an over-delivery here without compromising on the quality of government expenditure. As one of Business Standard's columnists commenting on the budget 2025-26 put it very aptly, and I quote, "The Finance Minister has incentivized other drivers of growth beyond government capex while being fiscally responsible. There are enough structural reforms and ease of business measures to satisfy even the staunchest critics," unquote. Madam Sitharaman's track record as a formidable policymaker in the government, an able communicator, and a real ability to be a good listener has endeared her to everybody. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for agreeing to be with us today. May I now invite you to please deliver your keenly awaited keynote address. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone, the few I can see and the most who I can't see. This is a new arrangement with some purpose, I'm sure, but gives me a little disadvantage. I have no eye contact with anybody. First, let me begin by greeting and wishing Business Standard for completing 50 full years of quality publication.
Thank you.
A business newspaper, very businesslike, and has substantive, let's say, invited articles, and also their own team putting up very qualitative observations on the economy. I look forward to reading it every morning, so I would be upfront wishing the entire team and Uday Kotak for being supportive of this paper. So it gives immense pleasure for me to be associated with you all today, and good wishes for you to continue this good work. I think the Manthan is talking about the reset and India's role in the new order, new world order, if I recollect the topic. But the new world order is not there yet. It is clearly a Manthan. There is a churn and if anything, not a gentle churn like we churn. The Manthan in India refers to churning the well-set curd to get the soft, smooth, white butter out of it. So it's a beautiful churn. There are excellent references in many languages on the sound, the beautiful sound of this churn. It makes you feel, oh yes, it's dawn. There are, people attempting to get the butter out of this. And it is referred to as a very good churn. Good to the ears, good because the outcome is known and you know what is going to come out is going to be pleasing for all of us. But this churn that we're talking about is going through a good solid churn. And it doesn't give us a musical or a good start to think of. But yes, that is the reality. Oh, thank you. And that's the reality. And in this, I think, like the Samudra Manthan, or unlike the Samudra Manthan, there are no good forces or evil forces. All are forces. Everybody is pulling in from different directions. So the Manthan, as you would perceive in India, is one pulls one side, the other one pulls the other side, so that the churning tool which is used, I don't know the English equivalent of it, it nicely moves 180 one way and another 180 in another way, and therefore there is a systemic way in which it happens. But today I get the feeling, and I'm sure all of you all would agree, the pushes and pulls of this fulcrum is about every way, so it's splashing about. It's not doing that systematic churn that it might come up with the froth first and then the amrit or the makhan. So today the churn is a bit violent, but it's happening, you're not going to ignore it. So about the churn, it's not yet done, you don't have an order yet, you don't have the makhan yet, but you are going to have to participate in it, you can't stand and watch. And I think India, I'm glad to say under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, is conscious that India should be in a reckoning place as this churning is happening and the global reset is happening. And in that, we shall put India's interest first and on the top. So it is not going to be anymore India's cliched approach of, okay, non-alignment, we'll have to. I'm not rejecting the concept. I don't want the mandarins of the External Affairs Ministry immediately say, is she voicing a new foreign policy? No. The point is there are so many different considerations with which India can contribute towards this reset. And in that, I think we are conscious of first giving ourselves the first assumption that it will be India's interest first. And in saying that, what do I actually want to convey? We have to keep our strategic requirements top of the agenda. Your strategic requirements are also very much influenced by the geopolitical location in which you are positioned as a country, where you have no choice. You can't reposition yourself. It's not a jigsaw where you can fit and churn, but even a jigsaw is fairly given to you, and you will find the right piece to position in the right place. We don't have that option. But what certainly we have is 2 or 3 constants or 2 or 3 certainties which are appearing in the skyline. One, the much favored and preferred global approach to issues was through the multilateral institutions. Last nearly 80, 90 years have gone with multilateral institutions contributing somewhat a kind of stability to the world economy, world polity. But today, the multilateral institutions, I wouldn't say today, but in the last 2 decades, you see them increasingly fading away. And every attempt to revive them, every attempt to give them, energize them again, is not having the desired result. So where you have to address issues which affect more than your own country, you have no more forums left which can effectively deliver. Now, therefore, you are constrained, but have to admit that multilateral institutions and their contribution probably is fading away, at least in the near future, till such an attempt is made to revive them with that kind of energy. So we'll leave that for a while. It's not to be happening in the next few years. So how would you go about? It's very clear also, by default and by choice of many other countries as well, bilateralism is now taking the top of the agenda. Is that good or bad is a different story. It is now a reality. It is for India also to understand that bilateralism is, if the fact in before you, it is for us to ramp up our bilateral relationship with very many countries, not just for trade, not just for investment, also for strategic relations. So multilateralism sort of out. I'm still saying with a qualifying word, sort of out. But bilateralism very much your only catalytic tool that you can use. Second, there is no way any country can ignore technology. And the pace at which technology is moving forward, India is very well placed. So when you say global new order, what is India's role? I would think we will be, and much to very many naysayers in this country. Naysayers are in this country abundantly disproportionate to our population. They don't believe in India's own inherent strengths. And therefore it is necessary for us to recall that technology and in matters of technology, India can be leaders on very many aspects of technology. We have proven to the world that when we talk of technology and when we talk of deploying technology, we do it at population scale. And this has been proven. And therefore, in this area, I think India can be leaders, and simultaneously India can extend a helping hand to very many those bilateral friends with whom we want to strengthen our relationship. That would create a new group in its own, the tech group, I would like to believe. And if the global tech group, like the G7s of the world, G77s of the world, and you had all the groups, I would think global technology group with India's, if anything, leadership, or India's team can play a big difference across the world, and that is where India should be steady and clear-minded. So technology is an area which is rapidly changing. Countries want to have it. Countries want to benefit from it. At the same time, the cost of technology is just so big that not every country can even manage having it service them, leave alone advancing in them. So India has to prioritize on investing in technology, investing in people to have that mastery over technology, and it is that which is going to place India in a leadership position in a global order which needs participation of very many countries to set the order in place. The terms are not yet determined. It has to, we're all talking about it. We need to talk about it. And India's leadership, I think, if I take this example of technology, will put us in the high table, at the high table. Similarly, talent is one other thing on which I think I'll play India to its advantage. Talent is something which is so required to get technology going and to have technology be applied to so many different contexts. So is India unique in this? No, because talent is now floating everywhere around, and talent is not confined to a geographical territory or to a sovereign nation. When it comes to talent, as much as I talked about the group on technology, when it comes to talent, they can pool and repool themselves irrespective of sovereign loyalties. And if they can pool themselves irrespective of sovereign loyalties, are you one of the magnets to attract them? You need talent. It is one thing to skill up your people. It is one thing to scale up skills of your people. But do you have the right talent to play that game that you want to play in the global order? We need to attract talent, and we need to be very open-minded about it. We should not feel insecure, thinking that it might take away our people somewhere else. For those things on which we can make a concrete difference, we should first invite talent from wherever. But with talent, it is for your strength that you want to play. I would then think technology, talent. Third, whether we like it or not, global trade is going to be completely reset. The terms and references with which all of us played trade, with some kind of an anchor in the World Trade Organization, is no longer available for you. But does that mean that we cannot trade any longer? Or does that mean that we can trade the way we want? No, we need to have a way in which trade can happen, but in some kind of an orderly fashion. And if that has got to happen, we need to understand how countries and their priorities work. There is no more MFN. I'm sorry, I'm not saying something which is going to be a breaking news. Every country wants to be treated special, and every country wants to be sure that that special treatment that they get is not by default given to everybody else. And if that is the way in which trade is being refashioned, whether the world accepts it or not is a different story. But there are going to be groups which are saying, I have a special relationship with you, I need some things to be done with you gaining and me gaining market access. We will have to go in that route. Your trade has to grow, and your supply chains will have to also be ensured. That's not going to be possible anymore if strict rules of MFN are going to happen without a powerful presence of the WTO. So if WTO is getting weakened or multilateral institutions are not being effective, only the principles guiding everybody is only hampering progress in trade. So we need to have a rethink on MFN and the bilateral arrangements that you do with countries. But bilateral arrangements are going to be the order of the day in terms of trade. And moving on from there is, so what is going to be traded? Is it going to be your usual man-made fibers, or is it going to be just labor-intensive goods from the global south? Is it going to be high technology moving the other way from developed countries? I think every one of this is being shaken up now. It is very clear that when you get into a bilateral trade arrangements, your interest and the interest of your friendly nation with whom you do the trade agreement is going to determine the movement of goods. And the global supply chain is again something where the concentration risks are posing bigger downside risks for globally for all aspects of trade. So in order to de-risk yourself from the global concentrations, a lot of movement is happening, but all of us are speculating. Is somebody getting out of one country and moving to one other country? Or are they getting out and saying, I'm going back home? So there is a lot of question even about that. And that is why when we have to talk about India's role, we are very comfortably placed in the sense, in terms of speaking about what has got to be thought through. Global order is not going to be determined like the global north, or by the developed countries. Developed countries need technology and talent. Developed countries have the money to invest, but that is not going to be sufficient for them either. And because of technology, even the fear that movement of physical people is no longer a threat. You can do what you want from where you are. And therefore that even the people and their movements are going to be completely reshaped. We are in the first quarter, just completed the first quarter of the first century in the new millennium. And clearly we are looking at a totally different world coming rather sooner than we can expect. So we can say about our demographic dividend. We can still talk about our middle class, which has the purchasing power. But we still have very many fundamental issues to address. So if the contribution to the global order making is one thing, we have bigger task in our hand to meet the expectations of a growing, aspiring population, the middle class, and those who want to come up to being middle class. So the aspirations of the poorer bulk and the middle class, together with the entrepreneurial skills that our people have, will have to be continuously attended to. There's no way government can say, lots of uncertainties, we need to prioritize our needs and so on. We still will have to improve our fundamental infrastructure. It is not just roads and ports and airports. It's also looking at the connectivity and also making sure at par all regions have equal development. That is why I think it is very creative and out of the box way in which the Prime Minister handles these matters. He will first look at a region which is not developed, you call it a block, you call it a district, and then you take it further down so that all regions develop at par with one another. Our domestic politics can say many things, but reform is something which we will have to continue doing. And there are some basics about reform. Your debt management, your fiscal prudence cannot always be wished away in the name of, no, we have issues, we'll have to print money, we'll have to serve people. Basic discipline, just as in a household, will have to be for an economy. And therefore I would think, if anything, I would seek the partnership of the media in making sure that states feel equally party to this whole call for reforms. It is important for India to perform better, but it is not as though it is doing it in a separate cloud cuckoo land. It is part of India's larger economy, that which takes you forward. And reform, therefore, cannot be just an agenda for the union government. It has to be taken up seriously by every state government. State governments today realize what it is to meet up with industries, to meet up with investors. They spend a lot of time planning for it and carry forward that agenda so that investors feel attracted to go to their states. But I would want a competition among states, a healthy one, to say my economy is far better than the others. Not just I'm giving incentive for investments, but my strength of my economy, the way in which I manage my fiscal, I think that has to further distill down to the states. And once that happens, they will all automatically go down to a lot more devolution down to the panchayat and the third layer. So, as opening remarks, I don't want to add more, but I think these are very interesting but yet challenging times. I'm glad that we have both in the media and also in businesses leadership which can constantly keep this debate a lot more meaningful, substantive, and energized. I'd like that kind of a relationship with the industry, with policymakers, and with the media, as much as people who get elected into the parliament. This has to happen because India has to make a meaningful contribution to the global reset, as much as continuously make all the efforts to make India move up the ladder, both in terms of per capita income and also in terms of a business destination where talent can move, investors can move in for the global good. We can be the engine of the global growth. Thank you.
Many thanks, Madam, for this enlightening and high-quality address. There are many, many interesting takeaways and headlines that you've given us today. But thank you first for your encouraging words about business standard and your good wishes for the newspaper. The way you explained the global churn, that it's a systemic balancing, and which is exactly not happening because the fulcrum is not really working to the way it is. But the biggest takeaway from your lecture, and there'll be many takeaways for the audience here, is that how global order is not yet there, and it will not be determined by the global north, but by countries much like India, where the political and executive authority in the Prime Minister believes that India should be in a reckoning place in this global churn. Thank you so much. Now, may I now invite my colleague and Business Standards Editorial Director, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to please come up on stage and join the Minister for the fireside chat. Over to you, AKB, for the fireside. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. It's a wonderful address that you delivered. There's this famous British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, who said, a week is a long time in politics. You presented a budget just about 3 weeks ago, and it looks to many of us that probably so much has happened since that presentation of the budget. One thought that comes to my mind, and I would like to sort of quiz you on that. Are there any policy buttons that still remain to be pressed to further the growth aspirations and structural economic problems that you yourself outlined in the budget and wanted to address? Are there any other policy buttons that you have in mind which you need to press going forward?
Well, not that appears to me now at this stage, because even those major reform measures that we announced still have some way to go, and we have to, only after the 1st of April, assuming the budget gets cleared, finance bill gets cleared, we'll have to start moving at a very quick and speedy pace. So the steps that we've taken for promotion of exports, steps that we've taken to regard and respect the taxpayers, steps that we've taken in terms of the income tax simplification, customs notifications have come for reset of customs and the duties that prevail. So very many reforms have been mentioned, and I would think at this stage I'd like them to roll out quickly. And the pet question which media normally asks me about, all right, you've always been speaking about disinvestment, what is happening on that? I'm sure you're reporting on very many things which have started moving at a pace which is only good. So we are at it at this stage. I wouldn't think at the moment I would add anything more to what is there in the budget itself.
Okay. No, I understand. We'll come to that a little later, specifically on the customs tariff thing. There is this view among economists who believe that India's growth story they use the term normalized in a post-COVID. There was a post-COVID bump, understandable, and we were growing at a rapid pace. And now it seems it is normalizing to its potential as such. Is that also your view that it is normalizing, number one? Number two, going forward, what do you see as the major growth drivers for the Indian economy? You talked about, technology, you talked about talent. Which are the sectors that you think can probably give the push to the economy in terms of the growth path at a time when there is a kind of a normalization of that growth path?
I'm tempted to be a bit cynical on this question.
Sure.
See, it's one thing when you're watching a cricket match. I'm not very good at cricket, but still I want to take this example. When you're watching a cricket match and you listen to the running commentary, that moment, the tension which piles up because he's not taking the run that he should, which is possible from a television screen,
Yes.
but for a batsman, he knows whether he can or not. But if you look at the over, commercial assessment of when to put the money, where to put the money, and how much to put. Yes, we would like them to be speedier because all of us think, oh, I've done the job, so should you. I'm not looking at it like that at all. But what I'm missing out, and where I will join company with you, is why is the corporate sector not speaking about it? Assume you're not. Tell us why not. Assume you are. Why don't you speak about it? What I'm finding is the question from AK, but
Very good point you have made that the India Inc. probably needs to do some answering on this point. Let's move on. You gave an indication in your brief address about fiscal consolidation,
which I ideally like to believe, like the gender question, should not be politicized continuously. All right, you will have elements of economy coming in for vote seeking, for winning an election. But beyond that, is it not a good for any government that if your revenues improve, that there is transparency in your budgeting, that there is a clear understanding that debt is a burden on the future generation? So why wouldn't we want to have an honest conversation about it? And any effort, and I say this with commitment, any effort to misinform the public about how monies or tax devolution happens, as to what goes to the states, any attempt to misinform is a disservice to the nation. Your own people are being wrongly informed when their right is to know the fact. So attempt to misinform, and I strongly think, I'm not shifting any blame to anybody, I strongly think the media, at least on matters related to economy, should have the honest question raised to the right people. There's no good in just being a postman. I heard it from them, so I come to you. I heard it from you, I go to them. Why is it that an objective questioning doesn't happen about things which cannot be tampered with? Why misinform public? And therefore, I would think issues related to economy and honest engagement is an absolute precondition for India's growth.
Thank you. I mean, this point very well taken. I raised that issue also because your budget did talk about kind of a national economic policy framework, wherein you did indicate that how that framework will involve the states and they go in and look into second generation reform, particularly, actually, even you mentioned about land, labor. etc. Now, is that framework something
Yes,
is in the offing, is coming?
yes, yes.
What is the state coming?
Absolutely. There is a working paper which will be put for discussion. There is
Okay.
something happening on it. So we are going ahead with it. We will have it happen.
Sure. I told you that I will come to the custom tariff. You have the last two budgets have reduced tariffs in many items. There were about 50 items in the last budget. This budget, another 50 items. So there has been a new trend that we are seeing that tariffs are being rationalized, reduced in many items. Can you give us a sense? Is this exercise a one-off exercise, or is it an ongoing exercise? And are we sort of in a phase where we will undo a little bit of what we started doing from 2017 to 2018, those 2 years?
No, it has been a continuous exercise. Our aim is to completely relook at customs and duties, which are going to, one, be used only as enablers. Duties will have to be enablers. You want more of certain products coming into India because your manufacturing depends on it, we'll certainly look at it from that point of view as an enabler. But as the opposite, if they are not enablers, we certainly want to remove them. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, for the kind of the new millionaire that India and the world is looking at, and India, if it constantly is looking at itself as we are still only after the British left us, where we have been, and therefore we have to first of all cross the first ladder, we are just not going to be able to make it at all. And therefore, we are very clear that we want to enable Indian manufacturing, for which if there are intermediary or raw products which have to come from somewhere else, we will be enabling their coming into the country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this clarification. One question that keeps coming, and you did talk about it just now, about disinvestment, and we understand from you that probably that thing is being revived and we are going to see more disinvestment. Did you also mean privatization?
Well, yes, I thought that was a policy announced in 2021. And the budget said about it.
And
the core sectors have been identified, the strategic sectors, where public enterprises will be present. So when I said privatization in 2021 budget, I didn't say that I will shut everything which is in public sector.
Yeah.
But there are public sector presence required where you need them because they are strategic sectors. But even then, nothing stops private sector entering into any domain in India.
Okay, thank you. There has been a remarkable consistency of economic policy thought in terms of deregulation in the last 2 years. You know, economic survey talked about deregulation. The Prime Minister talked about setting up a deregulation commission. Your budget talked about at least 2 frameworks to look at financial sector procedural reforms and non-financial sector reforms. Can you give us a bit of a understanding of what is it, your entire thought process, and how do you want to take it forward? In what way?
You're very well aware that since 2019, probably even before that we have clearly taken upon ourselves to make sure that archaic laws are removed, regulations which have been sitting there as only tools for rent seeking have all been eliminated as much as we could. They are running in thousands. In fact, the archaic laws, you wouldn't believe, I would think, that India had about 1,600 of them till about 2019. So we are removing such. But this announcement in the budget about for financial sector and for non-financial sector is more on the ground that overlapping regulations or regulators who seem to operate in silo, all well intended, but what falls between the 2 stools never get addressed. So it is in that context that we wanted to make sure that for non-financial sector also, we will have some kind of a oversight to see how this can be cleaned up so that everybody functions as a part of a larger wheel rather than each spoke for itself. There are immense number of examples where because of, say, regulatory, can I overreach, can I say that?
Sure.
Due to regulatory overreach, you think we have hurt businesses. I don't want to take any one just so that I don't give an impression that I'm against one regulator as opposed to other. We've taken up issues where clearly overreach has gone too far. So such kind of things are the ones which we want to have a group of people looking at it, secretaries, committee, and have stakeholders also talk to us about it so that we can clean that place up. For the financial sector, again, between the various regulators, we needed greater coordination and also greater understanding of how each one is approaching an issue. So that is why it was made as an announcement in the budget. I've had very many good inputs coming, people saying, oh wow, this is the thing, do it fast. But the one reality check I would put there is, this is all central government. Beyond that, for instance, non-financial, pollution control boards exist in every state. So that will be enough for you clean up the stable here, but there in the ground, in the state where action happens, you can have still a similar mirror image of a problem happening. So that is why when I talk about engaging with the states in a far more meaningful fashion, it's not just for fiscal management, it's not just looking at your debt situation, it's also looking at, in the broader sense, wouldn't we be better off as a country if you and the central government, if the states and the central government all look at making it easy for businesses and entrepreneurs to do their work. So it is not a competition between the center and state. It is not as if center wants to impose itself. But today, just as the investment attraction has become a code for every state, can it be also a destination sought after? Like we would say for tourism, everybody wants to go to a particular destination because it's this. Everyone wants to go to a particular destination because that state is a lot more administratively friendly.
That's right.
So I think the ways in which we can nudge the states are only one, and that is nudge.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, you have been so generous and gracious. It has emboldened me to ask you, would you like to take one or two questions from the floor? Please, if there are any questions from the floor, please identify yourself any questions? Yeah.
Good morning, and thanks for giving me this chance.
Please identify yourself.
I am Rutvij Vora.
Yeah.
I am a guest here, a delegate here. I've been in India working for the last 25 years and trying to see if I can do something on my own going forward. It's been pretty encouraging for me to going forward based on what I've seen in the last 10 years, and I hope I'll be able to take it forward. Ma'am, one simple question to you here. I see that in India there are 4 large areas in which the growth can happen. One is large businesses, one is SMB, one is PSU, one is MNC, FDI. Now, somewhere I see that you have been supporting all of them pretty well, but someone has not started running. I mean, I don't see any of them have really started running from the way it's required across the globe. So anything you think you should do to make a shark in this tank? Should you support one of them so strongly that others slightly feel threatened and start moving fast?
Okay.
Am I clear in my question?
Yeah.
I'm unable to get the question,
Yeah.
please. Would you repeat the question?
Yeah.
And be brief,
Very
please,
brief.
to the point.
Yeah, I feel there are 4 growth areas or 4 engines which can grow this country. One is SMB, which is small and medium businesses. One is large corporates. One is large MNCs. through FDI, and the fourth one is PSUs. Somewhere I feel all of them have yet to pick up the pace at which you would want them to. Anything that should be done by you, ma'am, which can help one of them run the fastest so that others also pick up?
Okay.
No, but I thought I've sort of addressed this question.
Yeah.
It is for whichever section, as you may identify four, did you call them engines? It is for them to say, look, I am capable of running faster, but this is missing. If they say that it is possible for us, because any solution coming from the government without the input of the sector concerned is always going to be a mismatch. So I would rather have you or the engines that you identified speak to us. Speak to, let's say, the media. I'm quite open.
Thank you. One last question. Yeah.
Hello, I'm here. My name is Dr. Sébastien Foucault. I'm leading in a consultancy in AI here in India and a professor at the university. During your opening remark, you mentioned about the war of talent. India has been in the past 15, 20 years a net exporter of talents abroad. We can see that would happen with large companies in the US. And I would like to know if there is any incentive that you could propose to foreign talents or Indians abroad to come back to India in the light of, for instance, what happened in China 10 years ago with a program called 10,000 Talents, where they incentivized researchers and entrepreneurs to come back to China. So I wanted to know what are your thoughts in this direction?
I'll take it as a thought to go and work on something.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we...
Can I have last question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Can I have?
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. Prime Minister, myself, Suresh Kumar. I was an ex-banker. And ma'am, like post-COVID, we have noticed that, like, if I talk about 10 years before, our economy was mainly focused upon few of the metro cities. But post-COVID and the way microfinance funding has reached to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, we have witnessed a lot of economic growth, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. I do myself come from Bihar, and I have seen how, like, in last few years, migration of the unorganized laborers have stopped, and people have started doing their own small kind of businesses and the infrastructure growth. So what do you have, like, in coming years, especially for Tier 2 or Tier 3 or Tier 4 cities? And I think, like, future of this country now lies beyond 4 or 5 or 10 metro cities, and that's where we have to play a key role. Yeah.
I think the move is happening from the industry themselves. A lot of, for instance, much talked about the GCCs are themselves moving to Tier 2 cities nowadays. They are no longer sitting with the metropolitan towns or with the IT hubs of India. Similarly, a lot of these one district, one product scheme which came up from the central government and which many states have taken up have also brought in investments. For instance, I'll take North Karnataka today receives a lot of investment for millet processing. North Karnataka, incidentally, is not a water-rich area. It grows a lot of millets, and that year of millets that we had in 2023 has brought in a lot of focus to millet growing areas. Today, you have them getting investments for food processing, and big-ticket millet processors are going there. Startups are going there as well to see what kind of newer ways in which millets can reach the global market. So I've just taken two random examples, but today, because of the cost competitiveness and with infrastructure already reaching many of these places, internet, optical fiber going there, Tier 2 cities are probably a lot more robust in terms of generating demand and also showing that opportunity lies there for investments. So commercial decisions are being taken to move many of these investments to Tier 2.
Thank you. I think we'll come to the end. No, I think the finance minister has to leave. Unfortunately, we cannot take any questions. Ma'am, thank you very much for being so frank, free, fair, and forthright. Some of the qualities that Business Standard also believes it enjoys. Thank you once again for sparing your time. We really appreciate it. I think I have to present you a small kind of, is it there, memento? Huh? Okay.
A very thought-provoking discussion there. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. The Finance Minister has set the ball rolling with all the interesting points that she has made. As journalists, we'll have a lot of headline options today, I'm sure. I request everybody to please be seated. We'll be beginning the next session in another 2 minutes. Under his leadership, Kotak Mahindra Group has become one of India's leading diversified financial services of conglomerates, offering a wide range of solutions, including banking, asset management, alternative asset management, life and general insurance, stockbroking, investment banking, private banking, microcredit, and asset reconstruction. He holds a bachelor's degree in commerce and an MMS degree from Jamna Lal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. He also served as the non-executive chairman of a specially constituted board of infrastructure leasing and financial services by the Government of India to steer it out of a deep crisis. Previously, in 2017, he led the committee constituted by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, which recommended sweeping changes towards more robust and transparent corporate governance. He also leads several key bodies and is currently co-chairman of the Indo-UK Financial Partnership and chairman of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India's Advisory Committee on Corporate Insolvency and Liquidation. Mr. Kotak is also a member of the Global Advisory Board of the Government of Singapore Investment Corporation. On to you, AKB, for the fireside chat on current economic growth and challenges.
Thank you, Ruchika. Thank you, Mr. Kotak, for agreeing to be part of this short discussion. This is, as Ruchika said, that this is about current economic growth and challenges. I'm tempted to ask you a very personal question, which is about your school days. I believe there was this incident in school. You were a cricketer, and you were being coached by a famous coach called Ramakant Achrekar. And something happened while playing cricket there. What really happened? I mean,
so this is actually college. But in school, I say my single biggest honor is to have Mr. Ramakant Achrekar as my coach, who later, many years later, actually coached Sachin Tendulkar. So
that's right.
So,
And your social media comment on when Mr. Achrekar passed away
Yeah.
was very touching.
absolutely. And he was a fantastic coach. And besides batting and bowling, he would focus on fielding. And if you dropped a catch while you're practicing, you got a big stump hitting your buttock, okay, and hard. And get your act together. So I think that's the kind of discipline and passion he brought to it. And I think that's extremely important in everything you do in life. And of course, in college, when I was the age of 20, 1979, I got hit by a cricket ball while running between the wickets.
Oh.
And then went into a brain surgery.
Oh, God.
And as my family often jokes, I had a lot of messy stuff up in the head. It all got cleaned up, and I came out a better person.
Now, that's a very unkind joke, I must say. Okay. So after that, you never went back to cricket?
No, I did not go back to cricket, and then I completed my MBA thereafter.
Okay.
And then, of course, got into an entrepreneurial journey.
That's right. So, I mean, what are the similarities between cricket and banking, which you took up later?
Yeah, I think there's lots of similarities. Of course, the world of cricket also has undergone significant change. I grew up in the world of 5-day test cricket. Then you used to have Ranji Trophy for 3 days. And then you saw 1 day, which was 50 overs each. And now, of course, you have T20. So different formats of the game have different requirements.
That's right.
But through each format of the game, there are some principles which remain common, which is you need to pace your innings, whether it's 20 overs, 50 overs, 5 days. And in many ways, that's true about life and business. If you go too slow, you never catch up. If you go too fast, you run the risk of getting all out. So irrespective of the game you play, there is a certain fundamental philosophies which apply in life. It's also about discipline, about culture, about teamwork, and so many things which you learn from a sport, including from cricket. And I've benefited enormously out of that.
Okay. And if I may ask, what are the dissimilarities? What are the differences?
The dissimilarities are that if you get bowled out, you can come back and play another game. If you get bowled out in a business, it gets much tougher to come back.
Oh, that's a difficult one. Let's talk a little bit about the prevailing economic situation with which you are very familiar and you are a participant. How would the finance minister outlined it really well. How do you read the domestic economic situation in the context of the global developments? Give us a kind of a short class on your understanding of the state of the Indian economy in the global context.
I think first of all, I'm sure more and more people have joined X.
Okay.
Because every morning you get some fresh piece of news which changes how you think the world is going to operate today.
Yeah.
And then you get something else tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because in the Trump era, we're seeing a very different paradigm than what we have seen for a very, very long time. And this changes the rules of the game. I think the finance minister alluded to the whole area of multilateralism moving away, global institutions having a complete rejig, including the whole bilateral situations where effectively I think we are moving from a world where I do believe the principle in the post-World War II was of enlightened self-interest. To now, we're probably running the risk of working in a world which is very short-term selfishness. And the danger for if each country starts doing that, I mean, how do you make sure that the broader cultural issue and holding the planet Earth together works in conjunction with the interests of each individual vertical, which is a country.
That's right.
And that, I think, is one of the biggest challenges for the global economic order. And for many of us who are in the world of financial markets, we are finding politics beginning to play a much bigger role in how markets and economies are beginning to move. The factor of politics, which was a much lower factor for a very long time in the post-World War II world, has become a significant aspect of how it plays. And finally, this is the famous theory about, in many games, video games, you have this, and it's a very famous line that you're moving into a world where power is power.
That's right.
And in that kind of environment, very often countries don't have a choice, and ability to argue or take a counter position is getting tougher and tougher. And in that context, for the other side of it, I was very, very impressed with the interview, the press interview many of you would have seen about 24 to 36 hours ago with President Trump and Macron. And I thought the French president did a pretty good job in making his point of view clear, even as the US president made his points. So I think we need a world where we should not be afraid to say, we may say it nicely, but we must express our point of view.
Okay. You said something very interesting about the entry of politics into financial world. Can you tell us a little more about this equation? How is it really playing out? And I mean, I'm just reminded of what Jeff Bezos has done to Donald Trump this morning, yesterday. So how does politics play its role? Is it invited, or is it comes and, I mean, how is the mechanics like?
I think, of course, you've got Chris addressing this group after this, but it's pretty simple, yeah. If you just take, let's give the example of Indian economy and markets.
Yeah.
Okay. One fine day you hear that tariffs on imported cars is going to be dropped. What does it do to the domestic auto industry? And it's a decision taken somewhere in the world, or it's a pressure from somewhere in the world, which can put pressure at other parts of the world. And that has direct impact on the auto sector, on financial markets, for the entire chain, because more than, I think 40+% of the economy is linked to the auto sector and the entire engineering and auto ancillaries around that. So it's direct impact of politics getting into economics and affecting markets globally.
But wasn't it always the case of politics entering into...
Not, I think it was much more stable.
Much more stable.
I think even if change happened, it was more evolutionary.
Okay.
I think the kind of change we are now seeing is, to put it mildly, revolutionary.
Okay, okay. That's quite disturbing, actually. Recently you made, since you referred to Chris Wood, my mind has gone to the markets, and you made a fairly revolutionary comment about stock market. And I saw this advertisement on television the other day about a cricketing icon is actually saying that this is not the time to pull your money out. Now, your take on the Indian stock market right now, and you also referred to the fact that how the international, we are by putting your money, actually the FI are pulling out the money. What was your actual whole story?
I think, first of all, I didn't comment on whether markets are high or low. I just said that the valuations in some segments are quite high. That's about it. But I didn't give a broader general comment on the market with reference to large cap, mid cap or anything. But my point is something very, very different. You have a world where there is clearly US exceptionalism, which is a reality. Maybe things have improved in the last few days, but otherwise, if you looked at it, the US in the post-Trump election win, the US dollar was and is acting like a suction pump, a vacuum pump.
Yeah.
So the whole world has got significant dollarization and financialization coming out of enormous amount of expansion of the US fisc and the US balance sheet, the sovereign balance sheet, which has created a huge amount of dollars worldwide. Now, as this vacuum pump starts moving the other way, it is bound to create pressure in various countries. And India is also been a very positive recipient of the international flows. So even today, if you look at the FPI flows at market value, it would be about $800 billion. If you look at foreign direct investment stock, which is both listed and unlisted, the value of that stock would be close to $1 trillion at market. Then you have India's external commercial borrowings, which is at about $700 billion. Therefore, if you take the total stock of capital repatriable assets, which India has attracted today, it's about $2.5 trillion. Now, of course, our reserves are very comfortable at around the net 550 to $600 billion. Therefore, I don't think there is any issue about any remote crisis as well. So we are in a very good position from being able to counter it. The key question is that if US interest rates remain around 4.5% long term and dollar becomes the continuing dominant currency in the Trump world, India must have a strong game plan that if a small percentage of 2.5 trillion has an exit, now whether you can debate whether it's 2%, 3%, 5%, 7%, what is our countermeasures from a policy point of view? And we automatically come to a choice that when money does, when a FPI or an FDI sale happens, the choice in front of the country is to use the reserves.
That's right.
Or let the market find its level. So those are the policy choices India needs to make. And say, for example, if we use the reserves and money, dollars are supplied and rupees are taken out, how do you ensure domestic liquidity? So those are all the policy challenges which come in because of the external account. In any country, it's always much easier to manage an internal account. But an external account is outside your control. At the same time, one of the very big positives in my career is for the last few years in a long journey, the Indian saver has become an investor, which is a very good sign. The length and breadth of the country is getting flows into investment and risk-based investment. It has enhanced in the post-COVID world. However, this saver-turned-investor is a first-time investor in many cases. And very often, he is investing not fully understanding the valuations at which his every month's SIP is going, for example. Okay? And therefore, without knowing the levels, he continues to put what I call SIP, which is a very good outcome of a saver becoming an investor. But he is independent of valuations. And if the portfolio or FDI is going out, his money is coming in, which is being taken out. That's what I really meant.
Okay.
Having said that, I do believe we will reach a point where Indian valuations will start getting to be very attractive. And I don't know when, therefore, I don't want to comment on levels. But at that point of time, we would probably see a significant opportunity coming back into capital markets as we go forward. And one of the things is, when you move into a world of free markets, you have to be very ready, both as investors, practitioners, and policymakers, that markets can go up and markets can go down. And ideally, do not get involved in trying to manage that or manipulate that in any way. That would be my general point.
Yes. You said a very interesting thing. You said that this is the first time investor, probably, saver-turned investor. So how do you prevent that investor being scarred? I mean, it appears to me that
I think we have to be very clear. If you are an investor, you are taking risk.
Okay.
Otherwise, you better be a saver and put your money in relatively much lower risk instruments. If you have higher returns or you have aspiration for higher risk, return goes together. And it may, in the short run, one may look better than the other, but over a medium term, risk and return find a appropriate equilibrium in the context of a market. And that's to use your Manthan phrase, that's the Manthan.
That's happening.
Which the marketplace is going through. I would not worry too much about it. I would focus as a country on our fundamentals. I think there's a lot of things on fundamentals India has done and will need to do further. I mean, honestly, and I'm saying this quite openly, in this world with significant breakdown in trust between countries, every country will have to spend a lot more on its defense. Okay. And I would actually encourage India, for our point of view, an Indian business to build defense in India. That's right. Okay, because moment you are not building that capability, you are dependent on some other country with whom you may have good relations today, may not be so great tomorrow. Therefore, how fast we can build our Atmanirbharta in our security, in my view, should be a very important priority for our country.
Absolutely. I think we have a session on defense, Mr. Kotak, on this in the evening, and we'll definitely explore this subject as well there. Going to the macro a bit, you talked about defense as one area. If you were to list maybe two major challenges that you see for India going forward in this world of global uncertainties, what those 2 or 3 big challenges you would see?
See, I come from the world of commerce and economics. Therefore, I am always very cautious about negative operating profit and loss accounts for a long time.
Okay.
And for me, a current account deficit is a negative profit and loss account.
Okay.
Okay. And we are now at a time where our current account deficit is modest. Therefore, we have made a significant improvement in our situation. Partly linked to the fact that oil is also very much within the control of between $70 and $75, which is a good thing. Now, if you take India's current account deficit today, which is the operating P&L on the external account before capital, we are at about $50 billion, give or take, 1.2, 1.3% of GDP as our current account deficit. But you look at the breakup within that. We are trade surplus in that net number with the United States, which is $40 billion. And you're trade minus with China in excess of $80 billion. Now, what are we going to do about the mix of our current account, especially if the United States wants to equalize? How are we going to think about it? Some of it will be substitution, but some of it may have a net impact. So we need to think, what are we going to do? How are we going to get competitive? And answer to a current account deficit ultimately is domestic competitiveness. And I think there we really need to focus on 2 things. One is productivity. I have used this phrase elsewhere also. I call it as ROTI. Okay. India can dramatically improve its ROTI, that is return on time invested. Okay. And which is something which we significantly need to focus on. Anything, whether it's private sector, anywhere, we just take longer than we should. And if we can get the discipline of doing things on time and productively, I think that will be, we just need to improve our ROTI. Okay?
Okay.
And be very careful that there is too much of butter naans and kulchas, heavy kulchas, which need to move to very thin rotis with high return on time invested. So that is one, productivity and efficiency.
Excellent.
And secondly, I fundamentally believe competitiveness. And Indian industry has, and maybe I think it's important for us to bring it, Indian industry has had a long innings of protectionism.
Yeah.
Now, in the post-US world, many countries are going to have huge surpluses and maybe need to sell in distress. What are we going to do? Are we going to say that if something is available instead of $100, it's available at $60? Am I going to say that I will not, and assuming it's an intermediate, I'm not going to buy it for my auto industry at 60 instead of 100, but protect the domestic industry by buying it for auto to buy it from domestic industry at 100? What are we going to do?
Yeah.
So what is the priority? And how are we going to use the advantage of global discontinuity? And for many of us as bankers, we have lived through businesses where you have distress assets. So there's going to be distress produced around the world. How are we going to take advantage of that? At the same time, you don't want to destroy your industry long term. So how are you going to manage both? And that is a part of a policy opportunity and a challenge.
Okay, okay. So we are getting to hear many new terms the finance minister talked about the butter. You're talking about roti.
Yeah.
So let's move on. Let's move on to the banking sector, which is your forte. Can you give us a sense of your assessment of the state of Indian banking today? Because you are seen as India's preeminent banker. How do you look at Indian banking today?
I think, first of all, I've seen the whole cycle of banking.
Yeah.
Starts from the Asian crisis in the 90s, which was 1997,
Yes, 97.
to the global financial crisis in 2008, to the COVID era. And I've seen the evolution of Indian banking and finance. So I would say India has come a long way. Okay. We have made a significant amount of progress on this. And from the point of view of banking capital and financial stability, we are in a very good place. The question is, what is the role of banking in the broader spectrum of financial services? And in a world where you are now having a significantly higher interplay of the saver and the investor,
Yeah.
you have to look at banking from a new lens. That you're in the business, your customer is both a saver and partly an investor or partly a saver. How are you meeting the needs of this customer in a more holistic manner than in the past? If you keep on flagging the horse, no, give me your deposits when he wants to put some money or into equities, it's not going to work beyond a point. You've got to be able to give a more holistic approach to banking and financial services for the future. And like in many other areas, there is an element of verticalization, including in the broader regulatory front as well in the financial services sector, which I think the finance minister also alluded to. So how do you bring a mindset which is solution for the customer as the core of the future of banking, and not just wanting it to be unidimensional alone?
Yeah.
And with the strong stability which is there, there may be pockets of a little bit of stress coming in, say, in microfinance or a little bit of unsecured retail, which is, most of it is a part of a cycle. Some of it could be structural, which is a separate discussion. Balance sheets of banks should be strong enough to be able to absorb some of these bumps which come along the road. And that's how we should be looking at it. So we have made a lot of progress. I think our regulatory framework has also evolved significantly. But along with evolution, I think we also have to constantly challenge ourselves. Whether it's the practitioner or the policymaker, the challenge has to be, are we doing too little? Are we doing too much? Are we too lax? Are we too tight? And constantly question yourself on this for making a sustainable financial services franchise. And finally, financial sector is a very big catalyst for India's overall economy. And it has to pull its weight. I do believe that the banking sector should be pulling a lot more weight if India aspires to be a top 3 economy in the world in the next few years.
Okay. But you touched upon both people, you talked about technology, and you also talked about regulation. Let me first come to technology. You had famously said about a few years ago that the era of the old traditional banks is over because of the new banks, technology banks coming in and everything. Now, where do we see banking from a technology lens right now? Where do we stand?
I'll give the example of the world of horses and cars.
Okay.
Sometime around 1890, you saw the early advent of the cars.
Yeah.
And horses were preeminent. And horses are dead as method of transportation today. Cars started really growing post early 1900s. But 1918 World War I was primarily fought on horses.
Yeah.
Even in World War II, where cars were fully prevalent, all the load and luggage and everything was still on horses. Therefore, if you ask somebody in 1890, that the future is not horses, he will say you're crazy. I remember a story about New York City. There was a research analyst who did a report on New York City horse manure in 1890, which said that in the next 20 years, because of the huge growth in horses, by 1910, horse manure will cross first floor of New York buildings. And that was a prediction this analyst made. But the world changed.
Yeah.
Therefore, the change is there, and you are moving away into the digital world. I think the change is going to be faster than what you saw between cars and horses, undoubtedly, and it is happening. And I think as a part of that, you are also seeing this saver investor move. When the money is moving from saver to investor, the amount of balances savers will keep in their savings accounts is going to be much smaller. Therefore, a branch-led model, which assumed a savings account balance of per customer of, say, 50,000 rupees, finds that coming down to 10,000 rupees, branch costs remaining the same, your economics are changing.
That's right.
And there is inevitability of that change which banking and financial services will have to make. And the fact of the matter is, many of you use Google Pay and Phone Pay. They have no branches.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So physical banking is dead.
No. Physical banking is going to get much slower in terms of its share. Because physical banking will be much for brand, convenience, customers, psychological comfort. Because there is a world of customers which gets trust from a bank, and a bank still has some association with a branch. Therefore, you need it from that point of view.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because there's a trust element and a brand element. And when things don't work well, you want some sort of a physical presence. But the density requirement of branches is significantly coming down.
That's right. Let's turn to regulation. How do you see banking regulation has evolved over the last many years? There was a time when there were no private sector banks, so regulation had to follow a certain norm, certain pattern. So now with the late 1990s, you also saw many private banks. I'm not talking about pre-69, but post-reforms. So how do you think regulation has really sort of progressed, and what do you see are the gaps?
I very much share what the finance minister said, that financial regulation across practitioners and policymakers needs to be looked at much more holistically. I think this was an idea which started in 2012 when there was a financial sector report which came out, and you saw the formation of FSDC, Financial Sector Development Council, under the finance minister, with all the other regulators participating. I think the strengthening of this process to look at the financial sector holistically would be a big plus in our journey in the financial intermediation space. And frankly, I have to also give credit to the regulators for actually navigating India. In the post-global financial crisis, we saw a lot of problems in India. If you look at 2018, Indian financial sector was looking very much weak, including the famous IL&FS explosion, which happened in September 2018. We've come a long way from that, and I think we owe it to give the regulators credit for having steered the financial sector's stability. And it's always a very difficult balance between growth and stability. And how do you also see the evolving customer changes? And technology is changing how we behave. So you have technology, you have the move, which is a very major move. You have a move from saver to investor, which you need to nurture. And you need to see the growth in both banking and market instruments to be able to fund the growth of India's economic objectives. And in that, I think we're going to see a combination of things. And then you have the external financial flows, foreign savings coming into India through foreign portfolio investment, foreign direct investment, external commercial borrowings. So it is a very, very interesting pot, and it requires a very nuanced approach to financial sophistication across practitioners and policymakers.
That's right. You know, you talked about FSDC. The finance minister also talked about regulatory overreach. And then there is also this debate about should the central bank be focused mainly on monetary policy, and there should be a separate body which should regulate banks. There's an old debate going on. Many countries have moved in that direction, have moved back. What is your perspective on this entire?
I think this needs to be debated at FSDC.
FSDC.
Yeah, so let the FSDC take a view on all these things. I think a narrow view by an ex-practitioner like me may not be appropriate.
Okay, I understand. The finance minister also talked about India Inc. not investing. Would you have any suggestions on what needs to be done, purely as an outsider to the government system, to be done to revive the investment rate right now from the private sector? If any policy fixes are required, please.
I would really believe that the Prime Minister's two statements, if both business and policy keep on following, we will get there. Mm-hmm. One is ease of doing business, and second is minimum government, maximum governance. If we just follow these two statements, both business and policy makers, which is the vision of our Prime Minister, I think we will get there.
Okay. Before we turn to the audience for a few questions, if you were asked to list 3 steps that you need the government to take for addressing the economic challenges lying ahead, what would those 3 steps
Ashok,
be?
what are the challenges? I heard you in the last session, you said economy is normalizing. It's not in a challenging situation.
No, but still, you have the global economic situation staring at you, tariffs, reciprocity in tariffs. You have a manufacturing sector problem. Your growth is not really showing up at all. So there are many challenges in that sense. So what would be your...
I think the first, I would love to see Indian enterprise have its animal spirits back.
Okay. That's it.
I think that is point number 1. And obviously, it's much easier for me to say that, oh, get animal spirits back. The question is how, which is a longer debate. But I would really focus on getting Indian business, both corporate sector, entrepreneurs and others, to really get revved up that India is the place for us to put money. Second, what does it take? I think we have seen some, to use your phrase again, some normalization in foreign direct investment.
That's right. See, even the normalization phase was not taken very kindly.
And if you look at April to December, actual net FDI is now down to about 1.2 billion versus last year, same period, it was 10 billion.
That's right.
So there is a significant slowdown, if I can venture to say, in net FDI flows. Part of it is valuation. Part of it is the challenges many strategics face in their home markets. So a combination of these factors has led to a significant slowdown in FDI. And I would really find ways of getting world-class FDI come into and make use of this opportunity. Therefore, in addition to trade dialogue with countries, I would really look at a very serious investment dialogue. And what does it take for us? We've made some progress with Apple, but again, I read in the media, Apple is committing $500 billion of domestic manufacturing in the United States.
That's right.
So this home country bias, especially from US, is another significant challenge to the world.
That's right, yeah.
And frankly, I think the second point I would really want to focus on is making sure that our current account is not out of control. You cannot afford vulnerability in a crazy time. So that would be my second important thing. And third is something which I have been feeling more so in recent times, and I've talked about it also. Many Indian families have sold their businesses.
Yeah.
and therefore families are sitting on capital. But most of them now find it more attractive, the next gen, people in their 30s, to go and invest and play in the stock market. What does it take to charge them to say, listen, you have the capital, of course you can support other ventures, no question about it, with capital surplus, but what does it take, does it take for you to really go out and buy, build, or start businesses? What is it that makes it difficult for you to do that? And in that context, I'm just bringing another point. We need to create global consumer brands. I would love to see a few famous brands from India, consumer brands. I mean, if you look at the US, you've got Apple, you've got Facebook, you've got Coke, you've got Pepsi. If you look at Europe, you've got German cars, the Mercs and the Audis, you've got Italian fashion, you've got French brands, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, you've got Japanese brands, you've got Korean brands, which is LG, global, and it will be recognized anywhere in the world. You've got Chinese brands, which is Lenovo, which is BYD, TikTok. I would love to see a few global Indian brands which everybody in the world will recognize, from Bolivia to China.
Is the ease of doing business here is one factor?
I think it's India's aspiration. We must be there with quality, with a desire to create world-class brands. And that is a proof of excellence.
That's right.
India has a very big advantage of a domestic population. That should not make us complacent to be truly outstanding in excellence and quality. And that is the challenge for Indian business sector.
Right.
Can we create in the next 5 years a global consumer brand? Consumer, I'm not talking about corporate.
I understand.
Which is created from India and which is truly global.
Okay, we have just about 5 minutes, so maybe 2 or 3 questions. Please identify yourself and...
Hello. Hi, sir. I'm CA Jatin Kochar. Glad to meet you. Sir, I have a question about lending. I'll talk about personal loans. So, we talk about digital era and everything, but right now, in terms of lending, we are doing it manual, right? So, we get the papers and everything. So, my question is that lots of frauds of identity theft and fraud loans are getting reported on monthly basis, or if I talk about RBI, RTI, it reports that 4.92 trillion frauds happened in 2021 in personal loans only. So how we can make it digital? Because if somebody wants to get in touch with the senior personnel of any bank, and see, it is very difficult to reach them to give a suggestion or to particularly work with them in digital field. And if somebody approaches there or reach there, it is very difficult.
Just put your question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is difficult to reach them, or if anybody reaches them, the point is that they're not ready. They resist to change. So how does that change can be made? How can we approach them?
Let me first tell you, the digital loans are also growing, but frauds are growing in digital loans also. Okay, so you have frauds both in the physical world and digital world. There is identity theft, there is theft of the phone number, there is the theft of the SIM card, and the level of frauds in digital at some level is at least equal, if not higher, than in the physical world.
Right.
So this whole area of mule and fraud is a very big issue today.
Okay.
And I think the answer for that is, one, obviously, the underwriting standards, the security standards which banks and financial institutions need to have to be able to identify mules and frauds at the point of giving the loan is a key point. And again, their banks will have to use disproportionate technology. The second really is, I think you need a strong cyber enforcement system where there are gangs and networks in many parts of the country which have a business model around making money from frauds. I think we really have to go after these gangs.
Absolutely.
And go with a passion and a vigor. And there are, in some specific parts, well known, maybe harsher action in that is, I think, the answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I just have a second question relating to
No,
this.
I think let some others ask their questions. You can talk to him later, okay? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this thought-provoking session. So my name is Arumita Mitra, and I'm from Calcutta myself, and I'm a social entrepreneur. So my question is that with the rise in GDP, the purchasing power of the middle class is also increasing. And you will see the amount of account opening in private sector. Like I come from a family that never encouraged me to open an account in a private account. So our family generation came with only government banking. But I'm that first generation who thought that no, the private sector is more giving than the government sector as well. However, when we talk about a society, we talk about the section of the society that is also underprivileged and has not climbed up the ladder. So when as a bank, like as Kotak as a giant in private sector right now, are you also considering any tailored banking solution that gives an opportunity to get this unorganized sector or the laborers or anyone that is trying to climb up from the lower middle class to middle class as a banking solution?
No,
Yeah, please.
I think the answer is pretty simple. Banks across the board, including banks like us, lend across the segment, including to the lower end of society. There's also a requirement for banks by the Reserve Bank that 40% of all loans banks make have to be to the priority sector. And I think most banks meet that in general. There may be some sub-classification banks may not be, but in general, banks do provide to the private priority sector as well. However, the dharma of any business, including banking business, is that if you lend money, it is reasonable to expect you will get it back. So as long as that dharma is met, I think banks will be very open to lend money because that's the core of their business.
Thank you. I think we have come to, sorry? Okay, be brief.
Shall I ask if he's not getting the mic?
Go
Very
ahead.
small. Yeah. So my name is Pradeep. I come from a very small town. What I've noticed, people are scared to use the technology, especially for the banking sector. Even though my dad is scared to use the phone for anything. So we have seen 11,000 crore lost last year in beginning of 9 months in 2024 for the banking sector due to fraud and everything. What kind of awareness we are giving? In cities we are aware about, but in small towns, what kind of awareness we are circulating to the people, ensuring they are using more technology, becoming more trustworthy, and banks are becoming more trustworthy with the people.
Okay, we have got you.
Yeah, I think the question we already
Yeah,
addressed,
we have
and I
addressed,
think my view is that both society, the government system, the police system, the investigation system, and the banking system need to really go after frauds with a certain passion and surgicality. I think we need to do more in terms of getting that to order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kotak. We have
sir,
come
one
to the
question.
end of... No, I think
One
we will
small
be-
question, sir. One small question.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Deepak Malpani. I am a practicing cost accountant. Sir, my question is, since you have discussed about dollarization of major economies in Trump era, so what is your take when we talk in specific comment about BRICS currency or any other currency? Is there any value in it or?
I think right now BRICS has hit a brick wall, so let's leave it there.
Excellent. I think that's the very brief and the right comment. So we have come to the end of this wonderful session, Mr. Kotak. Thank you very much for taking your time out.
Thank you very much.
It was such a wonderful thing. We enjoyed it, the crowd enjoyed it, and being so frank and forthright. Thank you very much, Mr. Kotak. Thank you.
May I please request the memento to be presented? Thank you so much, Mr. Kotak, for that very lively discussion and the audience for their participation as well. That Trump era has changed the rules of the game. Well, this is something I think we will find this sentiment echoed in a lot of segments that we'll be hearing today. Very interesting points being made about markets, that how Indian saver becoming investor is a very good sign, as Mr. Kotak put it. He said that markets are going through a Manthan and risks and returns will find equilibrium in the medium term. Some of the things on his wish list, I'm sure all of us think of it, wish for it to come true, such as having a global consumer brand that is Indian. And a very interesting point that Mr. Kotak made about how we don't have to be complacent about our domestic market and go out there and make our mark globally. With that, let me straight away dive into our next segment. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Christopher Wood, Global Head of Equity Strategy, Jefferies, and our Markets Editor, Mr. Puneet Vadva, for our next fireside chat. Christopher Wood, Global Head of Equity Strategies, Jefferies. May I request you to please join us on stage, along with our Markets Editor, Mr. Puneet Vadva. We'll be discussing developed versus emerging India's markets in a new world order. Mr. Christopher Wood has been ranked #1 equity strategist in the Asia Money polls between 2002, 2004 and 2006-2022. He has been publishing his renowned weekly investment report, Greed and Fear, since July 1996. Prior to entering the investment business, he was a financial journalist. He worked for the Hong Kong-based Far Eastern Economic Review between 1982 and 1984, and The Economist between 1984 and 1994, during which period he was both the New York and Tokyo bureau chief. He was also the author of 3 acclaimed books while at The Economist: Boom and Bust, The Rise and Fall of the World's Financial Markets, published in 1989, The Bubble Economy, Japan's Extraordinary Speculative Boom of the 80s, and The Dramatic Bust of the 90s, published in 1992. and The End of Japan Inc., and How the New Japan Will Look, published in 1994. Over to you, Puneet.
Welcome, Chris, to the BS Manthan. Let me begin by asking you. Let me begin by asking you. It's a derivative of what you send us on a weekly basis. Greed and fear. The markets, do you think, have been running on liquidity and greed till now, and is it time to be fearful?
Which market?
The global equity markets.
Well, yes, it's hard to generalize about the global equity markets, but clearly in the case of India, ironically, the Indian stock market peaked when we had our conference, as in Jefferies, last September. So clearly we have gone, we are not in a greed phase now in India. The good news, though, is that India has already corrected, because my base case at the start of this year is that we reached a all-time peak. Well, on December the 24th, we reached an all-time peak of US stock market capitalization relative to world stock market capitalization. So US stock market was valued at nearly 70% of world stock market capitalization. My guess is that represents a peak, and my guess is the US will underperform from here. And I think the language we increasingly heard in the fourth quarter last year of US exceptionalism represented the kind of rhetoric you would expect at a massive peak, just like actually back in 1989 when people said Japan was going to take over the world. So I don't personally believe in US exceptionalism as applied to the stock market. Where the US is truly exceptional in the economic context is that it has the ability to print the reserve currency of the world. So right now, I think the real risk is Wall Street. And then, of course, in China, where stock market is being very depressed, we are seeing the early stages of optimism towards China, but we're not yet in the greed scale.
Talking about US, Chris, in one of your recent notes that you had said that you expect the Trump administration not to follow through on their tariff threats. They will, at best, be scare tactics. What if it does become a reality and there's no going back? Is the global world, is the world prepared for a harsher tariff?
No, I don't think the world is actually, because I think unfortunately many people have my view that it's primarily a negotiating tactic. So there's a fundamental contradiction in Donald Trump's economic agenda. The bullish part of the economic agenda is tax cuts and deregulation. That is just plain bullish, and that's why the financial stocks in the US rallied strongly when he was elected. But then the other part of the economic agenda, which is tariffs and controls on immigration, are fundamentally bearish from a growth standpoint. So there's this contradiction. My base case has been that the tax cuts and the deregulation will prevail, but there'll be a lot of noise. I'm hoping, I personally don't believe that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent or Elon Musk believe in tariffs. So I'm sort of hoping that the tariffs are first and foremost a negotiation tactic. But if I'm completely wrong, this is plain bearish. Clearly tariffs hurt economic growth, and they'll be very negative for Americans. America has very high inflation. Ordinary Americans face very, very high inflation. Anybody who's been to America recently will understand when I say everything in the US right now is a complete ripoff. Higher tariffs will just make life more expensive for Americans. And the key, Donald Trump won the election for several reasons, but if I had to say the most important issue in the election was the inflation. And the inflation came in America, we see in the last few years, came from the massive printing of money by the Federal Reserve in 2020 when the pandemic happened. And they're still facing that inflationary after effect.
So how do you expect the US Fed to respond to all this, and then the other global central banks?
Now, my guess is the Federal Reserve's gone on hold. And my guess, later in the year, the Federal Reserve will start to cut rates. Although my guess is that the Fed will ultimately will not enforce, will fudge the 2% target. So my base case for the last few years is that the US inflation will, post-pandemic era, will be structurally higher, more in the 3-4% range. But this administration is now actually moving, the Trump administration is trying to move the focus away from the Fed and very much onto the bond market, 10-year Treasury bond.
What's your view on China? It's one of your highest weights in the global portfolio. What explains your bullish stance here at a time when the country actually is probably at the epicenter of the tariff war?
Right, so well, there's two reasons. The first reason is that China just got very cheap. So the Chinese stock market at the end of late last year bottomed at about 8 times earnings. And finally, in the last few months of 2024, we saw the Chinese central government start to actually focus on stabilizing domestic demand. So my base case is the Chinese property markets has started to bottom out in the fourth quarter last year. But, we've had a major price adjustment. Residential property prices in the major cities are down about 40% from the peak. So I think we're stabilizing there. But the other key point about China is the government's now focusing on supporting the stock market. All Chinese corporates are being put under pressure to buy back their shares. We had the symbolic meeting last week between President Xi and the private sector. We had the morale-boosting news of DeepSeek, which has reminded everybody that the Chinese are not sitting still on technology, and has also highlighted the massive disruptive potential of AI. But then we've got this issue with Donald Trump. So I've got a slightly unusual view on this. My base case is that the relationship between the US and China will improve under Donald Trump, not get worse. Because the relationship got really quite bad during the Biden administration, because the national security lobby in the US were driving the policy towards China. So we had the attempt to stop China buying advanced semiconductors. My view is very simple. Donald Trump is not a national security guy. He's a business guy. He's not anti-China or Chinese people. He asked President Xi, in fact, to the inauguration. He did not ask the British Prime Minister or the French President. And when you hear what Donald Trump when he talks about tariffs for Donald Trump are a means to an end. The end is to get production moved to America. So what he says is, I want to threaten to raise tariffs so high that if you want access to the US consumer market, you have to move production to the US. So the obvious thing for the Chinese to do right now, which my guess is they're already doing, is to put out signals to Donald Trump saying, Mr. Trump, we're very happy to move production to America. Tell us what you want us to produce, and therefore present Donald Trump with a win. So that could turn a negative into a positive if, say, BYD was suddenly producing in the US. The TikTok example sort of hints that what I think may turn out to be true. The national security lobby wanted to shut down TikTok in America. Donald Trump has resisted that. TikTok's still functioning. But what he's saying to the Chinese, I will tell the national security guys to take a hike, but I want 50% ownership of TikTok in America. So he's he's coming from a different angle from the anti-China lobby in America.
But some of these measures that you highlighted in terms of property market, capital market measures in China, they had propped up the markets a year ago, but then nothing much happened out thereafter. What's different this time around? Where's the conviction coming this time around?
The key measures, the key change in policy came end of third quarter, early fourth quarter. So we had the Politburo formally commit to stabilizing the property market. And by the way, President Xi showed up at that Politburo meeting. Before that, President Xi had said homes are for living in, not speculation. And this is a bit technical, but the other thing they did was they finally addressed what's been a real negative in China the last 2 years, and that is that the collapse in land sales had massively reduced the tax revenue of the local governments. So the reality was that many people working for local governments were not getting paid, and SMEs were not getting their receivables paid by local governments. So we had a central government debt swap, local government debt swap announced in October, which reduced the debt servicing burden of the local governments, and so the hope is that problem's beginning to clear. So the rally in China actually is not about a boom, it's just about Chinese consumers going from pathologically cautious to moderately cautious. The Chinese stock market could double just on that. We don't need a boom. The Chinese consumption story doesn't need a big stimulus, doesn't need big handouts. There's massive savings in the banking system. It's all about psychology.
So developed versus emerging. Where do you see big money chase? Which markets will the big money chase? And what is India's position in this new world order?
We ended last year with people only wanting to own the US market. So there's massive flows from Europe, UK into US equities. There was this talk of American exceptionalism. So that was the only market people were interested in investing in. My guess is that's the peak of that trend. But from an emerging market standpoint, the key variable is that China's important, but the key variable is the US dollar. So the dollar rallied on Donald Trump's election, which was to be predicted. We had a dramatic surge in the small business confidence index, which reflects the fact that 99% of small business owners in America are Donald Trump supporters. We had the same development in 2016 when Donald Trump was elected. But my base case, until proven wrong, is we will have the same pattern as the first Trump administration, where the dollar rallied when he was elected, but it peaked when he walked into the White House. So I'm hoping we have, from an emerging market standpoint, and indeed from an Indian standpoint, I'm hoping that the dollar, we have the same trend. The dollar rallies when he gets elected and peaks when he walks into the White House. And the other point is Donald Trump doesn't want a stronger dollar. So that's the key variable for the emerging markets. The Reserve Bank of India has recently commenced an easing cycle, which makes sense because you have high real rates here. But the ability of the Indian Central Bank to ease is going to be heavily dependent on what's going on in the dollar.
So, in terms of the Indian markets, Chris, do you think the valuations have corrected enough for you or investors to look at buying right now, or should one still wait on the sidelines before some clarity emerges on the global order, as well as with the corporate earnings are headed, where the economy is headed?
Well, you can hear me better now. Yes. So on the Indian market, clearly the valuations were very high at the peak. In a world where the US is not correcting, it would probably make sense to start buying now. In a world where the US is going to be correcting for a few months, which in my view is the risk, clearly India there's no hurry to buy Indian stocks. So I think it's all about how you're positioned. If you own no Indian equities at all, I would start buying now. If you already owned a lot of Indian equities, I would wait. Because what we have to, the other thing going on right now, which is very important, is Elon Musk and Dodge. So he has this dramatic agenda to cut $2 trillion from the US government's budget by the middle of 2026. That is a dramatic task, but anyone who knows anything about Elon Musk knows that if he spends 6 months in Washington, he can achieve a lot. But if he really succeeds in this task, and by the way, nobody in the markets believes this is possible, but that also means it's not really priced. But if he succeeds in this task, it will be very positive for the US in the mid and medium term. However, there'll be a big deflationary hit to the US economy, and it will be equity market negative. In my view, the Treasury bond market is already now beginning to start to price Elon Musk and Dodge, in the sense I'm saying the 10-year bond yield would be higher today if Elon Musk and Dodge did not exist. But if tomorrow Elon Musk walks out of the White House because he has a row with Donald Trump or he gets fed up, then the focus will go back again on this very negative fiscal situation in America, and then the Treasury bond market will sell off and the dollar will sell off. So I think, but the risk to the US equity market, so long as Elon Musk is cutting everything, is we're going to see the US economy weakening. Because you have a 7% fiscal deficit in America, and the fiscal deficit has been driving a large part of the growth. 67% of the jobs generated in the last 12 months in America, based on the non-farm payroll data, have come from government-related sectors.
As regards Indian markets, Chris, do you think there has to be some kind of a reset in the minds of investors in terms of return expectations going ahead, let's say from a one-year perspective?
No, on the Indian market, we've had a lot of foreign selling, and actually the amount of foreign selling has surprised me. I think it's partly explained by people rotating into China. But what's been remarkable is that the flows into the mutual funds have continued. Talking to mutual fund managers in Mumbai this week, they're still seeing the flows coming in, so that's good in the long run. But I suppose the risk is if people start to see year-on-year declines, then you may get a risk of outflow. But clearly there's a divergence between the big caps and the mid caps. But what's been surprising to me in recent weeks is the intensity of foreign selling.
So this foreign selling, by when do you see that stemming?
Well, I've been wrong. They're selling. I'm genuinely surprised at the scale of the foreign selling. But I think what happened, the initial foreign selling didn't surprise me. They had to rotate into China. That happened. But more recently, I think this DeepSeek news has led to a second wave of foreign selling. Because DeepSeek, if you hadn't bought China already, then DeepSeek for an emerging market investor was the reason to buy it. I mean, you should have bought Alibaba the day DeepSeek came out, but then any emerging market fund manager who hadn't bought China by then, if you saw President Xi shaking Jack Ma's hand, which happened a week or two ago, then you really had to buy China. So you're seeing capitulation on the China trade. And all the global emerging market funds, were very underweight China.
So you're seeing a kind of a normalization in China flows, China equity markets then basically? Absolutely,
but so far, the American fund managers were the least in China because it was a career risk to invest in China, because you were based on the mentality prevailing in the US for the last 4 years. Investing in China was like investing with the enemy. So if it went wrong, you were taking a major career risk. You also had the risk that China, like Russia, could be kicked out of the benchmarks. So in my view, all these risks of China being kicked out of the benchmarks have reduced significantly with the arrival of Donald Trump. But this was a real risk in the last 4 years.
What are the risks for the Indian markets, in your opinion, let's say from a one-year perspective?
Now, the biggest risk of the Indian market today is that the valuation compression goes longer, i.e. that the small and mid caps valuations converge with the headline, with the blue chips. That's the risk.
So from a tactical standpoint, you have been structurally bullish on India, let's say from a 10-year perspective. Would you want to alter that view now, given that there have been FII outflows that have surprised you? Valuations are still on a higher side, and especially on the mid-cap front.
No, I think the biggest macro issue was referred to in the two previous sessions, because we at Jefferies have been of the view that a new private sector capex cycle has commenced. And if the private sector capex proves to disappoint, then the story in India is not terrible. It's not as good as what we've been saying. So what's been very clear in the last 5 years especially, or in fact the last 10 years, is that the heavy lifting on capex and investment has been done by the government, and that's obviously been extremely positive. But if the analogy is a relay race, you would want the private sector to take up the baton. So the reaction of the market to the budget, which showed a slowdown in the government capex, suggests, the negative reaction suggests that the market doesn't fully believe that the private sector is going to take up the baton. So that, to me, is the key macro issue.
So what policy, thrust would you require from the, or would you want to see from the government, let's say, over the next 1 year or so?
No, I think the government's done everything it could possibly be asked for to encourage capex. So I'm not blaming the government. I think the issue is with the private sector, as indeed was highlighted by the two previous speakers. So yeah, I think the government's done everything they could possibly be asked to improve the conditions for capex.
So from a short-term perspective, would you like to change your stance on the Indian equity market from a, let's say, structurally bullish to a more cautious and a nuanced?
No, I'm still structurally bullish. No, the issue is, the issue in the Indian market is simply a question of what's going on in the Indian market right now is the investor fund managers, the institutions are, because of this growing doubt about the strength or the concern about the lack of capex momentum, the portfolios are being adjusted away from capex-orientated stocks to consumption-orientated stocks, particularly discretionary consumption. So clearly the increase in sort of social welfare payments is encouraging hopes of better consumption in the rural areas. And then the budget, we had the tax cuts, which is encouraging hopes of an improvement in discretionary consumption. And we also have the fact that the RBI has resumed easing. So one aspect of this stock market correction in the last few months is simply that you've had a tighter liquidity situation in India, and that's now reversing. But the current story is to tilt your portfolio away from investment towards consumption. That's the current sentiment in the market.
But consumption is not coming through right now. In terms of the inflation is quite sticky. We have worries as regards the food inflation as well. People want to save more, protect their capital rather than go out and spend all. So if the consumption does not come through.
Well, then these people buying the discretionary consumption stocks will be wrong, but that's where the money flows are going. So the capex stocks, I'm still hoping that capex, shows more momentum but that's the current sentiment. I think one very straight story, though, everybody in this room can invest in for the next several years, is the travel theme in India. That is a very straightforward story, and that is basically India following the path set by, we saw in China in the early 2000s. So that if you want to invest in one simple story in India, that's what I would recommend. I don't see anything controversial or derailing that, unless borders are closed globally.
What has been your portfolio strategy as regards India? When since let's say September 2024, and when we started seeing a slow and gradual decline in the Indian equity market.
No, I haven't changed. I've slightly reduced the beta of my portfolio. The major change I've made in my portfolios in the last few months is simply to add to China, and I've reduced India, but I'm still overweight India. But if I've been very short-term and tactical, if you're only buying one market today, you buy China, not India, because the chart looks better. The chart looks better.
The chart looks better.
Yeah, the charts. If you're a technical analyst or chartist, at any time in the last 3 months, you would have bought China, not India. And unfortunately, from an Indian perspective, that remains the case today. Right now, the pattern in India is to sell rallies.
And not buy the dips?
No, that's what the chart's telling you. And you see, the backdrop is, this US equity market is beginning to look vulnerable. So the good news is India is not going to fall as much as it would have done last September if Wall Street was falling. But right now, the US stock market is looking vulnerable.
So why not buy the dips? Is it purely because of the fact that the valuations look expensive, or there's lack of conviction?
I'm just talking from the standpoint of someone who invests on charts.
Okay.
But unfortunately, a lot of people in the market do invest on charts. For someone who's long-term, I wouldn't get too focused on the chart. But if you have no exposure to the Indian stock market, I think you should start investing today. Because when the turn comes, it will be very rapid.
And by when do you see that turn coming? Do you see that happening in 25 or beyond?
Well, I would hope it's come by about May, if it hasn't come before, yeah. If I had to put a month on it. You've got to remember, we've also resumed easing. The central bank's now resumed easing. They're announcing, I saw they announced a reduction in reserve requirements. So the easing trends now, you've got a clear change in RBI policy. RBI was running a pretty tight policy, and that's another reason why you've seen this correction. But the change in central bank policy is clear, and that's good for the stock market.
Do you see any silver lining amongst, in all this stock fall, the stock market fall? Do you see, is there too much pessimism built into the stock markets right now, the overall sentiment, and is there a silver lining?
No. Well, no, the risk is obviously, as Mr. Kotak said, the risk is you've got a lot of first-time investors in the market. So hopefully this monthly installment product scheme remains robust, because that's a very healthy long-term trend. And so my base case is that continues.
In your India long equity portfolio, the highest weight is financials, followed by real estate. Which is another sector that you have been bullish on from a long-term perspective. The markets, on the contrary, suggest something very different. It is the sector that has been battered the most in the recent falls in September.
Yeah. So
are you changing your view here?
No. On the real estate now, I'm not changing my view. So I think the real issue for the macroeconomy is the capex story. On the real estate side, you're absolutely correct. The sentiment on real estate is horrible because people believe the decline in the stock market will cause a wealth effect and end this property upturn cycle. Our view is that we're in the mid-cycle of the real estate market. We had a very long downturn before the current upturn. We don't see any real excesses in terms of inventory. The major developers whose stocks are in my portfolio are not leveraged, so we believe that this is not the end of the cycle. But the current sentiment in the market is exactly that it's the end of the cycle, and the stock market downturn will bring the cycle to an end. That's the current sentiment.
So you also speak to a lot of corporates, Chris. I mean, I'm sure you have spoken with a lot of corporates in your trip to Mumbai. What's the thought coming through? What are the key pain points? What are the key worry points?
No, I've only spoken to fund managers this week. But the fund managers have clearly tilted their portfolios away from investment towards discretionary consumption, and the bank stocks are the hiding place. So there's a rotation back into bank stocks, which are viewed as a low beta. I think the dollar is a very important point here. If I'm wrong and the dollar keeps strengthening, then the ability of the RBI to cut rates is significantly reduced. So I think the dollar is critical for India and indeed for all emerging markets. But it's important to remember Donald Trump does not want a stronger dollar. So if Scott Bessent and Elon Musk can explain to him in simple English that tariffs will lead to a stronger dollar, that's a good reason why he might not fully enforce them.
So what's your view on gold? It's been one of the best performing asset classes in 25.
No, gold continues to work. So I've got a huge weighting in gold in my portfolios, but in my view, gold's finally reaching the levels it should have reached 10, 15 years ago with this dramatic expansion of dollar liquidity because of the Fed's unorthodox monetary policy. But the real trigger for gold was the freezing of the Russian foreign exchange reserves back in 22, which shocked the world outside G7. So central banks outside G7 have been consistently buying gold ever since those Russian foreign exchange reserves were frozen. So gold broke the link with real US interest rates. Real US rates went up, gold gold has been going up even with a strong dollar. So I think that if the risk to gold, I think long run gold remains a very good place to invest, but the risk short term is that the Russian-Ukraine war is settled, which is what Donald Trump seems to want. But so far, gold has been remarkably resilient, even in the context of Trump saying he's going to end the Ukraine conflict. So if I own gold on leverage, I'd take some money off the table here because it's already gone up a lot.
What about cryptos? The Bitcoin hit an all-time high recently. Surged 1 lakh, hit about 1,05,000, then came back to about 84. You are of the opinion.
Where is it now? 84. Yeah.
You are of the opinion that it'll scale up to 1,50,000. Do you see that happening anytime soon?
Yeah, no.
And how much of that asset class comprises your global equity portfolio?
I've got 5% in Bitcoin. And fundamentally, if you said to me you can only own gold or Bitcoin, I will own gold because it's got the history on its side. But Bitcoin is what the millennials are going to buy. So to me, with the halving we had last year, based on what's happened to Bitcoin after previous halvings, it should reach a minimum of 150,000 in this cycle. Right now, though, Bitcoin's trading like it's correlated to NASDAQ. So that's what's going on right now. For Bitcoin to be the digital equivalent of gold, at some point it has to break this correlation with NASDAQ. Donald Trump is positive for Bitcoin because he's crypto, because he's going to put it on a more, it's going to become sort of regulatory more safe. So personally, if you don't own any Bitcoin, I view this as an opportunity. But if you only want to own gold or Bitcoin, I would own gold because I'm being conservative.
If you were to put a number to the returns that one can expect from Indian equity market over the next 1 year, what would that number be, even if it's a range?
From here now?
From the Indian equity market from here on, let's say for the next 1 year, 12 to 18 months, what is the kind of return an equity investor can expect? A number to it or a particular range?
Well, hopefully we can get 10%, 15%. But this time next year, well, hopefully we've gone lower and then rallied, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think the key variable there is the dollar. Are you talking dollar terms or?
INR and dollar terms both.
Hmm? Well, in IR terms, I'd say 10, 15%, yeah.
Okay.
But I think the key variable is the dollar, yeah. Because that will determine how much the central bank can ease.
We'll open up the floor to the questions. Fanny? Sure, let's start with the lady. Let's start with the lady.
Hi, thanks. It's a very good presentation of the global summary. But I want to ask you, and I'm curious to know, what happens after 4 years? I mean, if you're talking about policy implementation, and if you're talking about putting strategy into work, 4 years is not a long time. So are we looking to go back to 2024? Or what is the future? I just want your thoughts on it. Thank you.
Policy where? Sorry, policy where? So,
I mean, you know, Donald Trump, in the post-Trump era, this is 4 years, right? What happens after 4 years?
oh, well, no, that's the risk. Yeah, so I'm saying the Chinese should offer to move production. So the Chinese will understand that they need to give Donald Trump a win. So setting up a factory in America gives Donald Trump a win. In fact, he just wants the press conference announcing it. But the longer-term issue for the Chinese will be precisely the point you make, that maybe someone comes in America who's from the other side and wants to close down the Chinese production. So that is an issue. And that's why they're going to try and present Donald Trump with a win without making a huge, massive financial commitment. So that's a risk, yeah. But I would say if Elon Musk amazes the world and fundamentally achieves his goals, which, as I say, nobody believes. I personally don't believe, but I don't want to write off Elon Musk, because the history of Elon Musk is that he achieves what he sets out to do. If Elon Musk succeeds in cutting $2 trillion from the US budget, he will set a template for all Western industrial economies where welfare states are out of control. And that will be a big deal, because then in all these countries in Europe, heavily taxed countries with massive welfare states, people will no longer, there'll be a mass protest, because that you'll have seen an example that this is possible. So I think that this whole Dodge agenda from a global picture is a very big deal, especially from a developed world deal in terms of US, Europe.
Anybody else? You had a question, right?
Oh no, I'm hoping to add to India during the course of this year. But the problem right now is that foreigners are selling a huge number of stocks every day. So I think the key short-term metric to watch in India is foreign selling. Because that's where the selling pressure is coming right now.
Please go ahead. Please switch on the mic. Anybody else?
Yes.
I wanted to understand where do you see China BYD at its peak?
I can't answer. No, we can't answer that. But obviously, I think the interesting point about BYD and China is, while there's been a lot of focus on the domestic issues in China, and China's been in deflation, and consumer confidence has been very weak, on the export front, it's often missed out that China's currently achieved a record, is running a record trade surplus, and you see growing diversification of its exports away from the G7 world to the global south. So a growing proportion of Chinese exports are to the global south. And, you know, BYD is a big part of that. And yeah, BYD looks like it's going to be the new Toyota.
It is. Yeah, so...
One last question, please.
So the interesting question is, will the new Toyota be allowed into the US market? So back in the 1980s, when there was this lot of tension between the US and Japan on Japanese car imports, that tension peaked when Toyota and Nissan set up plants in America.
Right, I got it. So, so where do you see the Chinese...
One last question, please. One last question.
Hi, this is me at the back. So,
what is the possibility of Tesla's entry into India, and when it is expected? And what is the view of auto sector of this in India?
What's the news flow? I don't know what's the news flow on that.
Let's ask you about Tesla's entry into India. What is the impact on the auto sector in India?
Is there definitely a thing?
No, nothing concrete yet.
Oh.
I think it's too early to answer this question.
Yes.
They're still, I mean, they haven't set up a plant yet.
May I ask one question?
Last question, please.
Yes. 2 days before, there was a story in Business Standard that this foreign money will not come back soon in Indian stock market. What do you think that what will be the next biggest trigger to attract the foreign investors in Indian stock market, sir? That's my question.
Biggest trigger to attract foreign money into Indian equities. What can attract?
I think if let's say if the foreigners saw the domestic investor capitulate, and you saw the flows in the mutual funds suddenly stop, and then the market that would fast forward, that would accelerate the correction, and then the foreigners would come in. If you saw the mid-cap valuations converge with the blue chips, I've got charts, but they're not. Yes, as you see mid-cap valuations converge with the blue chip valuations, the foreigners will come in. Because the big cap stocks are basically in line with historic valuations, and the mid-caps are still above them. I have
Thank
a chart to show that.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for a
Thank you.
wonderful session. Thank you for all your thoughts.
May I please request for the memento to be presented to Mr. Wood? Very engaging session for all of us, I'm sure. Some very important points, Mr. Wood, you've made about the US and how you see the US-China relationship improving under Trump. Very interesting points about how higher tariffs will hurt America. With this, we have come to the close of our pre-lunch session. I would like to invite all of you to please join us for lunch at the Rani Bagh, but come back here for our post-lunch sessions at 2 o'clock in Darbar Hall. Thank you so much. to Dr. Pramod Kumar Mishra, the 13th Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister of India. And a very warm welcome to our and a very warm welcome to our editorial director, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. Dr. Mishra is a 1972 batch IAS officer of the Gujarat cadre. Between 2001 and 2004, he has also served as the Principal Secretary to Narendra Modi when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He did his Masters in Economics with the first class at the Delhi School of Economics in 1972, and later he did his Masters in Development Economics in 1990 and a PhD in Economics and Development Studies from the University of Sussex. In September 2019, he was appointed as the Principal Secretary to the PM. Apart from serving as the Additional Principal Secretary in the Prime Minister's office, he has served in various key positions in both Indian and Gujarat governments, such as the Additional Chief Secretary Revenue, Principal Secretary Agriculture and Cooperation, Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister of Gujarat, member of the Gujarat Electricity Board, and as the District Magistrate and Collector of Mehsanand, Banskata districts of Gujarat. He has also held the posts of Union Agriculture Secretary, Special Secretary in Ministry of Home Affairs, Additional Secretary in Ministry of Urban Development, and Member Secretary of National Capital Region Planning Board in the Government of India. Our discussion with Mr. Mishra will be all about how India should negotiate an uncertain world. Over to you, AKB.
Thank you, Ruchika. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for finding time to be here with us. It's an important occasion. You were not here in the morning. This is an occasion where Business Standard is celebrating its 50 years of its publication, and we try to discuss issues, subjects that are of global and Indian concern. And as you have seen that this is the subject of this discussion is how India should negotiate an uncertain world. So let me plunge into it directly. Hello. Not working. Hello. Use this one. Yeah, that's it. What my first, question to you, Dr. Mishra, would be, from your vantage point, how do you really assess the global challenges that the Indian economy faces right now, and how do you think India should negotiate these? You have a Trump on this side, you have a Putin on the other. Xi is not keeping quiet these days. Europe, you yourself, you have to deal with the European who are here, very much here in the city. So how do you see these global challenges, and India should negotiate these challenges? Dr. Mishra.
Thank you. You can hear. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. I congratulate you and also the Business Standard for completing 50 years. It's a privilege for me to be among such luminaries and people who are distinguished in various fields. The question you asked, that how India should navigate in this uncertain world, particularly the recent development in the USA. Before I come to some of the specifics in the context of the Trump II administration, we should look at it, uncertainty, in a much broader context, and how we have actually navigated it during the last few years, particularly 4 or 5 years since the COVID. The COVID-19 actually was really an example of how the entire world can be in a very, very uncertain situation. That was the time when the COVID-19 struck. It was very unusual in the sense that the entire world was in turmoil. All were affected. When something happens, whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made, some part of the world, some part of a country affected, but here the whole world. We didn't understand also in the beginning the nature of the pandemic, how it will emerge, how it will affect and all that. But we did navigate that turmoil. I'll tell you some steps which we took. Within a few months, I think, there was this Ukraine issue that raised another level of uncertainty. The supply chain was disrupted. So like this, we have been, and also, of course, it is not merely COVID-19, but the geopolitical issue, whether it is Ukraine, whether it is the West Asia. Even in this context also, one can talk about the energy transition, which is creating many issues for the developing countries. So with all these, it is actually a more uncertain world. Earlier we were talking about the Sustainable Development Goal, and it was framed when the world was less uncertain. So in this context, I would like to say that COVID, how we responded to it. Of course, we had the usual measures, how to protect people, health measures and other measures. But that time, the main apprehension was that the economy will collapse, I think not only in India, but other parts of the world. I'll give only a small an example that many countries took measures such as giving stimulus packages. Many experts suggested India being a developing country, people will need more stimulus packages. We did something also, like giving free food grains and so on, and some sort of, not exactly loan, but interest subsidy to small enterprises. But even those days, what our Prime Minister thought, that it is an opportunity we must utilize. We introduced reform measures, several reform measures in those days. If you can see how for about a week, every day, the Finance Minister announced some of the reforms, which was well considered.
There were 3 packages.
Sorry?
There were 3 packages.
3 packages.
Yeah.
And even many, of course, I'll not go into the detail, but most importantly, even the sectors such as space and atomic energy also were opened up. And space, as you know now, there is significant private participation. Then also other things like opening up, then we encourage FDI, some measures were taken.
Sorry.
The corporate tax and so on. So we could withstand not only the COVID-19 but the geopolitical crisis. So we are quite confident and well equipped to face that. And of course there is protectionism, nationalism in many states, and the old, for 2 decades, everybody talked about the Washington consensus, which was actually the motto that now, of course, that is dead actually. Possibly, very recently, it is what one can call the Washington non-consensus. So I am sure that many measures we can take. Now, of course, coming to the Trump development and announcement of tariff and many other measures, for example, the reciprocal tariff. Of course, till now, not many people are clear what exactly, how it will be operated, reciprocal tariff. Even the other day, some senior ministers from UK were there. There also we discussed some of these. But the recent visit of our Prime Minister to USA and the way he handled the meetings and the joint statement, and also the agreement that it has been agreed that we will negotiate a mini trade deal. Yeah. So all these, I think, we will be able to respond effectively to the uncertain situation.
Sure. I think this is assuring to hear that there would be ways that would be found to tackle these challenges. Is that question about protectionism? There's also a question of the reciprocal tariffs, both in the US as well as the general fear is that this world will see tariff walls being created in all the major markets. Now, and you know, as I don't need to tell you this, that if trade, trade growth does not take place the way it has taken place so far, with India's trade to GDP ratio also falling, will economic growth also be a challenge? And how do you think we should really negotiate that challenge?
Actually, this issue of protectionism and states, I think the earlier, as I said, Washington consensus and this multilateral agreements, all those have been challenged not only now but also for quite some time, particularly after the Ukraine and West Asia crisis. There is a move now towards bilateral agreements, multilateral agreements, and also the supply chain which was disrupted. Because earlier the thinking was that international trade will benefit all the parties. People will manufacture in which they have a comparative advantage. Somebody can manufacture some X commodity, somebody Y, they will, all those things. So that's how the trade and all these agreements could be useful. But now things have changed, though it will be a very suboptimal or second best at best solution. But all these agreements, like we signed FTA some time ago with Australia, UAE, EFTA, and so on, now also we are negotiating. But if you permit me, I would like to analyze all these things in a very briefly, of course, in a much at a conceptual level, because when we talk about policy, we can talk about whether it is trade agreement, we can talk about how to respond to, say, threats of tariff and so on, or the supply chain disruption, or the energy transition, where the developing country will have a trade-off between growth and climate change. Because when we talk about, very often we talk about uncertainty, but before we design a policy, we should try to analyze what exactly it is, because there has been risks for a long time. So in the economic literature, there is a distinction between risk and uncertainty. Because a situation, the risk is something in which case you can estimate the probability of an event which will affect your outcome. Whereas in case of uncertainty, you cannot estimate the probability, because suddenly something will happen. So whether it is the economic agent or a businessman or a government, the whole approach to planning, whole approach to policy has to be different. For example, in the context of COVID, because as if it came from nowhere, or even the Ukraine war that same time. Earlier in the context of disaster management, they will look at the past trend, try to project what is the probability of different scenarios. But nobody could comprehend something like COVID-19 will happen. I'm giving the example again and again because our focus is on uncertainty. It was a very uncertain situation. So now the approach to an uncertain situation has to be different from an approach to risk. So you should be prepared for the unknown. There has been, again, without sounding too academic, some analytical, some book by Taleb, an economist. He talked about anti-fragility. He said a resilient system is different from anti-fragile system because to face uncertainty, our system should not only be resilient, but it should be anti-fragile. Okay. To give some example, a resilient system or resilient individual can resist some risk, some hazard or something. Whereas an anti-fragile, not only it can face such consequences, but can become much stronger in the sense that innovation is an example of an anti-fragile, or for example, changing some of the whole processes. So we probably, our policy design should be, the idea should be to make the system anti-fragile. An example how to make it, for example, over years we have, the whole world is now interconnected. And more we have networking, we have connecting everything. But if something happens, the whole system can collapse. Like, for example, in a power grid, if it is well connected everywhere, one transformer failure can lead to collapse of the system. So the question is, or even the recommendation could be, let us have some more distributed system. Like that, in the context of globalization, which was dominating for quite some time, it was probably hyper-globalization. The whole world was connected through trade. The supply chain was also globalized. Now suddenly when the global supply chain disrupts, for example, we were importing sunflower oil from Ukraine, importing certain equipment from Ukraine. We were too dependent on them, but suddenly something happened then. So how to have some safeguards, how to have some alternatives, I think these are some of the measures which, when it is in this context that our Prime Minister's approach when he said we should be Atmanirbhar. Yeah. Atmanirbhar may sound, some people criticized those days, that was just, I think, around the COVID time, that India is going back to the early decades when we talked about self-reliant. But this concept of Atmanirbharta is not exactly self-reliant. It is, we don't want to shut ourselves from the world and from other geographies. We need to be prepared. If there is a disruption in supply chain, we are able to supply, we are able to manufacture. For example, when, again, giving the example of COVID-19, we didn't have even personal PPEs, what is called personal protection equipment. That's right. We didn't produce in the country ventilators also that time, or maybe very, very small. And we needed it that time. That's right. So that, of course, we could organize and try to respond as much as possible. So like that, some alternative, because if the supply chain disrupts. So like that, I think we should now look at something which can change our policy design. Another example I would like to give, that when we talk about our whole policy designed for risk, there are two ways in the microeconomics also how to measure risk. One is that you see both sides, loss and gain, and try to average out. That is called the expected utility hypothesis. That is one approach. Other approach is that you have to ensure that suppose a farmer's income doesn't go below a particular level, because then he will not survive. So that is called a survival algorithm, in the sense that you should not do something, take some measure which will minimize your level of comfort, or your survival will be at stake. Actually, this concept was propounded in the 60s or 70s by Professor Michael Lipton, based on some empirical data from India. This is, of course, microeconomics, but some of these concepts of microeconomics, whether it can be used for macroeconomic policies, because many countries consciously or unconsciously are following actually the survival, because they have to survive. So they have to have some minimum amount of manufacturing of particular critical items. They should have minimum assured supply of rare minerals. So all these things, I think that's how, what I was trying to say earlier, that all the measures, whether it is tariff, whether it is trade, our policies should look at these conceptual aspects and have a framework in mind, not just because somebody suggested do something else. I think this is what is very important in the context of the uncertain world.
So, I mean, that kind of a framework is being thought of in the government, and something is being done.
It is being, because as of now, I think many of the policies which we need to analyze, particularly in the PMO also, we try to look at it in a more analytical perspective. What will be the implication of that? What will be the future of that policy? How sustainable it will be? Because very often we say this is very good, this will help the people, but whether it will really help people, what is it should be evidence also, what will be the impact. So that we are trying to do as much as we can, but there are many other dimensions, as you know.
You know, Dr. Mishra, you talked about bilateralism, you talked about multilateralism, the challenges to multilateralism that are coming up. In the morning session, the finance minister also talked about bilateralism, and she raised this question about whether, multilateralism is facing a kind of an extinction or challenge, threat. In a world where bilateralism is on the rise, multilateralism is on the wane, how do you think India should negotiate this path?
No, India, the advantage for us is India is a large country. We are one of the, in absolute terms, largest economies of the world, in absolute terms. We have a large consumption base. Then we have the demographic advantage also. With all these, we should be able to sustain any pressure from outside, particularly the demand, consumption, that, and also technology, also our digital public infrastructure.
That's right.
So with that, we should be able to bargain with others, because they have to depend also on our market. So it is not a one-to-one only, both. We have some advantage, and that we should. And that's how our policy should be much more it should depend also on our conceptual analysis, our analytical ability.
So the way forward would be more effective bilateral investment treaties
bilateral or even some regional, some 2-3 countries. In fact, we have, as I mentioned, gave example of some FTAs, and the very fact that for the first time to a country, the president of the European Union, then 21 commissioners of
That's right.
European Commission are visiting India, that itself signals that they look to India as an alternative or a very important player in our global economy and in this current context of geopolitical and geo-economic uncertainty.
Is there any specific outcome that you will consider it to be a positive development? Any outcome from this visit?
Because a visit like this, of course, you cannot say that these are the agreement, these are the outcome, but the very fact that all of them are coming, I am told many of them may not know India as much earlier. So that itself exposure to India, knowing what India is like, though briefly, then our ministries are having bilateral discussion with them. Yeah. So that itself will lay a foundation for a much more comprehensive cooperation in the coming days.
Right. Yeah. Let me turn to a sector of the economy which is not often discussed, but it is the heart of the economy, which is agriculture. And a lot of us probably are not fully aware that Dr. Mishra played a stellar role in strengthening India's agriculture, whether it was a question of launching the Pulses mission or whether it was a question of managing the national food security legislation. So, Dr. Mishra, my question to you on agriculture is that you have looked at it very closely, and yet we keep complaining about a lot of problems in India's agriculture. So, what do you think? Can you give us a sense of, from your vantage point, what are the 3 fixes that you, as a policy fixes for Indian agriculture? A lot of people say investment should be raised. A lot of people say R&D should be raised. But what, in your overall view, we should do to make Indian agriculture a thriving sector which contributes even more to economic growth?
It's a good question, Mr. Bhattacharya, and also I have been associated both at the state level here in the earlier years. Agriculture, of course, is extremely important for a country like India, as for many other developing countries. Many people feel that agriculture, as a country develops, agriculture will become less important. But it is still, it will continue to be very important for us. For example, if you compare 1970 or even present day, the share of agriculture in the GDP has come down from very high, I think 46-50% to now 18%.
Yeah.
But employment, the share of workforce has not correspondingly declined. That is still quite significant, about 46% or so. One projection for 2050 says that even in 2050, that time the share of agriculture will be about 7% in the GDP, but still 27% workers will depend on agriculture. So this is one issue. But we cannot say that nothing has been done in agriculture over the few decades and last 2-3 decades and even last decade. Lot of things has been done. For example, food grain, when we were depending on external assistance, now we export. And in our export also, agriculture export is a very, very important part of that. And when we talk about agriculture, from my days in the district and state, we talk about increasing production, providing good quality seed, fertilizer, and all that agricultural productivity. So those things are going on and will go on. But as you rightly said, why there is a feeling? Because the feeling is because because by nature agriculture is risky. It has some risk. Secondly, though agriculture has developed in absolute terms, I was looking at some figure between say 1970, 71 and 2003-4. The average rate of growth was 3%.
That's right.
Then after that, 2003-4 to 13-14, it was about 3.5%. But after 2014-15 until last year, it was about 4.1%. So rate has increased. And of course, the last few years, 7 years, it is about 5% or so. But one thing one needs to take note of, that out of this 5% overall rate of growth, horticulture is about 7-8%, something like that. Not exact figure I cannot give, but fisheries also. So the point
and the dairy sector also.
Dairy sector. So the point is the structural change is taking place. Because very often we mix up agriculture with crop. Crop production growth will be about 2% or so. So the lesson is that we must divert to other areas like horticulture, dairy, livestock. So that is one area to increase farmers' income. The other things are there that non-farm sector plays an important role. Because we talk about non-farm sector, means something non-agriculture services in the rural areas, say a barber, a construction worker, and so on. There are research studies which show that the percentage of non-farm income, that is, say people, the farmers who have less small size of land, say less than half acre, only they get 1/3 from agriculture, remaining from non-agriculture. Somebody says small marginal farmer will get about 40% or so. Large farmer get major share from agriculture because they have large land and all that. So non-farm income, how to encourage farmers to have non-farm income, what sort of activity, that is the other interesting part in agriculture. Of course, many other things the government has been taken I can talk about, but as you asked, some of the critical question is the smallholder agriculture. In fact, 3 months ago, I had delivered the C.D. Deshmukh Memorial Lecture at the Reserve Bank of India. The title was Smallholder Agriculture in the 21st Century. That is because smallholders will continue to dominate our agricultural scene. As I mentioned that there were about 70% smallholders, say, in 70s or 80s. Now there are 88% are smallholder. The average holding is 1 hectare.
That's right.
Or even less. So how to make them more, how to increase their income?
The land holdings.
The other point I would like to mention, it is not peculiar to India. Globally, the number of smallholder, the percentage is there are about 604 million smallholders globally.
That's right.
In India, it's about 160 million or so. Globally also they dominate. And smallholders. In Asian countries, Japan, China, Malaysia, Indonesia also we have smallholders. So the question is the theory that which was propounded by Arthur J. Lewis, a British economist, that as economic growth takes place, gradually farmers or agricultural workers will shift to industry, and the declining share of agriculture is a good sign economic development, and correspondingly this share of workforce in the agriculture will decline. But that has not happened from Indian experience nor from the Asian experience.
Yeah.
Because that dual economic theory is not working out. Another thing I would like to mention in the context of smallholder agriculture, that there are a lot of research studies which show there is something called known as the inverse relationship between size and productivity.
Yeah.
The small farmers are more productive, more efficient in terms of output per individual, per head, or output per acre. There are, of course, why that has happened. This has been done since 70s, 80s, starting from Amartya Sen, Khusro, and many people. So the question is, if in the even next few decades we'll have large number of smallholders, if they are more productive, then where is the problem? Of course, this was also one rationale for land reform, which didn't succeed.
That's right.
So we have to live with small holders, small farmers, and we have to do something. Many things have been done. The future, what can be that we can have more technology, we can have more non-farm income, crop diversification, some of these. So these are, I think, this is how the agriculture policy, and that last budget also some of the measures suggested aimed at small.
Yes, that's right. The focus on small farming also. Let us turn to some sectoral issues. There is this view that Indian industry is not investing. And there is also this view that maybe the launch of the production-linked incentive scheme has made limited impact on getting investment on the ground. How do you look at both these issues of why Indian industry is not investing enough, and second, is the production-linked incentive scheme is the right response, and how it can be tweaked or made better, or maybe something else, maybe a fiscal incentive could be thought of? What are your views on both these issues?
The second question for the production-linked incentive, the PLI is. Yeah. So Amitabh Kant, I can see him there. So it was introduced during the slightly, I think, a few months before COVID time, and that. The whole idea is very often it is mixed up with some industrial incentive, because it is not exactly.
Okay.
The whole idea was to encourage the entrepreneurs to start manufacturing in India of commodities which we don't have here, or some emerging technology like AC batteries, solar cells and panels, and something like not textile, because textile we have been doing for ages, technical textile.
That's right.
Auto, of course, we are a leader also in some sense, but there are also some specialized type. So that is the objective of PLI. And I don't think it has, I think, done well. There is a lot of investment, revenue, but any such thing will take some time. There is a time lag to assess the impact. The first question which you said that about why private sector investment, of course, Mr. Kotak can tell much more, but the point is so many measures, some important measures have been taken, like in, I think, 2019, reducing corporate tax.
Yeah, manufacturing sector came down to 15%.
That is for new manufacturing. Yeah. Then public investment, which has been increased, say about 6-7 years ago, about 3 lakh crore to now 11 lakh crore. Then, of course, the recent budget to encourage consumption. So I think, and also the ease of doing business, discontinuing many of the compliances. An estimate says about 40,000 compliances, both state and center together. So I think within a short time the impact will be felt. Okay. So that.
Okay. Let me turn to another critical issue, which is about investment not only within the country but also from outside the country. Foreign investment is, if you look at the net FDI, it is actually being slowing rapidly. Now, there's a theory that the states, an investor looks at the state and invests in India. So he doesn't invest in India as such. So is there a way to look at attracting investment into this country through the prism of states and by collaborating with the states in a manner that the entire idea of increasing investment into the country is achieved, that goal is achieved? In a sense, how can you have more foreign investment in collaboration with the states? Is there something being thought about in terms of a policy approach changing?
A lot of things are thought about, and you are right that ultimately much of this will depend on what the states
are doing.
And India is a very large country with a federal structure. States have also access to many of the natural resources. So Government of India has been working hard with the states. For example, they have been encouraged to reduce compliances, expedite various types of clearances. States have been encouraged to invest also, that loan grant is 50-year loan, which is more like a grant, is being given. Then there is a lot of interaction between center and states. The chief ministers interact with the prime minister. Even during COVID, you can see that there were 20-30 meetings of these chief ministers taken by the prime minister, chief secretaries. Even the Niti Aayog governing council, there also a lot of chief ministers present their best practices. So like this, lot of interaction is taking place. In a federal structure, of course, we have to encourage the states. And many of the schemes and the reform also has been linked to some of these. So I'm sure things are improving and will improve further.
Coming to the civil services reform, I remember when you joined the PMO in 2014, the Prime Minister did talk about a lot of civil service reforms, and he even started holding meetings with senior secretaries to the Government of India. Can you give us a quick, short update on what is the state of civil services reform in our country from your vantage point?
The last 10 years, a lot of reforms have taken place, and that is also our focus. For example, many ministries, they have been streamlined. Starting from those early days, 14, 15, the whole system of personnel management, particularly at the senior level, that has been transformed like anything. Never happened in the past since independence, like choosing senior officers at the level of joint secretary and additional secretary. The process of empanelment, which couldn't have been, has been changed so much. There is more emphasis on competence, more emphasis on integrity.
So the capacity building is taken care of?
That is choosing them as they are. Because earlier it was based on the annual assessment report, which of course over time has become less relevant because of some of the judicial pronouncement in the past. So there is something called 360-degree assessment, multi-sectoral feedback from people, and of course the capacity building, the Karm Yogi mission, now the capacity building commission, And iGot is a platform where they have to continuously, they can upgrade their skill.
iDot, yeah.
So iGot platform. So these are all very far-reaching and historical initiatives. And that has already shown its impact among the bureaucracy.
But one question which has come up is that the structure of the Prime Minister's Secretariat. How do you see that Secretariat? Is it being restructured or is it remaining? Because we had the announcement of a senior colleague of yours joining you. How do you see this structure evolving and how will it really pan out?
Though the structure, the Prime Minister's office, the structure of course has evolved over the decades and all, but this time there is no change, last 10 years in the sense, and for example, when the Prime Minister became 14, that time two senior most officers used to be there. After that, 19 also, two were there. Now also, so that it is a routine.
So it is a continuation, you are saying?
It is a continuation. There is no change at all.
Okay. Okay, we are coming to the end of our discussion, Dr. Mishra. But I cannot resist asking you this question, which is a personal question. There have been occasions where I have got calls from you on a Sunday and from your office. And I have asked your officers, and they have told me that you work on 7 days of the week. Tell us this, how do you manage to work for 7 days of the week at a time when this country has a debate over should be 80 hours a week or 40 hours a week? And how do you unwind? So I'm putting all the three questions together.
How do I advise?
Unwind.
Unwind.
In a sense, how do you relax? Because you're working all the time.
Your intelligence seems to be quite good. Of course, there is no secret about it. I do come to office all the 7 days, but not because I have been asked to do or anything, but because the weekdays, including the Saturday, there are so many meetings and so many demands on your time. So some of those the papers which requires your full attention, I try to complete so that nothing remains when the week starts. And unwinding, I am, because it depends on the person. If you feel that the work is not a strain on you, you don't feel any pressure. So I think I have never felt, whether during the weekdays or so, I am too hard-pressed, too tired or anything. On that day, there is something to unwind. So that is one thing. And secondly, if you feel whatever you are doing interesting, because I have been in many, like earlier I was in the NDMA when it was National Disaster Management Authority, when it was set up.
That's right.
Similarly, in Gujarat State Disaster, that when the new organization starts, you don't have place to sit. We were starting from that Sectoral Hotel in a room. So, but you still feel work is so interesting. And one more, because when I started my career in Gujarat, the first posting was a place you may not have heard of called Tharad. It is on the Pakistan border. It was a village I'm talking about 50 years ago, village those days. No town within 80 kilometers, but it was a subdivision. Those days there were no substation.
So from Sambalpur, you went to Thorat?
I first for training went to Surat, the best place in Gujarat, one of the better place, and very good people, good food and all. And Mr. Uday Kotak should be knowing that Surat nu Jaman and Kasi nu Maran means Surat is the best place to eat and Kasi is the best place to die. So I started from there, but first posting, regular posting was Tharad. And there will be no electricity for a week or 10 days. Power failed, so you have to be. But I didn't have any problem because at home I started from a small place, and that time I think right up to intermediate, we didn't have access to electricity.
Okay.
Then in this case, this was also desert area. During the summer, there will be dust storm.
Okay.
So when you go to a village, you have normally the sandy area. The road will not be there. The jeep, the tire mark will be there. When you come back, you follow that. But if there is a dust storm in between, you lose your. So that type, even office room also, during summer, there will be some dust storm or some heat, wind. You don't have the fan. But if you can't close the window also, because if you close the window, it will be unbearable. So you open it, and so I never felt that I am in very disadvantaged position. In fact, one senior officer once asked, I can help you to come to a better place. I said, I am quite comfortable. But then, of course, after some time, I was taken to Palanpur. So that, I think it is the mindset or your attitude and mental, that's how you can.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for being so kind and so helpful, gracious. There are so many things that you said, but I felt that real takeaway was that work is something that you must enjoy, and it's a lesson for all youngsters, the new generation. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, once again.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that lovely discussion, Mr. Mishra. Some very interesting takeaways, important points that he's made about how our systems should not just be resilient, but anti-fragile, especially at a time when the world is so interconnected. We have to build safeguards, and being Atmanirbhar just doesn't mean being self-reliant and shutting ourselves from other geographies, but to be able to supply ourselves if there is any global shock. Some other very important points made about agriculture. Mr. Mishra talked about the importance of agriculture currently, and that how this sector is going to continue to be important. Even though currently the share of agriculture in GDP has come down, its share in the workforce of India has not declined. However, there is a need to diversify our agriculture into other activities such as horticulture, livestock, dairy, etc. I hope you all enjoyed the discussion as much as me. We will start our next session in just a minute. In his tenure as the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog from 2016 to 2022, spearheaded initiatives like Aspirational Districts Program and the National Monetization Pipeline. In his previous roles, including Secretary of Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, from 2014 to 2016, he was a key driver of flagship national initiatives such as Startup India, Make in India, while his work in promoting tourism, first with the government of Kerala and then the centre, earned him major recognition, chiefly the Incredible India and Kerala's God Own Country campaigns. I would also like to welcome our executive editor, Nivedita Mukherjee, who will take forward this fireside chat on India in the reset world.
Thank you, Ruchika. Very warm welcome, Mr. Amitabh Kant. It's a pleasure to have you here to the second edition of Business Standard Manthan. So as the topic suggests, it's about India in the reset world. Your opening remarks, what do you think? You've already said that it's an opportunity for India. So can you explain?
Well, I think it's a huge opportunity for India because there are basically three things happening in the world. One is that you've had a major war going on for about 1,000 days, and therefore food, fuel, fertilizers have got impacted. And my personal view is that that war will sooner than later come to an end because of the initiative, and particularly so because Russia has voted in the United Nations against, in favor of Russia actually yesterday. So my view is that in the coming months there may be we may have a different scenario on ground. And also because Zelensky is visiting USA. And secondly, you're seeing global supply chains very badly disrupted across the world, huge tariffs being imposed by United States, 100% on automobiles, 50% on batteries, and Europe putting 45% on Chinese goods. This is quite unprecedented in the history of tariffs, and therefore you're seeing huge muscular industrial policies. And the third is that you're seeing new forces of production, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all these will have a huge impact on production, productivity, and there's an opportunity, huge opportunity there to technologically leapfrog for India. And so these are the three trends. So my personal view is that with the United States walking out of UNFCCC in climate, the first time when it walked out last time, China took that opportunity and today controls 80% of the critical mineral market. It controls 78% of the solar market. It controls 70% of EV markets. Many people do not realize this, but Tesla actually controls only about 11% of the electric vehicle market. BYD is controlling 21% of the market. And in addition to that, China also controls solar and wind. Now, this time when the United States walks out of UNFCCC and climate commitments, there's a huge opportunity for India. India needs to become a champion of two-wheelers, three-wheelers in the electric vehicle market, because we are a champion of exporting electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers. If you don't go electric, you lose those markets. And similarly, we need to accelerate the pace of our renewable energy, exceed 500 by 2030, and actually use that to crack green hydrogen and become the cheapest producer of green hydrogen. And so to my mind, it's a huge, huge opportunity for India, and also in the field of artificial intelligence, to technologically leapfrog, to find solutions to the challenges of the citizens.
In terms of policy making and strategizing from the government side, what do you think government is not doing right and that it should be doing now?
Well, the government is doing a lot of things right in terms of the budget, etc. My view is that the pace of implementation and implementation at all levels, including the state government, needs to be pushed very hard. That's number one. So my view is that India will normally grow at rates of 6%. We need to accelerate it further to about 8.5% to 9%. 9% acceleration means that you need a lot of states to do the weightlifting around. And this would mean that states must become easy, simple. They must remove or eliminate a lot of rules, regulation, procedures, act. That's critical to my mind. That's very, very important. And the third is that we need to do urbanization in a very sustainable manner. Urbanization is a driver of a lot of growth. It's a driver of good quality jobs. The 46% of people who work in agriculture as wage laborers need to get into industry and urbanization, and that's very important. So three things: push the pace of implementation very rapidly. Second, make India very easy and simple. Third, get a lot of more states to grow at high rates. Fourth, do urbanization. And fifth, last point I want to make is that I'm a great believer in free enterprise. It's the power of the private sector. And unless and until the private sector grows very rapidly in India, that invests in India, there's too much of Indian bureaucratic mindset, is too much of socialism. So we need to scrap many more rules, regulation, procedures, make India totally a nation for free enterprise to grow and flourish. That's, to my mind, very, very important.
Yeah, there has been a lot of talk about cutting regulatory hurdles. So you believe that can be done in the near future in India? Even the budget spoke about it, the economic survey spoke about it. So can it be done? Less government not coming in the way. Do you think it can be done?
Well, this government has been doing it. You know, when I was Secretary, Department of Industrial Policy, we pushed for ease of doing business. India jumped up 79 positions in the World Bank ease of doing business. Then we started ranking states. First year we did this, Gujarat came number 1. Next year Andhra beat Gujarat. Third year Telangana beat Andhra and Gujarat. But the good thing was that Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, who were 24th and 25th, they jumped up to 4th and 5th position. They are mineral rich. If the eastern part of India starts improving and becomes easy, simple, more and more investment comes in eastern part of India, and that's critical to my mind. If 45% of your population is in UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. If these states start growing at 10 to 11%, you'll have consistent growth over a long period of time. So the real action is in states now, and states need to dismantle all their regulatory burdens in a very, very big way. Reform, reform, and reform has to be the key mantra of the next 6 months. Deregulate, deregulate, deregulate. That is the key.
So government should get out of the way.
Absolutely, get out. Not merely get out of the way, it should ensure that the private sector grows and flourishes. I'm making this point because there's only one country in the world, whether Trump goes and Biden comes, or Biden goes and Trump comes in, or Clinton or Obama or anything. United States has 26% GDP, controls 26% of the global GDP. It controls 44% of the market capitalization with just 4% population. And that's simply because of the strength of private sector. It's free enterprise. Free enterprise must get into the mind of every single Indian. Indians just, you know, the Indian regulators start building regulations. Huge number of regulations have been built up by every single regulator in India. Every department starts regulating. There's an excessive dosage of regulation. All this needs to be not get out of the way, but totally dismantled.
That's very reassuring. And, you know, during last Manthan, we had spoken about the animal spirit of India Inc. Today, it got, spoken about many times. In fact, all the speakers, including the finance minister, referred to it. So do you think animal spirits are out, not out? When will it be out if it's not out?
No, the animal spirits are not out yet. But animal spirits could have come out earlier, but for the COVID, and I think India needs to put out far more credit. The second point I want to make is that credit flow is very important in India, and the private credit to GDP ratio in India is just about 50%. In the United States, it's 220%. In Korea, it's 180%. So the private credit will enable you to grow. Government debt to GDP ratio is high. But private credit to GDP ratio is low in India. And that needs to grow rapidly in an orderly and systematic manner. And that means that now, with all this formalization of your economy, UPI, all this digitization happening, we should be able to provide a lot of more credit to our SMEs and MSMEs and micro units on a non-collateral basis. So the private credit to GDP ratio has to grow very rapidly for Indian economy to grow. The economy can't grow at 9 to 10% without private credit. And private credit is very, very critical to my mind. It needs to rapidly grow and on a non-collateral basis. And, you know, there can be schemes like first loss guarantees, etc., which the government put in during the COVID and is now putting in for MSMEs. But the banks need to do it in a far more aggressive manner. The financial institutions there's need for far more deepening of credit in India.
Coming to the core issue of trade, which you've been, closely dealing with as a bureaucrat and later in Niti Aayog also at G20. Multilateralism to bilateralism, do you think that's the right path to?
No, you'll have both bilateral trade agreements, you will have some multilateral trade agreements. These are things which will happen with geopolitics, but India needs to pursue both. And to my mind, India needs to pursue bilateral trade agreements definitely in a very vigorous manner, because exports are important. I'm saying this that every time you can look at the history of India, every time India has grown at high rates of 8 to 9%, India has grown on the back of exports. So there are, to my mind, this is very, very critical. Without exports growing, and exports need large companies. And I made this point last year that you need about 1,000 large companies in India. You need a huge number of large companies, because large companies create their own integration of tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 manufacturers who then supply to the large companies. And without large companies, you will not be able to export, because the unit cost of production falls very rapidly. You've suddenly seen Apple becoming a large manufacturer in India and becoming the second largest exporter. You need about hundreds of such companies growing and expanding in terms of size and scale. And the production-linked incentive was designed to make large companies in India so that you produce more, you get benefit, you produce more, you keep growing bigger for the next 5 years. That should be our objective, that we constantly keep growing large companies in India.
Linked to what you just said, grow bigger, you need so many big companies, not one or two or three like we have in terms of conglomerates. So the question is, why don't we have global brands?
No, because the Indian mindset is that those who are big, we should pull them down. Instead of making small companies grow big, we first say that make the big small. I mean, you listen to many of our economists, and all learned economists who are all communists, incidentally. These economists are all communists. You know, they say that, and even the bureaucratic mindset is very socialistic. So they say those who have become big, break them up, make them very small, instead of saying that the small should become big. And that, to my mind, is very, very critical. The Indian mindset has to become big. We must start thinking big. We must start thinking large. We must start thinking that we are here to capture the global markets. You know, the Chinese, when they manufacture, their first thinking is that I'm going to penetrate the US market. The Koreans did this, the Chinese did this, the Japanese did this. But Indians think that I'm producing here to penetrate Bihar or UP or Delhi or Maharashtra. We never think of the global markets. Without penetrating global markets, India can never be a major market, major producer.
What, according to you, would be the recipe to have global brands? I understand about the mindset and, don't bring them down. But is there anything that policymakers should also look at? And
global brands, the best way is to find your products and distribution in international retail outlets, distribution outlets. You go to international outlets, you'll find Dilma tea of Sri Lanka at all retail outlets from New York to this. Indian products by brand are not available. So the brand building is a very hard exercise of creating good packaging, good product, putting your brand, seeing that it is found in retail outlets. That's important to my mind. But it's starting to happen. I was very impressed with this new Mahindra electric cars. They will give Tesla a real run for the money in the Indian market. Tesla will find it impossible to compete with that product. It's brilliant. And so when Tata's come out with their new products, these Indian electric vehicle cars, Tata's new EV-born product, when it comes out in another year and a half, the Mahindra cars and the Tata cars will not allow Tesla to take a market. Tesla will find it impossible to sell their cars at that price in the Indian market. It's a very competitive market, but Indian products are world class. And actually my view is that they will fall short of capacities. They will have to export to the rest of the world. So Indians are capable of doing this like we've done with two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We should go and capture the world markets.
Are you driving an EV?
I drive an EV and I've just booked for a Mahindra EV.
Great. So that's an example for everyone to look at and probably emulate.
I think every Indian should move over to an EV, and I think the government, I've been a long time propagator, that government should not buy any fossil cars. All these fossil fuel cars which they are buying, they should switch over to buying only EV cars. And government should become the first drivers of EV vehicles in India. Both the central and the state governments.
Have you given this input to the government?
I've given this input already.
And what is the Prime Minister's response?
No, I don't know whether the Prime Minister, but the expenditure department should take a call on this. It's not the Prime Minister's call. It's the expenditure department. It'll be far more economical. It'll be far more commercially viable. And, you won't have operative expenditure. You won't have fuel leakages. It'll be far more better for governments to buy. And EV vehicles today are available at as cheap, if not cheaper prices than fossil fuel cars in India. So we should go all out to push EV. We must become a champion of EV. I'm a great believer.
When India hosted the G20 summit, and you were the Sherpa, you still are, it was a global moment for India. You've also written a book on that. Many congrats. What now? What is G20 doing to handle the situation, the global reset, India reset because of global scenario? How are you looking at it?
So my view is that United Nations has failed. The Security Council has been non-functional because one of the Security Council members has been at war, and therefore the only body which is representative of Global South, of G7, of China, Russia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and now African Union, in which India played a very major role and made G20 into a G21, will have a very critical and a very significant role to play in many critical bodies. And that's why India could achieve consensus on all key and critical issues confronting the world, including on the Russia-Ukraine para, and on issues of development, women-led development, digital public infrastructure, etc. And I think G20 will continue to play because a very major and critical role, simply because the UN remains non-functional.
Are you glad that, when India hosted, it was in the pre-Trump era, G20 summit? Could it have been more difficult at this point?
No, Trump or no Trump, India would have remained successful in G20. India would have negotiated well, strongly, and come out successfully.
You made some important points about innovation and R&D in the recent past. So what do you think, how is India placed in R&D and innovation? Are we doing enough research? You've also said that IIT should change its curriculum to be in sync with what is required.
Yeah, so my view is that it's a different world we are living in, and you will see a lot of convergence of soft power with good computing power to be able to develop sovereign foundational models. It's not the first winner, but it's about the AI race has just begun. The race is wide open, and in the next 2 to 3 years, those who do it at with less energy consumption, those who are able to convert software with hardware better, those who are able to do clever engineering will be the winners. It's important that India creates foundational models because otherwise we lose all our civilization, all our history, all our we have huge number of dialects and 22 official languages. We need to be proud of all that. And therefore you need, Indian history must be taken into account, and all that foundational models, Indian foundational and sovereign models alone will be able to do. Now to be able to do that, there's a huge shortage of data scientists, there's a huge shortage of machine learners, there's a huge shortage of artificial engineers, there's a huge shortage of bias. Our startups are facing of product developers. Where will they come from? They'll come from our triple IITs and our IITs. These curriculums are outdated and they need to be restructured so that we have an excess supply of these, what is required according to the market. And if India is to provide 30% of the skilled manpower to the world by 2047, then we need our curriculum to be very dynamic and to be in tune with the market realities of today.
In the previous session, I think there was a question on number of hours working, how many hours a week. That has been, ongoing narrative. I think you also work 7 days a week, don't you?
No, I strongly believe in hard work. Let me first say this. I strongly believe that Indians must work hard, whether it's 80 hours or 90 hours, but Indians must work hard. You know, if your ambition is to move from a 4 trillion to a 30 plus trillion dollar economy, you can't do it by entertainment and going by the views of some film stars. You know, Indians must learn. Japan was made by hard work. Korea was made by hard work. China was made by hard work. We have made it a fashion to talk about not working hard. You know, so we start appreciating people who say, no, we should not work hard. Why? India must work hard to deliver. What is being said is that we must learn the art of delivering projects in advance. We must learn the art of delivering project to world-class excellence, and we should not have time and cost overruns, and that will come with a mindset that we are going to build India, which will be the best country in the world.
So, Mr. Kant, what happens to the work-life balance that everyone is looking at?
Even I work every day for 1.5 hours. I do physical slogging, I sweat it out. I also play golf, I do many other things. You can do this even with a lot of hard work. So keep apart 1.5 hours. You still have 22.5 hours. You can sleep and still work hard. So there's plenty of time to manage your work-life balance. But in the name of work-life balance, don't make it fashionable that people should not work hard. We are all sending wrong messages to the young generation of India that India can become a great nation without working hard. No, no country has been able to do this.
So, great nation, do you think the Viksit Bharat objective can be met by the time frame that we've set for it?
See, we must understand what the challenge is. 4 trillion to 30 plus trillion. That means your GDP has to grow 9 times. Your per capita income has to grow 8 times. Your manufacturing has to grow 16 times. That is the challenge for India. Now that can happen only if we do the following, to my mind. 1, do manufacturing and exports. Large-scale manufacturing and exports, do sustainable urbanization. Thirdly, India grows on 50% of its population. We are growing right now at 50% of its population, 50% are labor, wage workers or living on government doles. We have to make them, and they also want to become, and what the government is attempting to do is to make the balance 50% very active participants in the economy by all the schemes which have been announced in the budget and many more, that we make all these people very active participants in our economy. And with 100% of the people becoming active participants, India is bound to grow at 9 to 10% per annum for the next 3 decades. That should be our objective.
Towards that mission, do you think artificial intelligence, ChatGPT of the world and DeepSeek and everything, will they be enablers or will they come in the way?
So every advent of technology has only led to creation of more jobs, but of a different kind. Never in the history of the world has technology actually led to a disruption of jobs. You can check it out. Every time it has led to creation of more and more jobs, but of a different kind of jobs. What India needs to do is to actually train its workers for the new world of tomorrow, and that's very, very critical to my mind, so that we are able to take all the benefits with job creation in the world of artificial intelligence and quantum computing.
Mr. Kant, can we take a couple of questions from the audience?
I thought you would grill me enough.
Just a couple of...
You asked me more questions than even the UPSC members had asked.
Okay, couple of questions. Mr. Kant hasn't said no, so yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
From Chennai. So, you said that youngsters should go for and learn new things like AI. So how do you see the skill development in India in future as well? Because in our perspective, skill development is always lagging compared with China, Japan or US, or European countries. How do you see this? Because we always, not a manufacturer, we are the assemblers of whatever we using this.
So one of the key things, schemes which the Prime Minister had initiated were these Atal Tinkering Labs at the school level from 5th standard onwards, so that every young student, and we've created a lack of tinkering labs so that at the school level itself, the students get used to, all cutting edge technologies. And my view is that everybody need not go into college education, everybody should get into vocational education, much like what Germany does. And in Germany, the vocational education is basically the private sector taking these people as interns, which is what India started doing now. So hopefully this new methodology and skilling through ITIs and private sector should lead to a lot of more skill development in the future. But we should provide skills which will lead to actual creation of jobs.
Any other question? Yes.
Hello.
At the front.
Can I ask a question?
Next one.
All right. Okay.
I represent Power Guild Treasuries. So you just mentioned the importance of green vehicles. There is a scheme of sovereign green bonds and the Indian corporates raising green loans from overseas and the domestic country. The green bonds are not very popular because the tax incentives are not commensurate to enable the investor to sacrifice certain portion of the interest income.
What is your question?
I'll just come to it. There's a concept of greenium which is prevalent in the overseas market. If a corporate raises loans at say 7%, if it is a green loan, he is able to raise it at say 6.5%. So this enables the companies to venture into large-scale mammoth projects which give economies of scale. I feel that if some tax incentives are provided for green bonds, it would be a great help, not only for the climate diversity, biodiversity, climate change and environment protection, but also to enable Indian corporates to undertake mega-scale projects.
Can you give me a brief one-page note, and I'll discuss this bilaterally with you. We'll do our best to take this forward.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes, yes.
We are an agri-tech company and we develop a software as a solution platform for agriculture, especially those targeting, looking into the carbon trading market. My question is, what is the government of India doing to help farmers? So there is the nature-based solutions, which is part of the voluntary carbon credit market. And India produces about 10% of the global credits, especially from agriculture, forestry, and land use. And this percentage is going to rise up to 15 to 20% by 2030. So how is the government helping farmers, especially the small-scale farmers or the plantation farmers, to tap into this market and, monetize farmlands, basically, and forestry? So this is the question.
Well, it's an important issue which you have raised, because you're saying that the small farmers can gain a lot of carbon credit on account of this. I personally am of the view that we need to educate our farmers much more, and I'm quite sure that the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Environment must be having a scheme for this purpose to educate and ensure that the credits actually flow to the actual producer. I'll be very happy to look into this and respond to it in case I get your...
Can I send you a brief synopsis about our company and what we do in this field?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
I'll be very happy to look
Thank
into
you.
it.
Yeah, any last question? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for this igniting session. I'm Arumita Mitra and I'm a social entrepreneur. So my question to you is that when we are talking about Viksit Bharat in 2047, we are not just talking about a section of the society. We are talking about an inclusive growth, and we are talking about developing everyone, irrespective of all the class, creed, anyone, right? So how is the government right now, or the new India, is prepared to take the lead where me, who's working mostly in the rural sector, I'm seeing the son or the child of the farmer is not wanting to become a farmer in the conventional way. The children of the laborers are not wanting to become the laborer. So if we are taking technology as a source to push agro-tech or any change of manual labor into technology-driven labor, how the government right now is prepared to be able to match the idea of Vikshit Bharat?
No, it's an important question. First and foremost, I talked about India growing on 50% of the population, and I talked about the eastern part of India because I believe that you have to grow in an inclusive manner. Without inclusivity, we'll end up creating two Indias, which is not the job. And I think our entire objective should be to grow with jobs and grow particularly in areas which there is slow growth, so that we do this. Now, I've implemented the aspirational district program, which looked at the 115 of the most backward districts of India. We worked on outcomes, and we worked on the rankings of these districts in terms of performance on outcomes, and we were putting out their ranking on a minute-to-minute basis in public domain. And we could create a sense of huge competition amongst districts, and these districts transformed radically. Radically, they moved up, and therefore there was growth with inclusiveness, and I think we need to focus on many of these districts as we are doing now, so that these districts transform themselves. Now, you can't force anybody to say that if you're a laborer's son, you must be a laborer. They must move up the value chain. An agricultural son, nowhere in the world can you say that an agricultural son should only be in agriculture. They move to urbanization. That's historically the trend everywhere. And cities are centers of growth, they are centers of excellence, they are centers of science, they are centers of innovation. And that's why why is the Indian population, while the share of agriculture has come down, the population in agriculture has increased from 42 to 46% post-COVID. You need to bring that down sharply to 15% and provide better job opportunities in manufacturing and better job opportunities in urbanization. And that is the only way that you will provide better paid jobs for these people. And that is critical to my mind, that India must urbanize, India must manufacture more. It can't grow on the back of only services sector. It has to fire on all cylinders. It has to fire on services, it has to fire on manufacturing, it has to fire on agriculture, where the productivity levels must go up, and it also must fire on urbanization.
Last question from me. You have already told the younger generation that there is no other alternative to hard work. We have to work hard. Are there any other inspirational words that you would like to convey to the younger generation sitting here and through our newspaper?
Yeah. Well, three things I'd say. The work hard, exercise even harder than hard work. You must exercise 1.5 hours a day. And third thing, that have one extracurricular activity, whether it's reading, gardening, or something. So hard work, 1.5 hours of exercise, and one extracurricular activity.
That is a lot of hard work, I must say. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Kant, for this lovely discussion.
Always remain positive and always remain optimistic about India.
Thank you so much.
Would like you to present the memento to Mr. Kant, please. To borrow from a member of audience, that was an igniting session, as one of you put it, and lots of takeaways. What really stood out for me was what Mr. Kant said about how government should not just get out of the way, it should totally dismantle. So many takeaways, it's hard to sum up. We are going to break for high tea, but we will come back together in this hall at 5 o'clock for our next fireside chat with Union Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Bhupendra Yadav, and the rest of the agenda of the day. Bhupendra Yadav, the Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Please join. And with him, our editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobal. I would now like to invite Mr. Dobal to present the welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchika. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupendra Yadav, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan. Honorable Minister, just a prelude since you're coming in the second half. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary of our newspaper, Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. To mark this occasion, we are holding this two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts. This National Summit of Thought Leaders, Christian Manthan, is themed around the topic, The Great Reset, India in a New World Order. Honorable Minister, we are indeed grateful for you for agreeing to be here with us today, despite your demanding schedule. Mr. Yadav needs no introduction to this audience, but I'll still do it for form's sake. Mr. Yadav is the Union Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He was also the Union Minister for Labour and Environment from 2021 to 2024. Mr. Yadav has had a long and fruitful political and social life. He has always believed, and I quote, "Our choices today must contribute to a better tomorrow," unquote. He has already authored 2 books, the first one being Supreme Court on Forest Conservation, and the second one, The Rise of the BJP, the Making of the World's Largest Political Party. A lawyer by education, Mr. Yadav was appointed General Secretary of the Akhil Bharatiya Adhivakta Parishad in 2000 and held the position till 2009. In 2010, he was appointed as National Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In 2014, he took charge as the National General Secretary of the BJP. Mr. Yadav is a Member of Parliament from the Alwar Lok Sabha constituency and was earlier Rajya Sabha MP from 2012. Over the years, Mr. Yadav has chaired various parliamentary committees from personnel, public grievances, law and justice, insolvency and bankruptcy code, mines and minerals amendment bill to the prevention of corruption bill. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for agreeing to be with us today. May I now invite my colleague and Business Standards Editorial Director, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to please join the Honorable Minister on stage and start the fireside chat. Thank you. Over to you, A.K.B.
Thank you, Shailesh, for this excellent introduction, brief and to the point. Thank you, Minister, for agreeing to come to this special occasion in our life, in our existence as a newspaper. Without much ado, I will get into the subject matter of today's discussion, which is, development challenges in light of environment issues. And I would be using both the thing. I will be using English, so I hope it is okay with you. There is this issue about development and growth, और विकास और वृद्धि, इसमें अंतर तो है, पर you are the Environment Minister. Will it be, it will be good to know from you your perspective on विकास बनाम वृद्धि. लोग वृद्धि दर को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, पर उससे विकास क्या पूरी तरह होती है? क्योंकि विकास तो एक सामग्रिक सार्वत्रिक चीज़ है जिसमें एनवायरनमेंट भी है, क्लाइमेट चेंज है. तो इस डिबेट को आप कैसे देखते हैं, डेवलपमेंट वर्सेस ग्रोथ को एनवायरनमेंट के परिप्रेक्ष्य में?
देखिए, आज की दुनिया में डेवलपमेंट के लिए कुछ चीज़ें बहुत ज़रूरी हैं, जैसे एक्सेस टू एनर्जी. अगर आप लोगों को डिग्निफाइड लाइफ देना चाहते हैं तो आपको सभी लोगों तक बिजली पहुंचानी होगी. आपको जो लोगों की कंजम्पशन नीड है उसको आपको पूरा करना होगा. और आपको आखिरी छोर तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की सुविधाएं भी पहुंचानी होगी। और तभी आप दुनिया भर में जो आपका ह्यूमन इंडेक्स है उसको आप अचीव कर सकते हैं। दूसरी तरफ जो हमारे बायोलॉजिकल रिसोर्सेज हैं उसका प्रोटेक्शन होना वो भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो हम दोनों चीज़ों को साथ लेकर के चलते हैं। इन चीज़ों को साथ लेने के मद्देनज़र आज की दुनिया जितनी छोटी हो गई है और दुनिया में जितने बहुपक्षीय समझौते हो रखे हैं उसमें दुनिया के सामने भी हमको अपने लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करना होता है। क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर के जो पेरिस एग्रीमेंट हुआ उसमें दुनिया के सामने हर देश को अपने एनडीसीज नेशनल डिटरमिन्ड कंट्रीब्यूशन को प्राप्त करने के लक्ष्य दिए गए और भारत ने भी हमेशा दुनिया में ये कहा है कि भारत जो वर्तमान में क्लाइमेट चैलेंज के इश्यूज हैं उसमें सॉल्यूशन का पार्ट बनना चाहता है, ना कि प्रॉब्लम का। तो हमने जो अपने एनडीसीज पेरिस एग्रीमेंट में तय करे थे जिसमें 8 एनडीसीज हमने दिए थे, 3 हमारे क्वांटिटेटिव थे, 5 हमारे क्वालिटेटिव थे। वो 3 में से 2 लक्ष्य तो हमने समय से 9 साल पहले पूरे किए और ये एकमात्र देश G20 में भारत है जिन्होंने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया। हमने रिन्यूएबल के सेक्टर में अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया। हमने 2005 की तुलना में इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ में जो कार्बन एमिशन की इंटेंसिटी को कम करना था उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया और हमने अपने एनहेंस एनडीसी भी दिए। और 2019 के ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशन के आधार पे हमने यूएई का जो कॉप हुआ था, कॉप 28, उसमें हमने अपने ग्रीन हाउस गैस के जो एमिशन है उसकी जो रिपोर्ट है दुनिया के सामने रखी और हमने दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है कि 140 करोड़ लोगों का ये जीवंत लोकतंत्र इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी दोनों में वृद्धि को साथ लेकर के चला है, जिसे हमने अपने टारगेट के साथ पूरा भी किया है।
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for this comprehensive response to what I thought was going to be a difficult question. But tell me and tell this audience that India was seen to be a part of the global South, and it is still a part of the global South. Global South की leadership के में ऊपर काफ़ी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने काफ़ी जोर भी दिया है और जो बाकू में COP 29 हुआ G20 के साथ, उसका एक ही समय ऑलमोस्ट हुआ। जो लीडरशिप का जो चैलेंज जो है उस में भारत किस जगह में इस वक्त है? क्या उस लीडरशिप की दौर में अभी भी भारत ग्लोबल साउथ की लीडरशिप लेने में इच्छुक है, समर्थ है, और आगे की दिशा आप कैसे देखते हैं ये ग्लोबल साउथ की दृष्टिकोण से?
ये आपने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया है। देखिए, जलवायु परिवर्तन का या क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो इशू है, इसका जब इम्पैक्ट होता है तो ग्लोबल साउथ और ग्लोबल नॉर्थ दोनों पे होगा। कल को तूफान आएंगे, मौसम बिगड़ेगा, धरती पे कुछ भी समस्या आएगी तो दोनों को आएगी। मैंने अपनी बातचीत की शुरुआत में आपसे ये कहा था कि एनर्जी एक बड़ा इशू है। ये जो सिविलाइजेशन जिसमें आज हम रह रहे हैं, इसमें 300-400 साल पहले ही बिजली का आविष्कार हुआ होगा, एनर्जी का आविष्कार हुआ होगा, और इसका एमिशन बहुत ज़्यादा है। अब दुनिया में ये बात चलती है कि जो आप एनर्जी के रिसोर्सेज यूज़ कर रहे हैं, इसका एमिशन कम हो, इसके लिए आपको नेट जीरो पे जाना होगा। तो नेट जीरो पे सभी को जाना होगा,
करेक्ट।
लेकिन सबको नेट जीरो पे जाना होगा, लेकिन एक्सेस टू एनर्जी दुनिया के हर देश के हर व्यक्ति को होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हर एक को डिग्निफाइड लाइफ का अधिकार है। अब जब सबको इतनी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी पे जाना होगा तो उसके लिए 2 चीज़ें चाहिए। टेक्नोलॉजी भी वैसी होनी चाहिए सबके पास, और टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज भी होना चाहिए। तो जिनकी हिस्टोरिकल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, जिन्होंने हिस्टोरिकली कार्बन एमिशन ज़्यादा किया है, उन्होंने दुनिया के सामने कमिटमेंट किया था कि हम इसकी कमी को पूरा करेंगे।
सही।
तो भारत ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज़ जो है, भारत ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज़ में इस बात में यकीन रखता है कि दुनिया में जलवायु परिवर्तन की लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज को फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी सपोर्ट चाहिए। पहला विषय,
पहला बात।
दूसरा, हम केवल ये मानते हैं कि क्लाइमेट डिस्कशन, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विजन है, ये केवल एसी रूम्स के चर्चा का विषय नहीं रह जाए, हमें क्लाइमेट एक्शन ओरिएंटेड फोरम भी बनाने चाहिए। जैसे भारत ने फ्रांस के साथ मिलकर एक कोलिशन बनाया, इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस।
करेक्ट।
और इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस का हेडक्वार्टर भी आज गुड़गांव में है।
यस।
दुनिया के 137 कंट्रीज इसके मेंबर हैं। तो हम आपस में नॉलेज शेयरिंग, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए इस अलायंस को लेके क्लाइमेट एक्शन ओरिएंटेड रिन्यूएबल का एक पार्ट बड़ा प्रोग्राम है। दूसरा, जितने भी क्लाइमेट चेंजेस हैं, इसके कारण सबसे बड़ी समस्या जो प्राकृतिक प्रकोप है, नेचुरल डिजास्टर है, उसकी है। उसके लिए भारत ने इंग्लैंड के साथ मिलकर CDRI, कोलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया। तो उसमें भी हम दुनिया के देशों की ग्लोबल साउथ और ग्लोबल नॉर्थ को मिलाकर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का कार्यक्रम करना चाहते हैं। तीसरा, एक और जो बड़ा इशू है कि ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज जो हार्ड टू अबेट इंडस्ट्रीज है, जिसमें एमिशन ज़्यादा होता है, मान लो सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री हो गई, एल्यूमिनियम इंडस्ट्री हो गई, ट्रांसपोर्ट इंडस्ट्री हो गई, इनको कैसे हम ग्रीन एनर्जी की ओर लेकर के आए। तो भारत ने स्वीडन के साथ मिलकर लीडरशिप फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, ये एक नया कोलिशन बनाया। और पिछले जब दुबई में हमारी कॉप हुई तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वीडन के प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ लेड IT का एक 2 पार्ट भी जारी किया। फिर दुनिया के आज जितना भी जो वाइल्ड लाइफ है, ये अगर आप देखेंगे तो उन्हीं देशों में है जो डेवलपिंग नहीं। बाकी लोगों ने तो अपनी सब वाइल्ड लाइफ का क्या किया मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन जितने अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज है, भारत है, और हम ये जानते हैं कि जहाँ पर दुनिया की बिग 7 कैट्स रहती हैं, वो जंगल सबसे ज़्यादा प्राकृतिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है, उनको कंजर्व करना चाहिए। और हमारे 50 ईयर ऑफ टाइगर कंजर्वेशन में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस की घोषणा करी। आज दुनिया के 27 कंट्रीज ने इसको सपोर्ट किया, 97 कंट्रीज में ये है। उसके साथ अगर आप देखेंगे तो जब G20 भी हुआ था तो ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल अलायंस हिंदुस्तान ने बनाया। तो भारत जो है ग्लोबल नॉर्थ और ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज़ में ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट, टेक्नोलॉजिकल ट्रांसफ़र तो चाहता ही है, साथ ही साथ उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, नॉलेज शेयरिंग, बेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस और आगे कैसे बढ़ा जा सके, इसके लिए क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम भी चला रहा है, जो भारत की एक बड़ी उपलब्धि है दोनों विषयों को जोड़ने में।
थैंक यू मंत्री जी फॉर दिस क्लियर आंसर। पर जो एंड करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग, जो बाहर से जो लगता है कि भारत तो अग्रगति की ओर है ये जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रकोप को कम करने के लिए, पर जो हमारे जो मित्र या जो डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स के जो डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ जो हैं, उनमें क्या कंसेंसस की जो एक सख्त ज़रूरत थी, उसकी कमी आपको महसूस हो रही है, या उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं कि कई सारे ऐसे डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ हैं शायद वो हमारे साथ इस मामले में एकजुट नहीं हो सकते या नहीं, कंसेंसस एज ए प्रिंसिपल इज दैट लैकिंग इन सम वे, और आप इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, हर देश अपनी अपनी सामाजिक, आर्थिक, अपनी अलग अलग पृष्ठभूमि से आता है, और जब हम इंटरनेशनल वार्ताओं में बैठते हैं तो बहुत सारे ग्रुप्स भी बने हुए हैं, जैसे LDCs एंड लीस्ट डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज, LMDC है, लाइक माइंडेड डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज, अफ्रीकन ग्रुप है, या अरबिक ग्रुप है, या अम्ब्रेला ग्रुप है जिसमें मोस्ट डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज आते हैं। तो जब हम पर्यावरण की वार्ताओं में बैठते हैं तो हम लगातार कंसेंसस बनाने का प्रयास करते हैं। ये जो पेरिस एग्रीमेंट आया ये उसी कंसेंसस का परिणाम था। और उसके बाद भी जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पर्यावरण वार्ताएं हैं उसमें चाहे लॉस एंड डैमेजेस फंड बनाने का विषय आया हो, चाहे कॉप में जाकर के हमने ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक लिया हो, चाहे सीवीडीआर प्रिंसिपल को हम लोगों ने एग्रीड किया हो, ये कंसेंसस के बेस पे ही किया जाता है और सब देशों की आवाज़ का ध्यान रखा जाए, डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ की आवाज़ का भी ध्यान रखा जाए और ये नॉलेज शेयरिंग बढ़े, इसके लिए भारत पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबद्ध है। और मैंने जो पहले वाक्य कहा था कि भारत हमेशा एनवायरनमेंट विषय में पार्ट ऑफ सॉल्यूशन बनना चाहता है, ना कि पार्ट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम।
सो कंसेंसस बिल्डिंग की जो चैलेंज आपको दिखती है वो प्रॉब्लमेटिक नहीं है इस वक्त?
प्रॉब्लमेटिक है, लेकिन एक वाक्य में मेरे जीवन का आइडियल वाक्य करता हूँ।
हाँ।
चिंता मत करो, चिंता का समाधान करो और समाधान भी उतना करो जितना आपकी ताकत हो। तो उस पे लगे रहते हैं हम पॉजिटिव वे में।
बी पार्ट ऑफ द सोल्यूशन।
ये ऑलवेज।
एब्सोल्युटली, एब्सोल्युटली। ये जुड़ी हुई एक सवाल है कि इस मामले में जो विभिन्न देश का ये मानना है कि डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज का पर्टिकुलरली कोयले को लेकर, और जो इसके साथ मेरा पहला सवाल जो था विकास और वृद्धि का जो एक संघर्ष चल रहा है, वो भारत में कोयले का इस्तेमाल अभी भी ज़्यादा हो रहा है। कोयले की जो काफ़ी खान में काम हो रही है और कोयले की जो विद्युत जो उत्पादन हो रही है कोयले के से काफ़ी बढ़ भी रही है। तो इसको हम किस तरह से स्ट्रैटेजिकली, डिप्लोमेटिकली एंड पॉलिटिकली इसको किस तरह से हम इसको देखें?
नहीं, बहुत स्पष्ट है। हम पहली बात सीवीडीआर प्रिंसिपल को मानते हैं, कॉमन बट डिफरेंशिएटेड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी।
ओके।
दूसरा, दुनिया के सामने जो हमने अपने एनडीसीज दिए हैं उसमें रिन्यूएबल की क्षमता को बढ़ाने की बात करिए, उस पर हम हैं। तीसरा, अगर आप सरकार के पिछले 10 सालों के प्रयास देखेंगे, हमने रिन्यूएबल की क्षमता को तो बढ़ाया ही है। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन, सरकार वैकल्पिक ऊर्जा की ओर जा रही है। सोलर अलायंस, सरकार वैकल्पिक ऊर्जा की ओर जा रही है। इस बार के अगर आप बजट में देखेंगे कि जो हम न्यूक्लियर बिल के लिए जो अमेंडमेंट लेकर के आए हैं, क्योंकि एक्सेस टू एनर्जी तो देना ही होगा, देश के हर नागरिक को बिजली मिले, देश के हर नागरिक का जीवन सुधरे तो करना होगा। तो सरकार ऐसे प्रगतिशील कार्यों पे आगे बढ़ी हुई है और रिन्यूएबल में हमने जो क्षमताएं बढ़ाई हैं उसका आगामी लक्ष्य भी 50% का 500 गीगावाट का हमने अपने लक्ष्य में दिया है और निश्चित रूप से हम उसको प्राप्त करेंगे। क्षमताओं को बढ़ाना रिन्यूएबल में ये एकमात्र समाधान है और उसके लिए देश की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में लगी हुई है।
और ये कोयले का जो प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है उसको हम कैसे
क्षमता बढ़ेगी तो वो चीज़ खत्म
कोयले की खत्म हो जाएगी, तो क्षमता बढ़ाना चाहिए।
क्षमता ही बढ़ाने में सरकार।
अच्छा, looking at the international scenario, COP 28 में इंडिया को होस्ट करना है, उसके बारे में 2028 में होगा। हाँ, COP 33 करेक्ट। उसमें भारत का क्या रवैया रहेगा, भारत की दृष्टिकोण क्या रहेगी, कुछ उसके बारे में कुछ इंडिकेशन अगर आप दे सकते हैं तो।
ये तो लगातार बढ़ने वाला विषय है। सबसे बड़ा जो विषय है वो सस्टेनेबल कंजम्पशन का विषय है। ग्लासगो में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मिशन लाइफ का एक पूरे दुनिया को आह्वान किया था और हमारा ये मानना है कि जितने रिसोर्सेस इस धरती पर हैं उन रिसोर्सेस को अगर हम इसी तरीके से यूज़ करें जैसे सबसे विकसित देशों में किया जाता है तो हमें एक नहीं 7 धरती से काम चलाना पड़ेगा। जो नेट जीरो की परिकल्पना हम करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि नेट जीरो का सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल नेचर ही है। नेचर में कोई फल भी लगता है और पक्षी खाता है तो नीचे गिर के खाद बनता है, प्लास्टिक की तरह परमानेंट नहीं रहता है और गार्बेज नहीं बनता है। नेचर का कोई भी प्रोडक्ट गार्बेज नहीं बनता है क्योंकि नेचर में रिसाइकिल की क्षमता है और भारत ने रिसाइकिल की और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की ताकत को पहचाना है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को वेस्ट टू वेल्थ कहा है। तो हम जानते हैं कि दुनिया में सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की ताकत बहुत बड़ी है जिसके लिए काम होना चाहिए। दुनिया में क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हम कर रहे हैं। बायोडायवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन का विषय उसको लेकर के हम कर रहे हैं, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का विषय उसको लेकर के हम कर रहे हैं, कंसेंसस का विषय उसको लेकर के हम कर रहे हैं। कॉप अभी 25 में ब्राजील में होगी, तो हर कॉप अपने जो पिछली कॉप होती है उसके विषयों को लेकर के आगे जाती हैं। तो हम भी जब कॉप का आयोजन भारत जब करेगा तो इंटरनेशनल कंसेंसस को इवॉल्व करने का ही काम करेगा।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू। जो आपने जो जलवायु परिवर्तन की बात कही, उससे जो उसके जो प्रकोप जो होते हैं नेचुरल डिज़ास्टर्स, उसके बारे में ज़रा बात करते हैं। हमने जो पिछले कई सालों में देखा है उनकी जो मात्रा बोलिए या उनकी जो फ्रीक्वेंसी जो है उसमें तो बढ़ोतरी हो रही है हर जगह। हम हर बार दिल्ली में इस गर्मी में भी सोचते हैं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज का हो रहा है। पर दो सवाल मैं इसमें करूँगा कि एक तो है कि जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के इम्पैक्ट हैं वो अनिवार्य करीब के हैं, मतलब आप उसको रोक नहीं सकते आप। तो एग्रीकल्चर उसका बहुत बड़ा एक इम्पैक्ट उसके ऊपर हो रहा है, और एग्रीकल्चर हमारी अर्थनीति में उसका शेयर तो कम है 17% 18%, पर उसका जो एग्रीकल्चर डिपेंडेंट जो पॉपुलेशन जो है वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। तो एग्रीकल्चर के लिए हम कोई नीति या कोई अप्रोच क्या कर सकते हैं, ये एक बात। और दूसरी बात है कि जो कंस्ट्रक्शन सेक्टर जो है उसको भी इसके ऊपर काफ़ी, और इसमें काफ़ी जॉब्स क्रिएट होते हैं। सो हमने देखा ये क्लाइमेट चेंज इश्यूज़ में एग्रीकल्चर और कंस्ट्रक्शन दोनों में काफ़ी एक धक्का पहुंचता है, और इसको संभालने के लिए आपके अनुसार क्या एक ऐसी कोई नीति या अप्रोच होनी चाहिए जिससे कि हम इसको और भी आगे ले जा सकते हैं?
ये आपने ना बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा है। मुझे ध्यान है कि शर्मल शेख में जब कॉप हुई थी तो यूएन जनरल सेक्रेटरी जो हैं मिस्टर गुटेरेस, उनकी चेयरमैनशिप में एक मीटिंग हुई थी। आई वाज द पार्ट ऑफ दैट मीटिंग।
ओके।
उसमें एक विषय कहा था कि दुनिया के जितने भी छोटे देश हैं उनको अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम का एक्सेस होना चाहिए। और आप अगर देखेंगे कि हमने पिछले दिनों जैसे बंगाल में आम्फान को देखा या ताउत के ये हमारे लगातार तूफान देखे हैं। पिछले दिनों जब गुजरात वगैरह में भी डिज़ास्टर आया था तो उसमें कोई भी व्यक्ति हताहत नहीं हुआ था। उसका कारण था कि हमारे जो उपग्रह हैं उनके सिस्टम अर्ली वार्निंग के, वेदर प्रिडिक्ट करने के ऐसे सिस्टम हैं जिसमें नेचुरली साइंस ने अच्छा काम किया, जिसको हमें सभी देशों को देना होगा। बल्कि ये जो CDRI मैंने आपको कहा है, कोलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलियंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इस कोलिशन का उद्देश्य ही यही है। और जब ग्लासगो में कॉप हुई थी तो प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में उस समय तत्कालीन ऑस्ट्रेलिया के भी प्रधानमंत्री थे और इंग्लैंड के भी प्रधानमंत्री थे। भारत ने भी उसमें आर्थिक सहायता देके एक और छोटा सा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाया था आइरिस, जिसमें भारत ने कहा था कि हम अपनी जो उपग्रह की जो जानकारी है वो जो छोटे देश हैं जैसे गयाना है, जो हमारे वेस्ट इंडीज़ वगैरह के देश हैं, उनको भारत ने आइरिस में वो सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराने की बात करी थी। और बंगाल की खाड़ी के क्षेत्र में उठने वाले तूफानों के लिए भी भारत इस क्षमताओं को करता है। तो पहला विषय तो ये है प्राकृतिक आपदा से बचने का, और इस पर भी सरकार ने और हमारे मौसम विज्ञान ने, हमारे मंत्रालयों ने अच्छा काम किया और सरकार ने भी इसमें निर्णय लिए हैं। दूसरा, हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर है वो क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट बने, उसके लिए नई पौधे, तकनीक, नए विषयों को कृषि क्षेत्र में भी आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन क्लाइमेट चेंज केवल, आप इसको केवल धरती का तापमान बढ़ना मत मानना, इसका एक और चैलेंज है। और दुनिया में केवल एक कॉप नहीं होती है, 3 कॉप होती हैं। एक कॉप है UNCCF, वो जलवायु का तापमान बढ़ने के लिए है। दूसरी है बायोडायवर्सिटी कॉप, वो लॉस ऑफ बायोडायवर्सिटी को चिंता करने के लिए है। तीसरी जो है वो UNCCD है।
करेक्ट।
सो वो यूनाइटेड नेशन कन्वेंशन फॉर डेजर्टिफिकेशन है। अब ये जो जमीन का बंजरीकरण हो रहा है, इसका सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है। मैं मानता हूं और मैंने दुनिया के सामने भी ये विषय रखा कि जमीन बंजर क्यों हो रही है, पेस्टिसाइड के यूज के लिए। भारत ने पिछले 10 सालों में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 29 करोड़ किसानों को सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड दिए हैं। कि आपकी जमीन की क्षमता क्या है, कितना आपको यूज करना चाहिए। जैसे हम अपनी हेल्थ को पहचानते हैं तो अपनी धरती की भी हेल्थ को पहचाने। दूसरा, नेचुरल फार्मिंग पे जोर दिया है। तीसरा, हमने ग्रीनिंग पे जोर दिया, जो एक पेड़ माँ के नाम अभियान है कि धरती को वापस से हरा भरा कैसे किया जाए। क्लाइमेट चेंज को केवल धरती का तापमान बढ़ जाए ऐसा नहीं मानना चाहिए। ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन के कारण बायोडायवर्सिटी लॉस और जमीन का जो बंजरीकरण का खर्चा है, और इसलिए लोग मेरे को कहते हैं कि इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम आपने अपने 29 करोड़ किसानों को सॉइल हेल्थ कार्ड दिया। हमने कहा दिया है क्योंकि हम धरती को बंजर होने से बचाना चाहते हैं, इसके लिए हमने काम किया है।
एक जुड़ा हुआ सवाल ये है कि सारे जो डेटा आते हैं कि ये क्लाइमेट चेंज में भारत की अर्थनीति की कितनी क्षति होनी है, कोई डेटा कहते हैं कि 2100 सदी में भारत की जीडीपी 3 से 10% गिर जाएगी क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण। कोई कहता है कि जो भारत की पॉवर्टी रेट जो है वो 3 से 5% बढ़ जाएगी 2040 में। ये सारे जो एस्टीमेट आते हैं सारे विदेशी संस्थाओं से आते हैं। मेरा एक सवाल ये है कि इस दिशा में क्या भारत की अपनी एक कैपेसिटी होनी चाहिए जिससे कि हम अपना एस्टीमेट फोरकास्टिंग बिकॉज ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज इनिशिएट जो इम्पैक्ट होगा इकोनॉमी में, ऐसी कोई चीज़ क्या रेगुलर इंफॉर्मेशन फ्लो होनी चाहिए, या आपके उसके बारे में क्या अनुमान है, क्या आपका दृष्टिकोण है?
देखिए जी, कुछ लोग दिक्कत यह है कि हमारे डॉक्यूमेंट की स्टडी कम करते हैं और फॉरेन वालों की ज़्यादा
करते हैं। सही बात है।
मुझे बताइए, पिछले 10 साल में हिंदुस्तान की जीडीपी बढ़ रही है या नहीं बढ़ रही है?
बढ़ी।
अब मैं आपके बैठे हुए सभी दर्शकों को और आपको कहना चाहता हूँ कि भारत के फॉरेस्ट सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया की नेट पर उपलब्ध है जानकारी, उसको पढ़ लीजिए। 2014 में भारत का जो फॉरेस्ट एरिया था वो 5,39,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर था, जो 2024 में बढ़कर 8,27,000 हो गया। तो ये बढ़ा या घटा?
नहीं, बड़ा है।
तो
जीडीपी लोग कह रहे हैं डेफिनेशनल इशू है उसमें।
वो तो 2014 में भी था।
नहीं, डेफिनेशन शायद थोड़ा बदल गया होगा।
नहीं, कुछ नहीं,
ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ।
2014 में भी था,
वही सेम डेफिनेशन था,
उसी डेफिनेशन।
अच्छा।
वही इंस्टीट्यूट कर रहा है,
अच्छा,
वही साइंटिस्ट कर रहे हैं। दूसरा मैं आपको बताऊं, 2014 में हमारे देश में प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया 757 थे, अब वो 1135 हो गए। बढ़े या घटे?
बढ़े।
तो फिर कहाँ, हमारी तो इकोनॉमी भी बढ़ रही है। फिर मैं आपको बता दूं, हमारे यहाँ पर 2014 में, अब इसमें तो डेफिनेशन का इशू नहीं है,
अच्छा
काउंटिंग का इशू है।
हाँ। कि
जो टाइगर थे
हाँ।
वो 2226 थे 2014 में, वो 3282 हो गए। तो बढ़े या घटे?
एकदम बढ़े।
तो फिर
इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं
तो हमारी। अच्छा, उसके बाद रामसर साइट जो थी वो 2014 में देश में केवल 26 थी, अब हमारी रामसर साइट्स की संख्या बढ़कर 89 हो गई। तो बढ़ी या कम हुई?
बढ़ी।
फिर जो इको सेंसिटिव जोन एरिया था वो 2014 में केवल 9 थे, और ये मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा हूँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ नेट पे जाके चेक करो, बाद में मुझे क्वेश्चन करो। वो 2014 में 9 थे, वो बढ़कर 351 हो गए। कितना?
काफी बड़ा है।
तो बढ़े या घटे? तो मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि लोगों को क्या लगता है, जब हम प्रोसीजर को फैसिलिटेट करते हैं तो लोगों को लगता है कि पता नहीं क्या चीज़ हो गई। देश के आंकड़े पढ़िए, देश के आंकड़ों में विश्वास करिए। भारत इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी को साथ लेकर के बढ़ रहा है। जो हमने ग्रीन हाउस गैस के, अच्छा ये जो COP20 इसमें यूए कॉप में जो हमने दिए थे डेटा, वो भी नेट पे अवेलेबल है और उसको दुनिया के सारे साइंटिस्ट आके एग्जामिन करते हैं। तो मैं जो कह रहा हूँ मैं फैक्ट के बेस।
So it's a matter of communication actually. We are not communicating well. That is what.
हाँ.
No, I mean, this is a very important issue.
Yes, ये डेटा और सामने आना।
Communication और भी सामने आने चाहिए, वो उसकी जिससे कि उसकी चर्चा अच्छी तरह से ठीक तरह से हो। एक सवाल और भी, एक ऐसा ही सेंसिटिव सवाल है कि बहुत लोगों का मानना है कि जो क्लाइमेट चेंज इसकी डिबेट साल में सिर्फ एक बार होती है। वो एक महीने के लिए वो जब कॉप की मीटिंग होती है उसके पहले उसके बाद ठंडे पड़ जाते हैं सब लोग। उसकी की अलग एक टीम होनी चाहिए, जैसे बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि ये स्ट्रैटेजिक अफेयर्स की डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री में टीम है, फॉरेन मिनिस्ट्री में एक लॉन्ग टर्म एक टीम है, पर क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड क्लाइमेट इश्यूज वो साल में एक बार कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है, उसके बाद गो बैक टू योर ओल्ड ऑफिसेज, डू योर ओन वर्क। नाउ is that a wrong impression? And I deliberately raising this issue with you because you are the right person to actually dispel or throw some fresh light on it.
देखिए, क्लाइमेट तो हमारे को हर क्षेत्र में प्रभाव डालता है। अर्बन हाउसिंग में भी है, इंडस्ट्री में भी है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट में भी है, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के अंतर्गत भी है, फॉरेस्ट्री के अंतर्गत भी है। तो क्लाइमेट तो हमको, और फिर जब हम एनर्जी कंजम्पशन की बात करते हैं तो फिर वो एनर्जी मिनिस्ट्री के साथ भी जुड़ा हुआ है, और इसके लिए देश में एक कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी बनी हुई है। और जो बहुत सारा जब ग्रीन ग्रोथ करते हैं तो कोई मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट का ग्रीन ग्रोथ नहीं होता है, ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंटल एस्पेक्ट का होता है, सबका ग्रीन ग्रोथ होता है, और ये जीवन के साथ जुड़ा हुआ विषय है। तो जीवन को तो इतना सा बांधा नहीं जा सकता
जरूर, और
फिर कोई एक कॉप नहीं होती। मैंने अभी कहा है दुनिया में 3 कॉप होती हैं। उसके अलावा भी दुनिया में जितने दुनिया भर के बहुपक्षीय वार्ताएं होती हैं उसमें क्लाइमेट महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। और ये भी जो कॉप होती है, इस कॉप से पहले दुनिया में 3-4 जगहों पे डायलॉग्स होते हैं। फिर एक कमेटी बना रखी है IPCC, उस कमेटी की रिपोर्ट पे दुनिया भर के साइंटिस्ट इकट्ठा होते हैं। प्री कॉप होती है, उसमें जाकर के प्रिपरेशन करना होता है। फिर अपने देश के जो आपके अचीवमेंट्स हैं वो आपको वहाँ पर रखने होते हैं। तो ये कंटिन्यू चलने वाला डायलॉग है। बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड उसको ज़्यादा माइलेज देगा तो लोग ज़्यादा समझेंगे।
आपकी बात हमने सीरियसली ली है, पर जो एक डिमांड तो है कि एक परमानेंट ब्यूरोक्रेसी की, ये गलत डिमांड है, सही डिमांड है, या परमानेंट ब्यूरोक्रेसी ऑलरेडी है?
सभी को मिलकर के काम करना पड़ता है। हम केवल नोडल एजेंसी का काम करते हैं, लेकिन सब लोग
मिलते काम करते हैं। और एक सवाल एनवायरनमेंट के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है कि जो एनवायरनमेंट एंड फॉरेस्ट प्रोटेक्शन रूल्स जो हैं, एनवायरनमेंट इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट भी जो है, उससे जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है कि ये भी विकास और वृद्धि के साथ जो इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं कि कुछ डाइल्यूशन लोग कहते हैं, तो एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट जो हैं वो कहते हैं अरे भाई इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ के लिए आपने सब कुछ कर दिया, पर इसका इम्पैक्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में पड़ता है। तो आपका क्या इसमें इस नज़रिया है?
देखो, टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंटरवेंशन के द्वारा हम किस प्रकार से देश के बिजनेस को एक नया मॉडल दे सकते हैं। हमारे मंत्रालय में पहले जो एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंसेस होती थी वो उसमें 180 से ज़्यादा दिन लगते थे।
अच्छा, करेक्ट।
180 दिन का अर्थ कितना हुआ कि अगर आज आपने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है
तो 6 महीने लग गए आपके।
तो 6 महीने तो आपको एप्लीकेशन इसी में लगेंगे। अब हमने परिवेश पोर्टल बनाया है। कोई भी जगह आप क्लियरेंस लेने जाते हो तो आपको 4 तरह की क्लियरेंस चाहिए। आपको एनवायरनमेंट क्लियरेंस चाहिए, अगर फॉरेस्ट एरिया है तो फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस चाहिए, आपको वाइल्ड लाइफ क्लियरेंस चाहिए, और अगर समुद्री एरिया है तो आपको CRZ क्लियरेंस चाहिए। अब हमारे यहाँ क्या होता है कि फाइल चलती है, बोलती नहीं है, बात ही नहीं करती एक दूसरे से। हमने सबको परिवेश के एक पोर्टल पे लेके आए। अब आप देख सकते हो मेरी फाइल DFO के यहाँ है, मेरी फाइल एनवायरनमेंट में, मेरी फाइल यहाँ पर है। उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि जो पहले 180 से ज़्यादा दिन ईसी क्लियरेंस में लगते थे, उसको हम रिड्यूस करके 80 के ऊपर ले आए केवल सिंपल ट्रांसपेरेंसी के माध्यम से।
करेक्ट।
दूसरा, फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस लेने में 361 डेज लगते थे। तो पहले तो 361 डे वहां जाओ,
करेक्ट,
फिर 180 डे एनवायरमेंट क्लियरेंस पे जाओ, तो 1.5 साल गया। फिर वाइल्ड लाइफ हो तो और 2-3 साल के लिए जाओ, तो आप कैसे ग्रोथ करोगे? इसको अगर आप मानते हो कि बढ़िया सिस्टम है तो ये बात करने वालों को मुबारक, और इसको अगर एक करके फैसिलिटेट करके लोगों को सही तरीके से देना हो तो ये हमारी सरकार का विजन है, ये हम कर रहे हैं। जो आलोचना करने वालों को बताना चाहिए कि सिस्टम की ट्रांसपेरेंसी में बुरा क्या है। तो हम एक ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम, इफेक्टिव सिस्टम, और जो बिल्कुल मेरिट बेस्ड सिस्टम है लेकिन उसको करना चाहते हैं। इसीलिए तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक मंत्र है, मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस। ये परिवेश पोर्टल इसका एक बड़ा उदाहरण है।
और इसके साथ क्या एनजीओ के साथ वार्तालाप करना का क्या इसके साथ, क्योंकि बहुत लोग
के साथ वार्तालाप तो सभी के साथ होती रहती है, और हम तो हमेशा कॉप में जाते हैं तो जितने भी थिंक टैंक हैं सबको बुला करके बातचीत करते हैं, और हमें किसी से भी कोई बढ़िया सुझाव लेने में कोई आपत्ति नहीं है।
ओके। मैं अगर फ्लो मतलब डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं तो आप सवाल लेने में आपको कोई आपत्ति नहीं है?
मुझे कोई आपत्ति, किसी से कोई आपत्ति नहीं है।
प्लीज आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ।
एक साथ पूछ लेंगे, मैं
एक साथ जाओ। करेक्ट।
Hello sir, this side Saurav Agarwal from Sequest Capital. I head South Asia. We are leading carbon project developer. We are a multinational. मेरा सवाल है कि इंडिया ने रिसेंटली CCTS स्कीम लॉन्च की है, कार्बन क्रेडिट ट्रेडिंग स्कीम।
जरा ठीक से बोलिए, जरा आवाज ठीक से नहीं आ रही है।
Now am I clear?
हाँ, you are clear now. Yeah.
Okay. India has recently launched CCTS scheme, carbon credit trading scheme, and we had this Prakriti 2025 event where we had the inaugural event, और वो अगले साल वो कार्बन मार्केट लॉन्च हो जाएगा इंडिया में। Now under this scheme ये जो रजिस्ट्री है that does not have a mutual recognition with वेरा and गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड, जो इंटरनेशनल रजिस्ट्रीज है। What it means is कि जो फॉरेन बायर्स हैं who are the major who are the provide liquidity और जिनको ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि उनकी कंट्रीज़ में ESG norms partially mandatory हो गए, it will not be that lucrative for them to enter this CCTS scheme. So and I don't know why it has been done, it was long debated, फिर भी अलग अलग है, वो mutual recognition नहीं है। तो do you think like the equity market story, the carbon market story will go that way? The fundamentals of Indian markets are sound enough कि that will over a period of time take this route and that will attract the foreign investors who will provide the much needed liquidity.
Okay, carbon trading. Second question. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, I want to ask the minister.
You identify yourself.
So my name is Shvansh Kumar Raj. I'm from Hindu College, Delhi University.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, sir, about EIA 2020. There was a lot of backlash on that. What can you tell us about why did you are talking about environment, and I love the way that you presented statistics to prove that. I have two questions. First of all, in the previous session, Nirmala Sitharaman was here, and she stated about the shift from multilateralism to bilateralism. You're talking about solar alliance and everything. How will that work, given that she stated that multilateral institutions are losing their touch in the same context? Okay. And the second thing about EIA 2020, post facto approval, how does that help the environment?
Okay, third question. Yeah, go ahead.
हेलो सर, माय नेम इज़ सृष्टि, मैं आसाम से आई हूँ। अभी बहुत सक्सेसफुल असम एडवांटेज असम का समिट अभी ख़त्म हुआ था, जहाँ पे हाईलाइट मोस्टली सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे था। तो टू पीस ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन बिफोर आई आस्क माय क्वेश्चन। आपने कहा था कि ज़्यादा एक्सटर्नल रिपोर्ट पे ध्यान मत दिया करो, पर 2024
वेस्टर्न रिपोर्ट्स
तो फिर
उसके अलावा ये भी पढ़ा
ओके पर अभी कुछ रिपोर्ट था नहीं, तो फिर एक रिपोर्ट है जो नेचर ने लिखा था कि इंडिया अभी इस 2024 में सबसे मेजर प्लास्टिक पोल्यूटेंट कंट्री है, और INC 5 जो हुआ था, जो कि कॉप ऑफ प्लास्टिक ट्रीटी होते हैं, उसमें भी कोई कॉन्क्लूसिव सोल्यूशन नहीं है कि प्लास्टिक हैजर्ड को कैसे मैनेज किया जाए। और आपने भी अभी कहा कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी सर्कुलरिटी पे फोकस कर रहे हैं, वेस्ट टू वेल्थ को। तो मैं क्वेश्चन आपसे ये था कि व्हाट स्पेसिफिक पॉलिसी और मेजर गवर्नमेंट ले रही है प्लास्टिक वेस्ट को मैनेज करने के लिए, एंड स्पेशली सस्टेनेबल कंस्ट्रक्शन को फोकस करने के लिए, बिकॉज बहुत कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी आ रही जो यूज़ कर रही है प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन को एज अ वेल्थ फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन, एंड आप क्या इंसेंटिव दिया जाएगा कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनीज को इन दिस रिगार्ड? थैंक यू।
अब ले सकते हैं, 3 सवाल हो गए।
3 बात?
हाँ 3, उसके बाद नेक्स्ट राउंड में जाएंगे।
तो पहला सवाल तो मिस्टर सौरभ का था।
हाँ, कार्बन ट्रेडिंग।
तो कार्बन क्रेडिट के विषय में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि पेरिस एग्रीमेंट का आर्टिकल 6 है। आर्टिकल 6 के अंतर्गत दुनिया भर में रजिस्ट्री स्थापित की जाएगी, लेकिन ग्लासगो में हमने आर्टिकल 6 को पास किया। अब जाकर के 6.2 और 6.4 का काम पिछली बार बाको में पूरा हुआ है। अभी हम लोगों ने जो अपने देश में तैयारी करने की दृष्टि से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनर्जी की तरफ से जो रूल्स और रेगुलेशन है निकाले हैं, लेकिन जब तक आर्टिकल 6.4 में पूरी तरीके से रजिस्ट्री इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर एस्टेब्लिश नहीं हो जाएगी, उसके बाद ही आपके सारे प्रश्न आगे के आएंगे। लेकिन हमारी पहले की तैयारी है, इसलिए हमने पहले कर लिया। लेकिन कार्बन क्रेडिट के साथ साथ हमारी सरकार ने मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट फॉरेस्ट की तरफ से ग्रीन क्रेडिट का भी एक नोटिफिकेशन निकाला है। वो दोनों का विषय तब आएगा। जहाँ तक ये हिंदू कॉलेज के मिस्टर राज का विषय है, आपके बारे में कहना चाहता हूँ कि मैटर अभी सब जुडिस है, इसलिए इस मंच से नहीं बोलूँगा। तीसरा विषय जो सृष्टि का विषय है, इसमें फिर मैं सृष्टि कह रहा हूँ, डेटा को एक अलग तरीके से पढ़ा करो। दुनिया में जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ हैं, उन डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ का पर कैपिटा प्लास्टिक यूसेज 100 kg है, और हमारा जो पर कैपिटा यूज़ है वो अफ्रीकन कंट्री के बराबर है। ये ऐसा ही है जैसे हमें कहते हैं हम चौथे नंबर पे कार्बन एमिशन कर रहे हैं। हमारा चौथे नंबर पे कार्बन एमिशन मतलब दुनिया में हमारा 4.5% का योगदान है, लेकिन हमारी आबादी तो 17% है। अगर 17% डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ की पॉपुलेशन को जोड़ दिया जाए तो उनका कार्बन एमिशन 60% है। तो पर कैपिटा में हम कम है, पर चूंकि हमारी जनसंख्या ही 140 करोड़ है, जिनकी जनसंख्या 10 लाख है, वो 100 kg करेंगे तो उनका कितना होगा। तो इसको इस तरीके, लेकिन फिर भी आपने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, भारत ने यूनिया से पहले ही, यूनिया 5.2 से पहले ही कंप्लीट सिंगल यूज़ प्लास्टिक को बैन किया। आज भी हमारे मंत्रालय की मीटिंग है, हम अल्टरनेट पे भी जाना चाहते हैं, और अल्टरनेट पे जितना हम जाएंगे उतना हम इस चीज़ को, प्रयोग को बंद करेंगे। लेकिन हमने अपना कमिटमेंट था, सिंगल यूज़ को बंद किया है। हमने उसकी मात्रा वगैरह मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोकेमिकल से कराकर पूरी तरीके से नोटिफिकेशन निकाला है, लेकिन हम अल्टरनेट पे भी काम कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही साथ हमारी मिनिस्ट्री नौजवानों में जो नए स्टार्टअप हैं, अभी हमने बीच में एक अच्छा कार्यक्रम कराया था आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ। आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ है कि जो नौजवान नए स्टार्टअप शुरू करना चाहते हैं, हमने उनको एक बार एक ऐसा विज़न दिया कि आप ज़रा 7 चीज़ों के बारे में सोचो। पहला हमने कहा कि सेव एनर्जी, कैसे नए स्टार्टअप आ सकते हैं जो सेव एनर्जी के लिए काम कर सकते हैं। दूसरा सेव वाटर, आप कैसे नए आइडियाज़ लेके आ सकते हैं टेक्नोलॉजिकल भी, जो सेव वाटर। नंबर 3 सेव फूड, आप कैसे काम कर सकते हैं। नंबर 4 सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। नंबर 5 नए ई वेस्ट को लिए आप कैसे नए स्टार्टअप लेके आ सकते हैं। नंबर 6 था स्टॉप फॉर द सिंगल यूज़ प्लास्टिक, तो उसका अल्टरनेट क्या लेके आएंगे। और नंबर 7 तो सबके लिए ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आजकल तो सबको 40 के बाद में डायबिटीज़ और ब्लड प्रेशर हो जाता है, तो नंबर 7 यही है, हेल्दी लाइफ स्टाइल, वो भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो ये सारे आइडियाज़ को लेकर के हम देश के लोगों के बीच में भी जा रहे हैं। जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का विज़न विकसित भारत का है, उसमें सारे आइडियाज़
सारे जी हैं। Final round of 3 questions maybe, and we'll close the session after that. Yeah, please go ahead. And identify yourself.
Can I ask a question? Okay, I'm Shweta and मैं ESD strategy पे काम कर रही हूँ सेफ एक्सप्रेस में, which is into logistics. और मेरा प्रश्न आपसे ये है कि हम क्या सोच रहे हैं लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री को में मतलब डिकार्बनाइज करने के लिए. What are our strategies, specifically EV and then hydrogen? तो ये क्या जर्नी है एंड प्लस EVs कमर्शियल व्हीकल EVs की स्पेसिफिकली अगर बात की जाए तो लॉन्ग हॉल रूट पे शायद इनका सक्सेस रेट बढ़ाने के लिए गवर्नमेंट जो भी स्टेप्स ले रही है, आगे आने वाले टाइम में हम किस तरीके से उसको आगे लेके जाएंगे एंड किस टाइम ड्यूरेशन में और कितना लॉन्ग लास्टिंग रहेगा ये till we actually transition to another technology which is hydrogen. So how does it work?
Thank you. Second question. Yeah, identify yourself. Huh?
I'm Pooja Das.
Okay.
I work for Business Standard, sir. I have
Oh.
2-3 questions.
Yeah. No, she is changed. She's with us now. Okay.
Right. Sir, after COP29, we saw how they failed us, as in they did not meet our expectation in terms of mobilizing the amount we demanded. When I say we, that means Global South, right? We just got 300 billion by 2035. So how is that going to impact our next round of NDCs in terms of setting goals, and is India going to put emphasis on adaptation? That is one. Second being, sir, on air pollution, we face the issue around the year, but it is mostly highlighted during winter, especially in northern regions. So are we working on any comprehensive plan so that we can tackle it just like China did?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Third, final question. Yeah, that side. We don't go to the back. Yeah.
Namaste, sir.
Identify yourself first.
Yes, my name is Deepthi Jetwani. I work for a market research firm called Sind, attending here as a delegate. Thank you. Sir, मेरा सवाल ये है कि आज पूरे दिन हमने बहुत सुना कि India needs to do more in manufacturing, which will lead to higher emissions. Have you considered this in your plans as we increase manufacturing in our country but also meet our net zero commitments? Thank you.
Thank you. I think 3 questions and we'll close after this.
सबसे पहले तो आपको धन्यवाद.
और क्यों?
आपने जेंडर बैलेंस कर दिया. दूसरा, पहला जो क्वेश्चन श्वेता जी ने किया था लॉजिस्टिक को लेकर के, ये पूरा जो स्कोप है ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट का है. लेकिन मैं आपको ये कहना भी चाहूँगा कि आपका जो पूरा ईवी पॉलिसी और जो लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी और हम उसको अचीव कैसे करेंगे, हमारा पूरा जो डॉक्यूमेंट हमने 2070 का नेट ज़ीरो एमिशन का दिया है उस पर अवेलेबल है, आपको पूरा मिल जाएगा. दूसरा जो दास ने जो क्वेश्चन मेरे को 2 क्वेश्चन पूजा दास ने जो क्वेश्चन रेज किए, पहला उनका ये था कि बोको में आपको डिसअपॉइंटमेंट हुआ कि $300 बिलियन जो है वो आपको सफिशिएंट नहीं रहेगा. अभी ये तो माना ही जाता था कि जो हमारा यूएई का कॉप हुआ था जिसमें हमने जीएसटी किया था, ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक लिया था, उस ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक के बाद लगता था कि दुनिया में कई $5 ट्रिलियन चाहिए तब जाकर के हम इस ऑब्जेक्टिव को पास कर पाएंगे. क्योंकि ग्लोबल स्टॉक टेक में ये होता है कि हर देश को अपने एनडीसीज देने हैं, तो केवल क्वांटिटेटिव एनडीसीज को मिलाया जाए तो भी $5 ट्रिलियन पैसा चाहिए. अब उसमें $300 बिलियन तो कुछ नहीं है. भारत का जो एक विषय रहता है कि ये सारी वार्ताओं में सबसे पहले ये लगाया जाना चाहिए कि क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस की एग्जैक्ट डेफिनेशन क्या है. ये चैरिटी है, ये सब्सिडी है, ये ग्रांट है, ये लो कॉस्ट लोन है, ये एक विषय है जिस पे हमने अपने कंसर्न रखे थे। तो जब तक वो विषय नहीं होगा तब तक हम दुनिया में क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस का मोबिलाइजेशन नहीं कर पाएंगे। दूसरा जो विषय कहा है कि नॉर्थ के हमारे जो पॉल्यूशन का विषय रहता है, ऑलरेडी हमारी सरकार ने 3 साल पहले एक अथॉरिटी को बाकायदा लोकसभा से एक्ट पास करके बनाया है CAQM। और CAQM को बनाने का अर्थ है कि जैसे दिल्ली में पॉल्यूशन होता है तो उसका कॉज अकेला दिल्ली नहीं है, उसके लिए हमें एयर शेड को पहचान करनी होगी। और वो अथॉरिटी लगातार दिल्ली, पंजाब, हरियाणा, चंडीगढ़, यूपी और राजस्थान के जो NCR एरिया है उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन का कार्य कर रहे हैं। जो हम ग्रैप को भी लागू करते हैं उस अथॉरिटी के माध्यम से लागू करते हैं। और वो अलग अलग चीज़ों के विषयों में, चाहे उसमें पराली बर्निंग का विषय हो, चाहे उसमें ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का विषय हो, चाहे उसमें CNG गैस को लागू करने का विषय हो, चाहे डस्ट के कंट्रोलिंग का विषय हो, CAQM लगातार उसके लिए ऑर्डर भी करती है, लगातार उसके लिए डिसीजन भी लेती है। वो बॉडी उसके लिए एक स्पेसिफिक बॉडी के तौर पे काम कर रहा है। और जो
फाइनल क्वेश्चन
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में जो आपने मेरे को कहा है, तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर के लिए भी ऑलरेडी नेट जीरो का जो हमारा 2070 का डॉक्यूमेंट है उसमें सारी चीज़ें उपलब्ध हैं।
थैंक यू। आई थिंक
और ये नेट के ऊपर भी अवेलेबल है।
या आई थिंक द मिनिस्टर हैज़ मेड इट वेरी क्लियर दैट मच ऑफ दैट वी टॉक अबाउट एंड डिस्कस is actually already available in the public domain, which we normally don't access, and we take the trouble of asking the minister. But what a wonderful experience it was, Mr. Minister. I don't know how 45 minutes went by. I thought of asking you some difficult political questions in light of all that people are talking about, the new leadership at BJP. So I thought
पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चन एनवायरनमेंट क्वेश्चन से ज़्यादा इजी होते हैं।
दोनों ही पर्यावरण की बात है। Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And if you want to have any closing comments or remarks, please go ahead and feel free. We are really indeed grateful to you for your coming here and spending some time with us. Please go ahead.
एक जो मैं क्लियरिटी करना चाहता हूँ, हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने सही बायलैटरल का विषय कहा था। ये जो ISA वगैरह है ये क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम है। ये फोरम कोई डिस्कशन फोरम नहीं, क्लाइमेट एक्शन प्रोग्राम है जो जिसको उस संदर्भ में हमें लेना चाहिए। और एक विषय में जो लगातार दुनिया के क्लाइमेट चेंज की वार्ताओं में जाते हुए देख रहा हूँ कि दुनिया में आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत की साख भी बढ़ी है, भारत की ताकत भी बढ़ी है। हम सब मिलकर अपना अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन एक 2047 के विकसित भारत के लिए करें। और जब 2047 का विकसित भारत का मंथन हो तो हम एक शक्तिशाली भारत के रूप में बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड के सामने बैठें, यही मेरा कहना है। थैंक यू।
There's one small memento we will like to present to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav, for that very insightful session and for taking all the questions so patiently. Mr. Yadav has made some very important points, and I think we covered some very pertinent issues also during the Q&A sessions, whether it was about the plastic waste, the air pollution, which we all suffer from. He said that India wants to be part of the solution and not the problem when it comes to climate change. Chinta ka samadhan karo, as he put it. He said that India has recognized the importance of circular economy, the whole concept of going from waste to wealth. He said that India cannot ignore climate change, and we are committed to do all that it takes to mitigate its effects. The Minister has spoken at length on initiatives such as Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and he said that climate change is not simply about Earth's temperature rising, but also about the loss of biodiversity and desertification of the planet, and India as a country is very conscious of that fact. We are soon going to begin our next and day's first panel discussion. May I please request the member of the audience to please be seated. We will dive right into our next panel discussion. In fact, the first panel discussion of the day. This is our panel of eminent economists who will be discussing India's economic reset amid a new world order. After all that we've discussed today, this should be a coming together of all these leading minds from the world of economy to discuss the macro issues which have got highlighted by various speakers throughout the day. May I please request everyone to please be seated as we will begin the economist panel shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin our panel discussion on India's economic reset amid a new world order. Let me start by inviting our panelists, Mr. Lavish Bhandari, President, CSEP, economist, entrepreneur, and environment evangelist. Mr. Lavish Bhandari, please come on the stage. Our second panelist for today is Mr. Dharmkirti Joshi, Chief Economist, CRISIL. May I invite upon stage Mr. Tushar Vikram, CEO and Country Head India of Mashreq, Mr. Sandeep Sikka, CEO and MD, Nippon Mutual Fund. I think Mr. Bhandari is joining us soon. Mr. Lavish Bhandari, President, CSEP, Economist, Entrepreneur, Environmental Evangelist, and Mr. Dharmkirti Joshi, Chief Economist, CRISIL. Please welcome on stage. I would now like to invite our Executive Editor, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee, to take forward this discussion.
Thank you, Ruchika. Hello, everyone. This is the first panel discussion of the day, and it's already evening. We've had so many fireside chats. Now, this is the first panel discussion. Welcome, and everyone wants to listen to you all because of the scenario right now. People want you to simplify things for them. What is all this reset all about, Lavish? I'll begin with you. What do you think of, what India should do? How should India reset itself in this volatile global scenario?
Thank you. You did give me the easiest question of the day. But so now it's obvious that the world is very volatile. It's obvious that it's highly unpredictable. It's also obvious that it's not just So it's also obvious that it's not just about the geopolitics or geoeconomics, but it's also about technology. It's about the environment. And it's about how global cooperative solutions are emerging. And cooperative solutions need not just be multilateral ones, there are bilaterals, trilaterals, and so on. And almost none of this is predictable. In such a situation, I think it's but obvious that people will say that we must be opportunistic. People will say that we need to be transactional, but we need to think through what does that really mean. The most important thing is that you have to be internally strong. Now, what does that mean? The way I see it, and you're welcome to have a different view, internal strength essentially means, obviously you need to have your internal reforms and so on, but you also need a very strong capacity within the government, within the state. And I'll give you some examples. FTAs, just conversation that was just happening a few minutes back with some of my colleagues outside. We will need to have parallel FTAs across with many countries, perhaps groups of countries. But we will need huge internal strength to be able to negotiate the right kind of FTAs for us. And if you're going to negotiate in parallel with 5 or 10 or 15 countries, would you have that internal capacity? That's just one example. Transactions, you're going to have multiple kinds of transactions. You're going to be very fluid. You're going to have a lot of events where transactions or promises will not be kept. And is your judicial system able to deal with such ups and downs? And the answer is obviously not. You definitely need to deal with internally a judiciary and the judicial delays especially. Not so much the judiciary, but so much the judicial delays. There are a million and one things. But what I'm broadly saying is that yes, it's fine to say that India is at an amazing situation, which it is. It's been an unparalleled situation. Every single country would want to engage with us, and we are really fortunate, and some good actions done by us. But at the same time, the next step will require us to become internally strong. And I think that's what the conversations need to be about going forward.
Thank you, Lavish. You explained it well, and I hope the second question will be tougher for you. Mr. Tushar Vikram, I will call you Tushar only. That's always easier, calling by the first name. You are coming from the UAE world, and you're very familiar with that scenario. There have been, trade pacts with that geography. So what do you think UAE how can it play a role in the India reset narrative?
Well, my question is even easier. So from that perspective, but yeah, so I would say, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Treaty, which was signed between India and UAE, was in 2022, so about 2 years ago. And apart from the treaty, I think the cultural linkages and the Indian diaspora linkages, I think linkages from an industry level and also at the political level are the best right now, which led to this treaty and increased business cooperation and partnership. And in this world where there are multitudes of partnership, I think this would be a very important partnership for India because of various reasons, because UAE is our third largest trade partner already. And with this kind of trade agreement, it is only going to grow larger and become more important. So UAE is a large market for India exports, as well as for Indian people as we know it. Secondly, India is an important kind of strategically important for UAE because UAE is right now looking at things like food security, how to get better healthcare, better pharmaceuticals in the country, which is very core to India. So apart from oil and precious metal and people, I think on the pharmaceutical side, on the healthcare side, and there is active dialogue and this thing. A lot of UAE companies are coming to India. They working in joint venture to set up food parks and other collaborations which is happening. And secondly, I think as we all know, UAE has a lot of wealth and sovereign wealth funds and family offices. So they are also becoming big investors, both on debt and equity in our capital market.
So especially in this post-Trump era, how do you think this UAE pact will, have an impact on Indian economy?
It would have a very positive impact. Like I was saying, that the trade in both the countries is actively working together. We are working as a bank to enable UPI transactions for NRIs. This is kind of a first. So there are lots of areas apart from trade and partnership and financing which the two economies are working. And this will also help, not that we are dependent on the US or any other part so heavily, but it will help sort of diversify our access. And UAE is also partly a gateway to Africa. So a lot of companies are African companies or this thing, even Indian companies who have offices in Africa. UAE is the headquarters. So it also provides a gateway to Africa. So it has a sizable wealth, it has a sizable market, as well as a gateway to Africa. So it has a potential to become a very important pivot for India going forward.
I'll go over to DK Joshi. DK, as everyone knows him by, there's hardly any financial journalist who doesn't know him. So my question to you is, what do you think will be the trigger for growth in India?
In the near term or in the?
Both.
Okay, I think we got positive surprises post-pandemic. Every print of GDP was revised upwards, I think. So analysts were also surprised when you got 8.2% in 23-24. And now in 24-25, this is the first time I think you've got the forecast lower than the general expectation. So economy is in a way returning to its trend path of rate of growth, I think, which we believe is around 6.5% or so. Pre-pandemic growth was also around 6.6%. So, and this was engineered partly by somewhat tighter monetary policy and also fiscal impulse which was being withdrawn. So I think this is a standard trajectory of growth. Now, what happens in the coming fiscal year? We expect around 6.5% GDP growth, and this is, I think there are some assumptions. These days, I think you need a lot of assumptions. I think it's not just simple assumptions like rainfall. And I think we start the year with a normal rainfall projection. But as I was coming here, I read that there is a statement from the weather department that March may turn out to be the hottest year in recorded history. So you have your wheat crop coming. So I think, so there are various things that you need to figure in. Apart from that, monetary policy is turning a little more supportive and the risk weights, etc., are being brought down. So that is also going to help. And I think to some extent, or maybe for some to a large extent, food inflation coming down would mean that they have more discretionary spending at their disposal. So all this combined will bring you closer to 6.5%. So this is the short period. Now, if you want to look at, let's say, next 7, 8, 10 years, we have a forecast until the end of 2030-31, which is 6.7% GDP growth. And we look at it in terms of what contribution capital will make, what contribution labor will make, and what contribution productivity will make. Productivity is a kind of a magic. I mean, so if with the same amount of capital and same amount of labor you produce more, I think you get tremendous benefits in terms of growth. So our assessment is that capital will contribute the most, and until now, government capex in infrastructure has contributed, which has multiplier effects. Also, I think we have seen the household being very active in buying, purchasing houses, etc. That is also a part of capital formation. That's also very active. The only part which is lagging behind and which in a way has the strongest capability to spend. I think the financial flexibility of the corporate sector is today highest in the last 10 years, yet they are not investing. So I think how do you bring them back? And the budget in a way looks at deregulation, decriminalization, etc. as means of bringing them back into the fold. So capital is this what is going to help. I think labor it doesn't contribute too much to growth. The labor is not able to participate. I think the remedies are pretty well known. I think it's an issue of implementing them. It's basically education and skilling, I think, which is going to be important. I think I'm coming to the third part, which I think is the most critical, and I'll close with that, the productivity. Now, productivity I see it as being driven by three factors. One is your infrastructure build-up. Second is your digital infrastructure, and third is reforms. Now, which Lavish also talked about, I think, very briefly. Here, I think the critical point is that physical infrastructure, we are seeing the benefits of that play out in terms of improved connectivity. Although the last mile connectivity is still an issue, but I think the overall connectivity within the country has improved. The turnaround time at ports, etc. are coming down. So the logistics cost is reducing. This is actually, we are still lagging. So this is one area where if you push more, I think you will achieve higher growth, because you now want to backward integrate your electronics, etc., for which without logistics, it's going to be very difficult. Digital is what leapfrogged after the pandemic. And here I think the benefits are visible not only in terms of payment systems, etc. I think the digital infrastructure or digital system generates a lot of information, and that allows you to take better decisions, which is like you can disperse a loan very quickly in half a day instead of maybe taking a week. So I think digital has many benefits that come with it, and I think we haven't exploited many of them. Reforms is the third and the last part and the most important part. Unlike the first two, it doesn't require money. I think so. It requires a different kind of capital to be able to pull the states and I think build a consensus around that to push growth up. Now, if I look at the post-pandemic recovery, the fastest growing element is the digital. Second is the physical infrastructure, and the last is the reforms. And I think in this global environment where I think the external triggers to growth will be minimal, I think we have levers that we can push domestically. And I think one of the levers, I think main levers is reforms, I think which we saw in policy discussion. But I think if you push that up, I think it will complement your digital and physical infrastructure, and it will allow you to combine capital and labor more efficiently and produce higher growth. And the last point is that I think the way I look at India versus advanced countries or rest of the world is, if you plot GDP data for last 40 years for, let's say, India and advanced countries, you will see two things. One is that the economic cycles have got synchronized because we are connected more, we trade more, and we also, I think the financial linkages are very strong. So growth cycles, the synchronicity is almost remarkable, I mean, for the last 20 years. But the trend rate of growth is very different. I think India has been trending up in the last 40 years, and the advanced countries have been trending down. So there is some decoupling there, and that is because we have been able to pull some domestic levers to push our potential rate of growth up. So this 6.7% is based on normal assumptions, but if you pull the lever more, you can achieve higher rate of growth. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Sandeep next. I was speaking to Sandeep before this session, and he told me he is not an economist, he is a practitioner. So let's hear it from the practitioner. You are in the mutual fund business. Mutual fund sahi hai. Is that something that we should be talking about right now?
Thanks a lot. I think broadly, first let me say it's a very interesting time in India, where I think we all grew up with that mutual funds are subject to market risk, to a mindset of mutual funds sahi hai. But when we are talking about the economic reset of India, I think it's very interesting to see how the trends are changing, how the mutual fund industry is able to convert a lot of household savings into capital market. Let me give you some data points that will give you an indication. It took India 50 years to get first 10 lakh crores in the mutual fund industry. It took, the next 10 lakhs came in 5 years, the next 10 lakhs came in 3 years, the next came in 2 years, the next came in 6 months. But I think what is more important is, I think how the investors have started coming from small cities and towns. So, and why I say this, I think it's mutual fund industry is not just about creating wealth for investors. I think it plays a very, very important role in the economic growth of the country. And to give some data, at this point of time, I think we are seeing a lot of it's fashionable to talk about FIs are leaving India, a lot of money has left India. But the reality is, first, I do not believe that I think anybody is leaving India. FIs will keep taking tactical calls. And I think definitely if we are talked of the 6.7% growth we are talking, nobody can stay out of India. I mean, everybody will have to be invested in India. But more important thing is, all this while, I think the last quarter, we saw almost $12 billion of FI money go out. But the bigger counterforce to that is the mutual fund, the SIP money that is coming in. And I want to give again, from a data point of view, at this point of time, we are doing roughly about $3 billion of SIP per month. And let's convert this into 140 crore people. We are investing about 28,000 crores, 200 rupees per month per Indian is investing. Now just think of if you have to achieve the dream of the Prime Minister Viksit Bharat, what this industry can do. We are at a stage where I think if every Indian today is investing 200 rupees per month, if we were to say the economy size has to double and we become the third largest economy within this decade, the per capita income goes up, this 200 will become 400. So technically speaking, we are looking at a point where $100 billion of money every year will come only from domestic savings. And how the trend is changing, just 10 years back, only 0.8% of household savings were coming in the mutual fund industry. Today it's gone to 6%. Last year, there were more than 300 IPOs. And out of 290 IPOs, roughly 290 plus minus, here, there, mutual fund industry played a very big role. So it's a very important thing, mutual fund industry is playing a role. But I want to also come to this point that it's not only the mutual fund industry, but somehow I think the attractiveness for India continues to grow. I represent a Japanese company. I think we see a lot of interest coming from Japanese investors into India, and it's not only into the listed equities. So I think India continues to attract a lot of foreign capital, and whatever has happened in the last 6 months, the market's not doing well, sell-off by FIs, should not be seen in a negative way. FIs will continue to do tactical allocations, but mutual fund industry is going to be a strong counterbalance to that. And I think we are at a great point, inflection point in India. There are always two capitals, you need financial capital and human capital. I think I don't have to talk about human capital, the demographics that we are having, average age of 29. But I think the financial capital part, I think we are at a point for the first time, India will not have any constraints of financial capital, whether it's domestic or foreign.
Thank you. It's interesting that we are having this panel discussion today because tomorrow we are going to get the numbers for Q3, the GDP numbers. So Lavish, what is your take? What do you think the number is going to be?
I'm going to change the story here. Okay, let's just make it interesting. So I'm not really interested whether it is 6.5 or 6.7. To me, that is glass half full. I'm not at all interested in it. I have one number in mind, which is in 2047, I am a developed country, and for that, I need 8.5%. Okay, so my glass half full is not important to me, it is the glass full. Okay, now what is it exactly that we need to do from there? I mean, I can't identify all the points, like like DK did, and they were absolutely right there. But I think we do need to look at the bigger picture here. What is it that is preventing Indian industry with an incredibly stable government? We haven't had such a stable government ever. Okay, with an incredibly stable economy which has grown for decades, like at rates which had not happened anywhere in the world. All that can go for India is going for it, and yet our own internal investor is not investing. Why should someone with FDI come to India? And if the investor is not going to invest, why should the household not save more? I mean, why should the household save more? Right? I think these are the real questions and we need to address it. I do not think we are getting enough cues from the industrial sector of what exactly is the problem. You're not going to get it better than this. Then if we are not going to get it better than this, then why will we reach 8% plus growth? So to me, that is the question that we need to address. And I think that is really what lies at the bottom of the problem. Yes, for instance, I'll give you an example. I've talked about the judicial delays. I think we need to address this. It's a serious problem. Okay? You cannot contract if you can't go through the judicial system. That's one. You have a tax code which is going to be reformed. We need to look into it and identify, is that the solution or do we need an even bigger solution than that, right? We really need to identify the real things out here. Yes, things may improve a bit, things may go down 0.5 percentage point or 1/4 of a percentage point. It's okay. In the long term, these ups and downs will keep on happening. So I think I would just look at the big picture elements here. Middle East, amazing opportunity for India. It's going to be the largest center, financial center after London. It's the way it is evolving. And yes, it's great that we are having a strong play there. Right? I don't think there will be any other place across the globe which is going to be as much. So I think we need to identify the really 3 or 4 critical elements, but we really need to identify them hard. So that's one. The second thing, and I think I'll again go back to the point that I had made. The government needs to invest in itself. And I mean this, that you need a technocracy which is stronger. The way technologies are changing, of course the governments will need to invest in themselves. And I'm not just talking about the union government. You have state governments, you have urban local bodies. These entities need to invest. You cannot reach developed country status without that happening. Okay? Well, of course I could go on and on. I don't know how many minutes you'll give to me. But I'll say in the end one last boring thing which we all know has to be done but is never done, but I'll try and say it in another way. Okay. Primary school education. The person who's going to be at 30 years of age roughly in 2047 is your main worker is about to enter primary school right now. Okay. At least half of the graduates of primary school cannot read or write. So 2047 dream is gone if you can't get your primary schools right now. You cannot wait for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You have to do it now because that child is going to be the worker in 2047. So, and that's not just, by the way, the union government, because it has to be the state governments that have to do it. It has to be urban local bodies that have to invest in education. So I think these are the real issues that we really need to get down to, rather than bothering about, I'm so sorry, the quarterly growth, because quarterly growth will happen, there'll be some up and some down. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavish. I'll go to Tushar. Tushar, like Lavish pointed out, we have to look at the big picture. And 2047 dream is already drawn. That's a very, very important thing to note. Do you agree 2047 dream is drawn? So what should we do about it? And since you've come from the investing fraternity, you've been, with Citibank earlier, you've been an investment banker. So what is the investment scene like really, and why are investors not investing?
I think 2047, like you said, is cast in stone. That target has been set. But it depends on which part of investment which you're looking at, because if we saw sectors like infrastructure, that development, the government's expenditure on infrastructure has been very high. It was almost 18-19% of the budget, which was historic high. we were constructing 30 kilometers of a road every day, which is really unheard of and a kind of a Guinness Book of World Records. And if you look at the industries on the back of that government spend, whether it was steel, cement, or the other feeder industries, they have been expanding. So it depends on the end user. The consumer durable investment consumption is less, so that industry is not expanding, but the support industry for real estate, infrastructure is investing. And you hear every day the big cement companies announcing doubling capacity, steel companies doubling capacity. So that segment is doing well. I think what is required for us to continue this growth is the private sector capex to be all pervasive, not limited to a few sectors. And we are seeing foreign capital apart from the mutual fund industry investing in the country, but obviously they're looking at the valuation. So they are value buyers. So we continue to see where they are. And we have a very robust private equity market in the country. So apart from the public capital, I think the private capital is also playing a very big role. And they have very deep pockets and they continue to invest. And these are the unlisted companies, the mid-market companies or the SMEs, which are the future growth companies which they're investing. So what I would say is investments is happening in pockets, growth is happening in pockets, but the overall story to pick up, all sectors need to go and be persuasive. Hopefully some of the things like the tax reforms and others with the elections behind us, and depending on how the agriculture monsoon performs, things should come back. But there is a degree of premiumization happening in the consumer durable sectors. That's why you see more of premium cars being sold than the entry cars. So again, the expenditure is happening on the premium side, so is the capex. But to have a uniform kind of growth, I think all cylinders need to fire. And for that sector, especially the consumer durable sector, which is now investing, should also start spending.
Thanks, DK. I'll just move on from this subject, inflation. Is that something that we need to worry about even now, or is the war on inflation kind of behind us?
I don't think the war is behind us very clearly. See, if you look at how the inflation has moved in the last 2-3 years, it's been food, which is, we are in a way helpless. I mean, you can't bring food inflation down very quickly. I mean, we've seen that with this kind of climate shifts that are taking place, it will take time before we adapt to the shifting climate. So the core inflation, we were blessed with a very benign number. I think the non-food inflation in 24-25 will be around 3.1, 3.2%. It was just the food. Now what's happening is that core is beginning to move up slowly, and food inflation is beginning to move down. So I think whether you have won the battle on inflation or not depends on whether you can predict the food inflation correctly. So I would say that we have to be very cautious in this environment because the base effect has been very high for food. Vegetable inflation was 26% in 24-25, around that. So that base effect will bring down the inflation print. The prices may not come down that much, but the inflation print will come down. But that itself is not a big comfort factor because we cannot predict the climate. As I was telling, the March itself is an issue. So there are some, when we look at, I mean, our forecast is 4.4%. I mean, I deal with numbers, so I have to give some numbers. My clients won't allow me to get away without the numbers. So, and that is premised on some upward movement of core inflation, and some companies are already passing on the costs, I think, because I think they have to pass it on because inputs were expensive in those segments. So 4.4% inflation is, you can say, is moving towards the target of the central bank. Now, central bank has 4% inflation as a durable target, I mean, as a target which they want to achieve on a durable basis, which means it should not be a flash in the pan. And to do that, I think you have to control food inflation. I think every episode where India's inflation was below 4% on a durable basis also saw food inflation very benign. It hasn't happened so far. So I think I think food is the big joker in the pack according to me. And we will, I think 24-25 or 25-26 promises to be benign in terms of oil prices, because I think Mr. Trump is trying to pump oil further. And also because China will face pressure, so it is going to be, it's going to bring down commodity prices as well. We are already seeing the flat steel prices were down 10% in 24-25 because of excess capacity coming out of China. So I think it's a mix of things that will play out for inflation, but I would hold my horses, I think, in calling it a victory. If with your permission, if I may just add a bit to the private and corporate investment part, because sure. I think we are also struggling with trying to find out what's going on. So three things that come to our mind. One is the unevenness of demand, which was also being pointed out. That doesn't give right signals to the person who's going to invest. And there has been a lot of volatility in the demand segment, I think, up and down. You saw when you were growing at 8%, 8.2%, private consumption, which is 57% of GDP, was growing at 4%. And then when your growth is slipping down, your private consumption growth has gone up. So I think the unevenness in consumption demand is one factor. Second, I think is the unintended, or rather the collateral damage that comes from tariff wars. So if China has excess capacity, it's going to suffer deflation, and that is going to flood the markets in Asia and also in India. We have a huge trade deficit with China, and that is for a company that uses steel as a product, it's very good news. But for a company which manufactures steel, it may not be good news. For manufacturer of some other things, it may not be good news. So I think that's why we keep putting safeguard duties. So I think this, the risk of what will happen when the Chinese capacity floods the markets, because if US closes doors for it, that is also playing in the mind of many investors. And the third reason is that because of the uncertainty element, corporate sector is awaiting higher utilization of capacity now. They want to see, they're not, it's around 75 or so in manufacturing, but they want much higher now. I think so the comfort factor is the threshold has gone up, I mean, for some reason. I think these are the proximate reasons that we see impacting private corporate investment. Their financial flexibility is superb right now. I think the ratings upgrades are far more than the downgrades. So they are in a very good condition to invest.
Thanks, Sandeep. Related to these core economic metrics like growth and inflation and everything, how do you describe the consumption trend that you are watching as a practitioner?
Oh, I think I'll just touch something on primary education and inflation. I think first, I think it's very heartening to see the financial awareness in education is getting better in smaller cities and towns. And why I say this today, because I think it's only 3% of the population, 3-4% of the population of India is covered by the organized the pension reforms and others, So effectively, we are seeing one big change, that people are understanding the impact of inflation, and that is the one big reason you have seen a big change in how people are investing. And the reason why I say this is a very, very critical thing, because what we saw in past was, I think it's not just about inflation, how inflation makes you poorer day by day. And that awareness, as we are going to small cities, towns, it was never there. People never understood that inflation actually eats away their wealth. So that change has started. May not be happening at the pace at which we would desire, but I think I'll give credit to the industry and the regulatory bodies. A lot of financial awareness and education is showing results. That is point number one. I think as far as the consumption is concerned, clearly when we look at some of the listed companies, I think that's how we see it. Clearly, it's a mixed bag. I think it is not, it is not the way we would have expected. I think clearly when you look at some of the FMCG companies, some of the other companies, the story in the big cities is very different from stories in the small cities and towns. And also when you look at also some of the stress that is being felt by MFIs is maybe, I think again like I said, maybe a function of there's something happening in smaller cities and towns. I think the cash in hand, something is not going the way we expected. So I think from our perspective, clearly consumption as what we would have expected, it's not gone that way. But clearly, let's look at the positive, this budget. What the government has done for the first time, till now it was all the incentives earlier were given on the supply side. For the first time by leaving more cash in hand, I think what we are also going to be pushing investors, pushing consumers to go and consume. So I think clearly we are not as bearish, but things could have been better.
I'll ask all of you about one thing that every speaker spoke about all through the day today, that is deregulation. There is a lot of emphasis, at least in writing and speaking from the government side, that there should be deregulation. So Lavish, what do you think? Is it likely to happen, and what is it that we are going to achieve from there?
So you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of conversations, actually been a part of some in the government on deregulation. But I don't think deregulation can happen without industry being honest about the kind of challenges that they are facing. In most of these conversations, I find there are some industry representatives and they tend to be quiet. So if you're not going to be sharing the classes of problems that you have to to normally deal with, it's going to be difficult to identify the key issues related to it. I mean, one of my pet peeves is obviously judicial delays, and I've already talked about it. I think that's a huge one. It's not classically a regulatory problem, but it is a problem. I mean, it's one huge issue. But then you talk about every single regulatory institution, there are two classes of issues that it is facing. One, most regulatory entities in India are actually under-resourced. They don't have adequate technologies, they don't have adequate people, they really don't have the kind of understanding that is required for you to for you to go into the next 10 or 20 years. So I think we need to invest in our regulatory entities for us to be able to regulate better. I think that's something which in this conversation needs to have. The second thing is regulators in India rarely talk to each other. Okay. Now in the economy that we are looking at of the future, you will need regulators to talk to each other. Even if you not coordinate, at least transfer information from one entity to another within the regulatory setups, right? So you need to have all kinds of operational issues which will need to precede before you can actually have proper regulatory reform or rather deregulation, as you're saying. I think there's one more thing I'd like to add to this, and I think it needs to be understood very well of how this whole thing happens. Most regulatory entities in India are manned by people who were in the government, right? And it is rightly so. And we have to understand what the problem is. So suppose I am going to set up a regulatory institution in whichever sector, okay? Who will I bring? Someone who has some understanding of that particular issue. Let's say I'm minister of whatever, right? Who will I go to? Some retired officer who I know has dealt with that issue. So there is an informational issue there, I will only go to them. Okay. Now in India, strangely, this is not true in other countries, we will only go to people who have grown up in the Indian system. Okay. We rarely bring people from outside. Definitely we don't bring international people into our regulatory setups, right? We don't even bring them into our universities, forget that, right? But we don't do that. So automatically, by default, you're only getting people from the bureaucracy in a regulatory setup. It'll be very difficult to have real deregulation as long as that happens. You can't go to industry because no one trusts industry in the government. Never has. Okay, hopefully it will change in the future. So you can't do that. Where will you draw people from? So I think that is something, that's a real issue that needs to be addressed. It's a problem that is not so, it's not so halka that you can say, okay, fine, I'll solve it by doing A, B, and C. It requires a lot of deep introspection.
Tushar, regulators don't talk to each other. We only get government people as regulators. What is the global experience in the regulatory sphere?
So what I would say is that coming from the banking industry, our principal regulator is the Reserve Bank of India. And not speaking of specifically, but to point, they got a person like Raghuram Rajan, who had international experience and brought a breath of fresh air from that perspective. So what I would say is, while regulators don't say it, but from a financial sector perspective, they're very connected. They talk to each other a lot, they exchange a lot of ideas, and having been worked in 3-4 multinational organizations dealing with regulators in the US, in Europe, now Middle East, I would say that our regulator, the amount of communication which we can do and clarify, probably is more open than the Fed from that perspective. That's been my personal experience. I could be wrong also. Now, having said that, our problem is that we have multitude of regulators and we have a federal structure, so we don't not only have central regulators, but we have state regulators also. So I'll give you an example of one of the countries which is becoming a manufacturing hub. If you want to open a factory, they give you a single window clearance. They'll give you a piece of land where you will have, the land will be flattened, you will have access to the road, you will have power, you will have electricity. You have to submit your business plan. And if you don't hear from them back in 30 days, you consider your plan approved. So you don't need a piece of paper, you need an acknowledgement that you've submitted that application. So that is the level of pendulum which our competing countries have moved. So there is a desire to move, but the world is moving much faster. And some of the points which he mentioned, I think we have to move much faster in that direction. But we are on the track of deregulation.
Thanks. DK, your thoughts on deregulation?
Well, I think it's in a way a reform. I mean, I would call it. It's a different name for reform. There has been. It's not that it's not being attempted. I mean, we know about the 4 codes, labor codes, which were designed. I think it started several years back. I think it's still in the making. So I think now that is also deregulation in some sense, because you are simplifying, you are getting rid of the bottlenecks. So I think this kind of thing is, I would believe, is easier to identify in the system, I think, and this should be pushed. I mean, which is decriminalization is also in some way, I mean, making it easier. So I look at it from that angle, that I think what the budget was trying to say. But on the point of, I think what Lavish was raising, an important point about the regulatory capacity. And here I think if you want to draw lessons from the West, there is a fair degree of circulation between academics, industry, and regulators. I think they move effortlessly in this. And here I think it's less. I think we should encourage more of that, I mean, I would say.
Okay. Sandeep.
I think my exposure is very limited to one regulator, but I think I clearly see a lot of things are changing for positive. I think the regulator and the regulated work very closely, and I think clearly we also have an intermediate in between, a layer of AMFI, which works very closely with SEBI. So I would say, I think it's many times we expect too much from the regulator, but the regulated have to also go up the ladder and have to come to a point where there's a lot of mutual trust. And I would say, from a SEBI point of view, the industry and SEBI work very closely.
I'd like to just
add, sure.
If you don't mind, I'd like to add. I'm just keeping RBI aside. I mean, I'm not going to talk about that, and obviously, I mean, it's actually one of the most sophisticated regulators. But I'm just going to keep that aside. There are a multitude of regulators. Just classic one is the environment regulators across states and center, right? You also have the power regulators, states and center. Take it seriously. It's a big problem. These entities are not capable of doing anything, and your huge laws are dependent on them. And no one really I mean, I shouldn't say no one, but many people don't have any faith in them. Regulators need a lot of respect for them to be able to do their job properly. So we have to invest in our regulators in order to be able to deregulate.
Absolutely. We have to invest in regulators in order to deregulate. With that, we come to the end of this session. We've run out of time. Thank you so much, everyone. It was really great having you here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nivedita. I would like you to please present mementos to all our panelists. A lot of food for thought in this discussion. 2047 dream is drawn, and we all need to look at the larger picture. A lot of macro issues have got discussed today, and interesting points being made on how we are on track on deregulation and how we need to focus on the long-term goals and primary school education, and how government needs to invest in itself and build strong technocracy. We will soon proceed to our last panel discussion of the day, but not the last segment. So please continue to be as patient as you have been throughout today. Our next panel also is going to be very interesting, discussing defense and private sector. We'll just set it up and then we'll invite the panelists on stage. Microphones on stage, please. Can we please get some microphones for the panelists? All right. Our next panel discussion is titled Defense and Private Sector, Collaboration and Coordination. I would like to invite on stage Admiral R. Hari Kumar, former Chief of Naval Staff. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Mr. Sameer V. Kamath, Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D, Ministry of Defense, and Chairman, DRDO. Please give him a big round of applause. And Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia, Chairman, Defense Business Kalyani Group and President, Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers. Also would like to welcome our Editorial Director, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, who will take forward this panel discussion.
Thank you very much. I think we can say it's a very good evening to everybody here. This is, as Ruchika pointed out, this is the last panel discussion, and it will be followed by a fireside chat with another regulator. But that comes after maybe quarter past 7. Till that time, what we'll do is we will discuss, as she said, defense and private sector collaboration and coordination. And the participants from the is Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia, who is the president and chairman of the Kalyani Group Defense. Then we have Admiral R. Harikumar, who till last year was the chief of the naval staff. And then, of course, we have Dr. Sameer V. Kamath, who heads a very important organization in the government of India, DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization. And the subject, as I said, is defense and private sector collaboration and coordination. And the context is that the private sector's role in defense is very small right now. It's rising. So let me be a little provocative here and suggest that whether this defense and private sector, is it only about collaboration and coordination, or is it also about collision? These days you talk about 3 C's. So I'm just saying that is it only about collaboration and coordination, or is there something more which is collision? Is the defense in the private sector, the defense establishment as such, is in the same room or not, or on the same page or not? But the fact of the matter is, the government's policy is very clear that it wants the private sector to increase its share in total, in the defense industry from 21%. Its exports need to grow up from the private sector by almost 35% in the next 5 years. So all those targets have been set. So what I will do is this, that since we have such a stellar panel, I would not stand in between and first ask, starting from Dr. Kamath, to give us his perspective on defense and private sector collaboration and coordination, and is there any collision in the making or in the offing or what, and after which I will ask Admiral Harikumar to expand on that same subject, first 10 minutes, and then Mr. Bhatia, and then we will go into a quick round of questions among ourselves, and I'm sure time will permit to, if there are any questions from the floor, we will take them. So, Dr. Kamath, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. I think private sector participation not only in defense production but also in defense R&D is going to be absolutely essential if we have to become fully Atmanirbhar and we have to become a technology leader, which are the goals which our Honorable Prime Minister has set for us. Private sector is absolutely essential. I don't think we have a choice. Private sector is definitely, I would say, more dynamic than the government organizations. They have more flexibility in terms of how they can hire the latest talent or the best talent. Private sector, especially the startups and MSMEs, are also very flexible organizations. And with disruptive technologies coming in, we need definitely these startups and MSMEs to contribute in the innovations that are happening rapidly, which the government organizations or PSUs are not that capable of, changing their work or nature of work at a short notice. So I would say that the participation of private sector has started increasing, and I'm sure in the next few years we will have an equal role of private sector as public sector and government organizations, not only in defense production, but also in defense R&D. So with this, I will hand it over to
Admiral Lai.
Thank you. There is no doubt that, if we need to achieve Atmanirbharta in defense, we need to harness all the capability and capacity that is available in the country. And private sector is obviously has to be harnessed. As far as the Navy is concerned, we had given a commitment that by 2047 we will be a fully Atmanirbhar force. And to work towards that, we have seen that the collaboration with the private sector has been a real force multiplier in many ways. If you look at the case of, say, Vikrant, made by Cochin Shipyard, but it had employed almost 500 MSMEs, for making various components and, supporting the building of the shipbuilding itself. And that had its own multiplier effect on jobs, on the economy, and so on. The question of whether it is likely to lead to coalition, or will it be cooperation and and benefiting from it, I would say that maybe there was a little bit of an adversarial relationship a few years back, maybe I would say 5 years, 6 years back, or maybe even a little earlier, but all that has changed. We've had, I think, very frequent interactions with the private sector. Much has changed in the defense procurement process itself. Earlier, I remember, the Indian private industry used to be looked upon as somebody not to be, welcomed or, talked to. But that is gone. It's out of the window now. And the results are there to see for us, be it the type of equipment that you're getting, be it the type of ideas. When you throw the challenges of IDEX, we had given about 75 challenges in 2022. And we got a response of more than 1,350. So there is a lot of talent, there is a lot of aspiration, a lot of energy, a lot of drive in the private sector, the startups, the SMEs, MSMEs, and so on. And we need to harness that. And so there is no doubt in my mind that that is the way ahead, and that is where we are going to succeed. And I am at least very clear in my mind that by 2047, we will become an Atmanirbhar force, if not earlier. So all that remains is for us to harness the available talent, the available energy, enthusiasm, and support them a little bit. We have to handhold the users. Primarily, have to handhold them because as Mandelbrot said, the failure to explain is caused by a failure to describe. Because many times we are not able to explain what we want, and therefore the one who is trying to make it is not able to understand as to what is it that you want. So if there is close cooperation between the user, the research agency like DRDO, then the private sector, and they work together, then there is much ability to deliver world-class products made in India, made by India, and made for us, and where applicable, made for the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I turn to Mr. Bhatia?
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. I would like to take a step back and talk about it. Let's take a look at when the clarion call came for making in India. I think it was 2014. It was in a meeting which was held by the Prime Minister, and he said we need to start making in India. This followed by Atmanirbhar Bharat, and then came the step when we said make in India for the world. Now, what are the two compulsive factors which are behind this. I am talking about defense manufacturing. First is that geostrategic scenario has clearly indicated that India, if it has to be a Viksit Bharat and it has to occupy the rightful place in the Committee of Nations, then it cannot be a net importer of security. That means we need to be self-reliant. The second is a more compulsive economic reason, and since we are talking about it, I think it's important to highlight. That's that India is a very young country. Average age is around 29, 30 years. We have 400 million people looking for effective work. And it is best that the manufacturing industry comes up, because manufacturing industry has a multiplier, and the defense and aerospace has the largest multiplier in the manufacturing industry. So there were two compulsions which actually start to drive that India needs to have a vibrant military industrial complex, or what we call defense industrial base. Now coming back to the point, private sector. You can't win a match if half of your people and maybe the better half is sitting outside. So you needed whole of nation approach. And if you need whole of nation approach, there's no way that private sector can be kept out. Now also let me give you a small figure which Dr. Kamath had quoted. Private sector only makes 22% of the total production which is done in the country. And total last year was 1,28,000 crores. But exports which were 21,000 crores, 65% came from private industry. So this tells you the importance of the private industry, and in any case, we all need to work together to actually achieve the aim of a Viksit Bharat.
Thank you. I will just sort of ask you, Mr. Bhatia, if indeed the private sector has to play a more effective and a bigger role in India's quest for Atmanirbharta in defense, what are the hurdles that you see coming in the way? In the sense that with our kind of private sector R&D investment, which is at a very low level, I mean, are there any other challenges that you see private sector has to overcome to realize its potential? I mean, how do you see the hurdles?
So in the last session we heard that we don't want to talk about glass half full or full. But my point is that if we were to take a look, I think glass is more than half full. DRDO has developed most of their platforms with private industry. I have said most, and he would be right, and Dr. Kamath would probably endorse that it was the private sector which was partners to DRDO in many large programs. Most of the successful programs, we were partners in some way or the other. I'm not saying that...
Since when? Since when?
Oh, since very long time.
So that's
last
very
2
reassuring.
decades, maybe more than 2 decades.
Since the 1980s.
Yeah, since 1980. In fact,
DRDO has been
first was
working with
Namika.
private sector.
I was in L&T, which we did with DRDO.
So DRDO has been working with private sector since the 80s.
Since 80s.
It's only now that they have become system integrators.
That's right.
Earlier they were partners in developing subsystems, components, but now they are becoming our partners for system integration. So that has changed, and that has happened recently.
So this is exactly the point that we have been working. Although same, we never went into the system space. And I think one of the examples of that, and probably you're going to ask that a little later, so I'll leave it for that for later. But the key point here was that we have been working together. Now what is the thing which can spur? Let me just tell you, defense procurement procedure in 2002 was a secret document. Leave alone a vendor knowing about it, loss of it would lead people to court martial. Today the defense acquisition policy or the procedure which is being formulated, we are the stakeholders in consultation, private sector. So there is a lot of things have changed. Well, you will say that is there no scope left? The answer to that is yeah, they'll mange more. Of course there is a scope for improvement. We could do much more going forward. And those are the hurdles, those are the little wrinkles in the sheets.
So what are those wrinkles?
Yeah, okay. So you are putting that. So I will bell the cat. The point which we bring about every time is that If you talk about level playing field, and I'm sure if a DPSU guy was sitting here, he would say private industry gets greater preference than he does. But well, we need a little more leveling. Maybe little less of nomination, little more of open. But I would say that we are looking at this not against DPSUs. I think we are working together. This is more against the foreign payment terms. You know, a foreign vendor will get money on line of credit, I'll get it through CDA, which may take another 6 months. The biggest reform which private sector would ask for is cutting down the acquisition cycle. Now the reason is that acquisition cycle cannot be longer than the technology development cycle. Because if it is longer than that, you are picking up obsolete technology. And technology is changing so rapidly today that you need to cut that down so that you are getting state-of-the-art equipment. Second, I would say break down the silos. Lot of work has happened, but we need to work together as a team like this nation worked during COVID. So I think these were the two recommendations if you were to ask me.
Okay. Thank you. I know Mr. Kamath is wanted to come in, but before you come in, Mr. Kamath, I want to go to Admiral Harikumar and ask him this question, that is it true that the user's voice, which you are the user, I mean whether it is the private sector or the public sector, you don't really care. You want the best stuff that is available to your forces. Now, are you getting the kind of weightage in the entire partnership, and are you happy with the way private sector is being brought in, and is there a scope for getting private sector into the system, even though it means at the cost of companies like HAL, who are in the news for wrong reasons? What is your take on it? You know, I mean, is there a problem that is brewing? Public sector defense companies are saying, "Oh God, you know what is really happening?" Private sector is coming and taking away the malai, as they say. Admiral Kumar.
See, our experience with the private sector has been good. Well, at the same time, there have also been issues with, shipbuilding in the private sector. You're aware of the PIPA and similar shipyards. But I would give that, to initial ventures for the first time, doing shipbuilding in the private sector, etc. So as we mature and our shipbuilding industry gets, support, I'm sure the private sector will deliver what is required. So one of the issues that we find, in addition to what Mr. Bhatia was saying, is the problem of funding for the private sector. When you have the IDEX challenges and people come up with ideas and they are trying to make a prototype, etc., there is a certain amount of funding from the IDEX itself, but that is probably inadequate. So a number of the SMEs had come to me to see, whether we can take up this issue of, how do we support them. So we had taken up from the Navy, we had taken up a paper on, you have banks for housing, you have banks for infrastructure. Why don't you have a bank for defense, which is a completely specialized field? Because the banker doesn't understand the nuances of the DPP, where, even the procurement approval cycle is much longer than even the technology, cycle. So by the time you get an approval itself, the technology is outdated. So how do you, support it? So this was taken up at the highest level, and
the banking issue.
Pardon me? The funding.
The banking issue, financing issue.
So the banking issue. And then the Honorable Finance Minister was kind enough in December 2023 to chair a meeting. She was not very keen on a new bank, but she tasked the SIDB to, facilitate this. So I, facilitate this for the SMEs. Mr. Amay Belorkar from Maharashtra was, there. We gave a presentation. And the Honorable Finance Minister gave a directive to SIDBI that in 100 days, I want, all these issues resolved and, loans distributed, which did bear fruit. And I'm glad to see many reforms being introduced in the budget, towards supporting defense, the private sector in defense and so on. So I have not kept track of it, but I'm sure, it has worked out well. And I mean, that is the way ahead. So, so as the user, if you ask me, you just have to look at the quality of, small arms being carried by our troops, what is being made in India, world-class quality. In fact, they are exporting. The problem lies to some extent with the silos within us, within the services, between the various organizations like services, DRDO, private sector and so on, etc. We need to overcome all those. And even within the organization, say within the services, there are various silos. So we need to transcend these.
So how do you go overcome this?
It has to be top-driven, I feel. Okay. You have to, bring in change, and it can only be top-driven. It cannot be otherwise, because I have seen myself, when you have, organizations working within my own servers, you used to find that the staff requirement guy has got a, axe to grind against some other directorate. So, it keeps getting delayed, on frivolous issues. So we need to make the defense procurement process much simpler. And, when we make policy changes, we don't look at the fifth order effects, as the Honorable Prime Minister had said. So many times the policy will come back to, bite you after some time. So therefore, I feel every policy should have a sunset clause, review, change if it's not serving any purpose. And, we have to be more nimble and, in decision making.
Okay.
You can't have a very large body trying to make a decision. The Harvard studies have shown that if more than 6 people are involved in taking a decision, it just doesn't happen. Yeah. So the system needs, and I'm not saying this has not been thought of. A lot of studies have been done. A lot of reports have been generated. Mm-hmm. But on ground, I think these are the pain points.
Well, I think you made many suggestions in terms of policy changes, but one clarification, Admiral Kumar, you talked about the funding issues, and I'm just trying to understanding from a financial point of view that an order being placed on a defense project where there is assurance, there is guarantee, there is a buyer, is a kind of a monopsony. So why should the banks be a little wary of funding them?
There is no understanding of the defense system. The banker treats it as a normal, banking loan that he gives to a commercial sector. It doesn't work like that. The product lead time is different. Now he requires money to make the product, and he receives a payment after a much longer time. So this understanding is what is lacking, and hopefully SIDBI has been able to bring in some measure. They ask for collateral. So what we must realize is in a MSME or a startup that is trying to make a prototype or even give you a product, failure rates are high. World over, I think the research failure is success rate is over 9%, less than 10%.
Okay.
So therefore, that understanding has to be there that there is a risk, and then support the startup or the.
I think that's a very important point that you made. Mr. Kamath has been waiting to respond. Mr. Kamath, apart from what you wanted to say to what Mr. Bhatia and Admiral Kumar said, I just would like you to respond to this question about level playing field, as well as breaking the silos and probably the funding issues. Yeah, please.
So First, let me clarify to what Mr. Bhatia said. I agree with him that our current acquisition process is too long. It takes too long to place an order. And this year, as you are aware, Honorable Raksha Mantri has declared it as a year of reforms in the Ministry of Defence. And the most important reform is to speed up the acquisition cycle. So the Defence Secretary is the one who's handling this, and I'm sure by this year end, we will have a much faster acquisition cycle. So that was the first clarification which I wanted to give. Regarding level playing field, I can say with respect to DRDO, whenever we choose our development cum production partners, we treat PSUs and private sector equally. We are partnering Bharat Forge, we are partnering Tata Advanced Systems, we are partnering with L&T, we are partnering with all large companies in India today. Of course, it's through a tendering process. If a PSU bids lower, they get the contract.
So there is no collision as yet.
It's a transparent process where there is a level playing field. So I don't think that this level playing field going ahead, at least from DRDO's side, I can assure you that there is a level playing field.
Yeah, sure.
With respect to silos, we need to break that. I fully agree. Each one of us looks at the overall problem as an organizational issue. I think we have to look at a whole of nation approach.
Yeah.
And we have to address the problem because it's the country's need, not the organization's need. We have to look at the bigger picture rather than just the interests of your own organization. But I am sure this is changing, and I am hopeful that in the coming years we will work together and achieve technology leadership in the years to come.
Okay, that's very reassuring.
With respect
Mr.
to
Bhatia wanted to respond to some of the points.
Sir, when I mentioned level playing field, I never had DRDO in mind. In fact, if at all, DRDO has been more kind to private sector. We have been having almost all the development projects mostly are with private industry. So that was not the thing. I was talking about nomination of shipbuilding at the government level, which probably over a period of time when industry matures, I think it should be more competitive rather than that. For development projects, I'll fully endorse 100%. It is transparent and it is full level playing field.
Mr. Kamath, I will come back to you. And I wanted to ask you this question because globally, defense research has been at the edge of all other innovation, in a sense that defense research has given many technologies that commercially has made living easier. I'm talking about how NASA actually helped create information technology, networks and everything, which Google adopted. What has been DRDO's experience in contributing to that might of technology which the private sector has been able to exploit and commercially made it? Is there any case study or is there any example of DRDO's role there? Can you please enlighten us, which is also a kind of a sign of defense and private sector collaboration and coordination?
So very good question. A lot of our technologies have dual use. So we encourage our partners, our industry partners who work with us or who take technology from us to see how they can exploit the technology that we have developed for defense purpose. How that same technology can be exploited for civilian use. So let me give an example. Developed a fire suppression system for a submarine.
Okay.
Because you can't allow a fire inside a submarine to last very long. So you need to extinguish it very quickly. So a lab of DRDO called CIFIS developed this system. And if you remember a couple of years back, we had this problem of buses catching fire.
Yes.
So a lot of our partners who worked with us for this technology for developing it for submarines have translated the same technology into a product which is now mandated by the government to go into all commercial buses. And that has resulted, if you see in the last 1 year, you have not heard of buses catching fire.
That's right.
So this is one example where the technology which we developed for a defense application with the help of our partners got translated into a civilian application which is serving a very useful role today. Another example of a technology is the biodigester technology. This we had developed for our soldiers who operate at high altitudes where it is difficult for our human waste to degrade. Now the same technology is being employed with the help of our industrial partners in all railways, trains. So these are examples, a couple of examples where technology which is developed for defense application has been converted to a useful technology for civilian applications. And I'm sure the trend is going to increase because the private sector also wants to make sure that they maximize the profits of the technologies which they develop with us or they acquire from us. So it's ideal. That same motivation didn't exist with PSUs. The private sector, once they have got involved, are now much more willing and ready to convert existing technologies into civilian applications.
What is really at the heart of the problem? I mean, you are also technically a state-owned enterprise, although you're a department, and the PSU mentality, why has it not changed? From your perspective, is the only way out is to maybe privatize them? Is that the only way out?
No, I don't think that is the only solution. I'm not saying that PSUs are not capable of this. In the past, they were happy because they were getting assured orders from the government, so there was no motivation. But now with competition coming in, I'm sure the PSUs will also evolve and make sure that they maximize whatever technologies they develop or acquire. I'm sure PSUs going ahead will also be competing in the market. They had no competition in the past, they had more or less monopoly, whether it is HAL or BEL, but that is changing very quickly.
One supplementary to you, Mr. Kamath, Admiral Kumar talked about funding issues, the banks. Do you have perspective on that? Why is this financing becomes an issue?
So there are two issues about funding. First is the R&D spending, which if you see, we spend about 5% of our defense budget on defense R&D. If you look at developed countries or our competitors such as China, US, Russia, they spend close to 10 to 15% of their defense budget on R&D. The risk involved with R&D, as Admiral Hari Kumar mentioned, only if you want to do cutting edge R&D, if you want to do incremental R&D, then the risks are lower. But if you want to do cutting edge R&D and invest in new technologies, then the risk of failure is very high. In our country, that risk appetite in the private sector is lacking. So it will be the responsibility of the government to fund R&D. And if you see the finance minister has announced that 25% of DRDO's R&D budget will be used for funding R&D in private sector as well as in academia.
Oh, that's a wonderful initiative. Yeah.
So going ahead, I'm sure the R&D spend within the industry because of the government support will also then increase, because once they see the fruits of their R&D, they will then start investing on their own. So I'm sure going ahead, the future looks bright in this. Then what Admiral Hari Kumar mentioned is the money required during production. Because the acquisition cycle is long, the testing cycle is very long, they need working capital, which is a separate problem which has to be addressed through the banking channels or through the SIDBI. So that is a bigger problem which needs to be addressed, because larger companies get the banking support. The smaller players find it hard to raise capital. But now with our capital market also encouraging MSMEs to list, maybe that is another mechanism, and the venture capitalists are also now looking at investing in startups. So I am sure the problem will get reduced going ahead. But so there are two issues. One is R&D funding, one is the funding required during the production cycle.
Okay, we have about 10 minutes left, and before I come to Mr. Bhatia, and I will go to Admiral Kumar and ask you something else completely different. In the 1980s and the early 1990s, we grew up with this specter of agents and agencies in defense contracts, and governments also fell. Now, is it a thing of the past, or do agencies and agents still play a role in defense collaboration? And particularly now that the private sector has come in a big way, how has that thing been sorted out? Do you still have the problem of dealing with agents and agencies, agency commission, everything? So how has Navy, for that matter, has tackled this reality of dealing with companies and their agents?
To the best of my knowledge, that is behind us. We would have seen in the last at least 10 years, there has been no such scams or anything like that just come to light. Okay. The process is transparent.
Okay.
But it is painfully transparent because it takes such a long time. Yeah. And there is a fear, among the decision makers of the midnight knock happening maybe 10 years, 20 years after you retire, and some cases being opened, etc. So, people find some reason to further discuss or re-examine something rather than come to a decision and go ahead. Because, when you put up a staff requirement or the QRs, etc., there will always be some requirement to modify, improve, or change, etc., because it's not always cast in stone. Now, whenever some change is required, then it leads to prolonged discussions and debates and so on, which is avoidable. So, however, in the interest of transparency, we need to have that. So, we have to strike the right balance between this to make sure that it is a transparent, fair process, but at the same time it meets the requirements of technology, because today technology is growing exponentially. What we thought we could do with X type of system, today you can do it at, it has got probably 10 times more capability at 1/10 the cost. That is the sort of technology that is being made available. So, and at the same time it is being rendered obsolete also much faster. So, if we don't change our processes and make it work much faster and more nimble and quicker in deciding, we will get left behind in this. So, I think competition has been very good. I am particularly happy with the quality of the I just as an example, the quality of the small arms, etc., that has been brought in by the private sector. And also, just to add this point, that what we need to do is, develop the commercial sector. Like when you are looking at aviation, for example, if you are only trying to build, say, warships, or if you are trying to build only fighter aircraft, then I don't think it's a very successful model. You will need to, go commercial, because there are spin-offs of the technology both ways, which can come in for military use, or from military use it can go to civil use. I mean, that's how Boeing, for example, has flourished. I was fortunate to visit the Boeing factory in 1996. Their order books were full till 2025 at that point of time, and they were turning out one aircraft a day, at the end of the assembly line, almost 365 aircraft in a year. So that is the type of, and those are commercial aircraft. Now, when you're building commercial aircraft, engine technology, avionics, a lot of it is fly-by-wire systems, a lot of things are already, factored in it, and you can adapt it for military use, or from military use you can adapt it to commercial use.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bhatia, apart from what you wanted to come in on, can you also address this question that Admiral Kumar very beautifully explained about decision-making process being too so transparent that it is painfully slow, and that is affecting maybe decision taking. So both the issues.
So first thing, let me take the acquisition process. I think we are linear in nature. We need to become parallel. You know, every activity happens after one activity is over, and we are linear in nature. We need to become parallel. Some extraneous activities may even be done post-acquisition, and some activities are actually not required to be done. We also need to use modern tools for simulation to be brought in. I'm sure, like this is the year of reform and Dr. Kamath mentioned, I am sure all these things are being addressed. Coming to the point which I wanted to raise was on technology and funding. See, technology is changing at a pace faster than anybody can anticipate. And what has happened is that there is also a change in this particular millennium, that previously technology used to flow from military domain to the private sector, industry. In this millennium, it's actually flowing from private industry to the military domain. Take a look at so many things which have been done up into this. Take a look up at optical, the cameras, the vision devices, the communications, and you can talk about it, they are all developed in civilian domain. So now it has become paramount that you need breakthrough technologies to come forward. And breakthrough technologies come through the startups. And that's where the funding problem really comes up. All the large companies in this country are having business other than defense, and hence can sustain even if they are delayed. But take a look at breakthrough technology people working out of garages, just getting 1.5 crore grant for developing a project. Generally, they are able to only make a small prototype which meets 80% of the requirement, and they run out of funding. Thereafter, they have no tangible assets, so how do they go and raise the funds? And even if they raise the funds, the cost of raising funds in our country is 11 to 14% for a small person. So this is where we have been talking to SIDBI, like he mentioned, that we need to start looking at grants which are running into 20 years, 30 years, with very little interest rates, maybe nominal. And the last point which they all mentioned, and Admiral Hari Kumar was also telling, how do we end up handling a failure? 80% of these people are going to fail, and they have taken government money. How are we going to account for that? So unless we are able to tackle this problem, the breakthrough technologies will still, have a little setback, and we need to find a funding mechanism.
I think Mr. Kamath would like to have the last word.
Yeah, so I would just like to add that this failure and how the government can handle this failure is going to be the most important reform that we need to do. For that, we need a separate chapter in GFR which allows for failure. Current GFR treats R&D as acquisition. So GFR you can't fail. GFR, if I have given you money, you have to deliver me something. So this, I think the government now has understood this problem, and under ANRF, they have set up a committee to look at how the GFR can be changed or a separate chapter added so that failures in R&D can be handled. So this is the point
I think that's a wonderful point, and to end this beautiful discussion with, reform, deregulation commission is being talked about. Probably you need to change the GFR government financial rules in this area as well. And the one great takeaway from what Mr. Bhatia talked about was that technology, breakthrough technology is now moving in a reverse direction. It is coming from the private sector, going back to the defense establishments. I think that's a sign, that's a development we need to celebrate. Once again, thank you, Mr. Kamath, Admiral Kumar, Mr. Bhatia, for being part of this discussion. I'm sorry I could not take any questions because short of time, but we will be here. If there are any specific questions, please ask them there. And may I hand it back to Veenu. And before that, I think mementos will have to be handed over. May I request those people to come forward, and so that we can distribute the mementos.
Thank you so very much. What a fabulous discussion that was. Absolutely wonderful. Whole of nation approach. You can't win a match if your better half is sitting outside and ye dil mange more, the private sector saying. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll begin with our next discussion. It's on a very important subject, which is new paradigms in financial reporting. And the reason I've briefly taken the mic from your host of the day is because she will be taking us through the conversation. May I please invite our next guest, and please a huge round of applause please for Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, Chairman of National Financial Reporting Authority. Dr. Pandey is a 1984 batch IAS officer of the Maharashtra cadre. He also holds the additional charge of Director General and CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Over the last decade, Dr. Pandey has been at the helm of several reforms in finance, corporate governance, Aadhaar, digital payments, goods and services tax, and direct tax. His past roles include Finance Secretary and Revenue Secretary of India, CEO of the Unique Identification Authority of India, Aadhaar, and Chairman of the Goods and Services Tax Network, that's GSTN. As CEO of UIDAI, Dr. Pandey steered the scaling up of Aadhaar from the ground up, and as the Finance Secretary, he brought in a series of direct tax reforms. It was under his leadership that the tax administration introduced the new faceless assessment and faceless appeal initiatives to usher in more transparency and provide ease of doing business. An IIT Kanpur alumnus, Dr. Pandey holds a postgraduate MS and doctorate in computer science from the University of Minnesota. Discussing the subject of financial reporting with him is my colleague Ruchika Chitravanshi, Associate Editor for Business Standard.
Thank you, Veenu. Such a pleasure to have you here, and that profile is so rich. We have with us somebody who has the unique understanding of government and corporate finance, technology, law, policy, government systems. So a lot of questions are coming your way, Dr. Pandey.
Thank you.
So first of all, what I want to ask you is that when NAFRA came into existence, we already had the ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So what was the rationale behind setting up a regulatory body like NAFRA?
Before I answer this question, I'll take you to, a little back, maybe something which happened about 25 years back. We all know that, there was a company particularly in US, Enron, known to be a solid company, right? And then Enron also had set up a power plant in India also, and then it was really a global leader in the energy sector. That company, collapsed all of a sudden. And when it collapsed, and it led to, wiping out of billions of dollars of, the investors' money, and it was a huge setback to the capital market across the world. So that time the people got into this thinking that what could be the reason? Because, as per the US SEC law, all financial results or reportings, financial statements, were being audited year after year, and there were no signs of any stress, right? There was no signs of any failure. So the people wondered that what happened, because the company was reporting profit, very, very good, the sound health of the company, and they were being confirmed by the auditors, right? And that time it was realized that, there are some systemic problems. And that is what it led to finally, they said that, look, there is a system of auditor, but who regulates the auditor, right? Who audits the auditor? And then the discussion took place across the world that, of course, auditing is a profession, accounting is a profession. Then should it be regulated as a self-regulation? Or should it undergo something like, because there is a huge amount of public interest involved. It is not a question of just a profession, but actually it is a huge amount of public interest involved. And wherever you have a public interest involvement, then should it be self-regulated or should it be regulated by an independent body? And that time this Sarbanes-Oxley Act came way back in 2003, and that led to the establishment of PCAOB in USA. It was followed by FRC, Financial Reporting Council in UK, then the Canada, then Singapore, all over the place. So what happened that most of the countries, in the first decade of this millennium, they had set up this independent body to regulate the accounting and auditing profession. In India, this discussion was also taking place, and then we had a Satyam. Now again the same story, the Satyam, there the same thing, that the company was a kind of a darling of the stock market, capital market. Yes. It failed, and then that was also being audited by a very eminent auditor. And then the question arose that if the auditor was giving year after year and certifying a very good financial results, then how did it fail? And then again this discussion took place. Finally in 2013, when the Companies Act, the new Companies Act was brought in, Companies Act 2013, then this principle of independent regulatory body, so far as the auditing and accounting standard is concerned, that was incorporated in this act. Yes. However, there was a lot of confusion, and then finally, because see, if you try to bring in something, there is bound to be a resistance to change, and because of that change, that didn't happen. Yes. And then thereafter, we had a series of many other corporate failures like ILFS, PNB, several. And everywhere the same question. Finally, in 2018, this came up. Yeah. So actually, this was a global trend. Yeah.
So basically, you're saying we needed an independent body to audit the auditors, and that was the need of the hour. NAFRA has taken tough stance against errant practices and practitioners as well. You have faced backlash. Most recently, 11 of your orders got quashed by the Delhi High Court for not having a division of function. How do you see the whole setup of NAFRA? Is it a fair criticism?
You see, whenever you bring in any new system, and particularly during the initial stages, there will be a lot of the viewpoints. And my own experience is that whenever you bring a very something the transformative change, it will meet all kinds of resistance. And I have seen that when I was dealing with Aadhaar. Yes. I mean, imagine in case of an Aadhaar, what kind of the entire movement against Aadhaar happened. And finally finally the matter went to the Supreme Court, and finally Supreme Court said this, it is constitutional. Just look at the GST. The GST was introduced in 2017, and thereafter how much the problems arose. And this is what I am saying from my personal experience. Similarly, when this law was introduced, when NFRA was formed, there were a lot of there were a lot of points saying that, does it have a retrospective effect? Does it have the power to do a summary proceeding? Does it have the the power to pass disciplinary orders? What happens to the legacy systems, and so and so? Luckily, I must tell you that, in the span of about 2-3 years, a lot of issues have been sorted out through the intervention of the court. I mean, some by NCLAT, some by the Supreme Court, and a recent High Court order that you just now mentioned.
Yes.
Actually, it is a 450-page order masterpiece. It has actually resolved, I will say, the 99% of the problems.
It has come in support.
Right. But there is only one issue on which, the High Court has deferred with us, saying that, it's a question of internal working of a division, right? And saying that, if the division is there, then, it should have been better, and that is why it has cost. But at the same time, it has given us a liberty, saying that form a division, and then, you can revive the proceedings. So therefore, what I am trying to say is that in this particular case, considering the amount of challenge that happened to this entire system of, independent regulation, the things are getting settled, reasonably fast.
Yes.
As compared to my experience, in Aadhaar it took almost 9 years, right? And in this particular case, it is happening, very soon, 2-3 years.
Yeah, you talked of resistance, and one big resistance that you still continue to face is from ICAI, sir. Now, you've brought in a lot of changes to various audit norms, and you've proposed it to the MCA. In spite of resistance from ICAI on many issues, how, and more importantly, why did you push through these changes?
Yeah, you see, I wouldn't call it a resistance. We must understand, their perspective. The ICAI, in fact, the ICAI is the part of NFRA. And when they bring in certain viewpoint, this is a viewpoint, which may be being held by, the many individual members of the institute.
True.
And, they have a lot of apprehensions. And I would say that, that we need to work very actively with them to remove those apprehensions, right? For example, let's say, some of the things like, the SA600, for example. And we want to align ourselves with the global standards. Because if you see, we are living in this, the connected world. And when we want to become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047, we are saying that we will be somewhere around 28 trillion economy. For that, we need to grow, and our GDP needs to grow at the rate of at least, 9%. If you don't do that, then this number will not hit. For that, you require a huge amount of investment. Investment from the domestic front, the institutional investor, retail investor, as well as the FDIs. And if you don't have the trust in the financial reporting, if you don't have the trust and also the, the standard global reporting framework, how will people trust our figures?
Yeah.
We may claim that this is so much of the, our profit is so much, our revenue is growing at this rate. But then if there are no sound reporting system or the auditing system, how will an investor, let's say sitting in London or Singapore or New York, will trust the figures being reported by Indian companies? And therefore, what we need to do is that we need to adhere to the global standards, and that is what we are trying to communicate to the the chartered accountant professions. And I am very glad that when I talk to them, the chartered accountants on one-to-one basis, the large number of them, they agree to this, saying that yes, we need to do this. I'll give you another example. Let's say the Infosys. We have about 6 to 7 lakh chartered accountants in our country. It's a massive, huge manpower. We have a largest number of chartered accountants in the world. Now we can become the accounting and auditing powerhouse of the world. The world's accounting and auditing can happen in India. And how will that happen?
Yes.
Unless and until we become expert in this, expert in the adherence of the global standards. Take example of Infosys, the IT world. In the IT world, let us say all these IT companies in 80s and 90s, if they were saying that, we will do it in our own way and we will not integrate with the global processes, right? Then in that particular say, do you think that, the Infosys, TCS or HCL or Wipro, they would have become a global companies? So it is very necessary that we integrate ourselves to the global standards, and that is something, which I am seeing that, the people who are involved in this profession, they are also understanding.
Even the global companies, the big four, have been under your radar. For last 2 years, you've been inspecting them and you've been trying to point out gaps that they need to fill over various contentious issues. Can you tell us a little bit about how has the progress been in that area? How satisfied are you with the changes they have brought in?
You see, if I look back, during the last few years, if I see the quality of audits now, and if you just compare not very long ago, maybe 4 or 5 years back, the quality of audit has improved, and that is why I must, compliment the auditing firms, whether they are the big ones or the medium ones or the small ones. We are seeing the across the board improvement in the auditing there, and that is an encouraging sign. So what we have started, that in addition to our usual disciplinary proceedings and other things, which I would say that there are about 7,000 listed companies in our domain. And during last 1 year, we would have passed, not more than about 100 orders.
Yes.
Right. So that way we are quite proportionate in the sense that, we are not going on a spree of, passing disciplinary order left and right.
Yeah.
But what we have also started saying that, can we have, non-adversarial, because disciplinary proceedings are kind of an adversarial, can we have a non-adversarial system? And that is why we have introduced the system of inspection.
Yes.
So we go and, visit the audit firm. We say that, look, what are you doing? What is your process? How do you improve the quality? How do you, do a supervision? How do you build the capacity? So ultimately, what we are finding that if I go and visit one audit firm, let's say, and that audit firm actually audits 100 companies, 100 listed companies, you will see that one inspection, which takes maybe 3 to 4 months, actually leads to the improvement of audit quality in about 100 firms. And in those 100 firms, if the audit quality improves, then there is a more credibility, the more trust, more transparency, and more confidence of the investors.
Yes, absolutely. You talked about the whole global context. Now, in this whole global context, often in FTAs, in WTO, this whole discussion of reciprocity comes, of foreign firms coming into India. Right now, we don't have a lot of foreign accounting firms in India. So, if we want them to come and Indians to utilize this big opportunity that this profession presents, do you think that the regulation needs to be thought of in a different way? And if I may add to this, this came up in our discussions during the day, and Madam Finance Minister also talked about the overreaching regulations and how we need to deregulate. How do you see NAFRA's role evolving in all this?
Actually, if you see, NFRA could be a case study. If you look at the regulation part, excuse me, if you look at the regulation part, the overreach, over-regulation, this is a problem which has been highlighted all across, right? And then there is a very, very conscious the consideration of the government saying that how do we reduce this, the regulatory burden or the compliance burden. Now, in case of an NFRA, why I say that this could be a case study, that entire NFRA working, there is only one section, there is only one section, section 132 of the Companies Act, which governs the entire working of NFRA, right? And because, the section is so, so crisp and it is so brief, and because of that, I would say that, it is mostly based on, so we are, even though we are saying reporting, it's not that, they have to go and report, it is kind of a self-reporting. Yeah. Nobody else goes and does the inspection. Like, for example, the companies, there are about more than 15 lakh companies in the country. Every company has to do a self-certification of their financial statement. No government officer goes and says that, look, this is what you have done. Even post their certification, it is audited not by any government officer or the government machinery, it is or by inspector, it is actually done by an auditor. and that is the global practice. So in fact, that is why I was saying that, can we have a similar model? The similar model in other sectors, for example, that you trust the business, saying that, you do your business, you report yourself, and then thereafter there is another body, another non-government body, which will come and do the audit, and then there could be a regulator who will supervise the working of those auditors or the accountants. But not in the sense that you'd go and start doing the entire things yourself. So I think there is I'm very glad that this kind of a discussion is taking place, not only in India. You have seen what is happening in the other parts of the world, right?
So have you seen what is Trump's recent announcement of pausing the FCPA enforcement? Do you think it sets a bad precedence? There's some large companies can take advantage and go to certain countries and,
No, if you see, so far as one particular country is concerned, I'm not in a position to comment on that. But as a matter of a principle, I'm saying that if you want the businesses to grow and if you want India to compete, then our regulatory standards have to be at the global level, and at the same time we should be very, very conscious that we should not do anything which actually increases the compliance burden, right? And there are always a smart way of doing this. I'll give you an example. In case of a GST, it's that GST, every business whose turnover is more than 40 lakhs has to file a GST returns. Many of them file monthly return, many of them file quarterly returns. Now, what do they need to do? In the earlier system, they should have been audited by the tax officer, each one of them. And then the demand would arise saying that, look, there are 2 crore, 1.5 crore GST dealers, and therefore we need maybe 50,000 more officers, right? And that is how you go on adding the compliance burden. So in case of a GST, what was done is that through the technology, you file your return, your sales will be matched with the purchases of your the buyers, and then accordingly, if the system matches, then perhaps there is a not much case of the audit. In case of an income tax, what happens today? The income tax, 7 crore returns are filed. How many returns are picked up for scrutiny? Less than 2 lakhs, right? So all other returns are accepted or scrutinized through the system. So here is the chance and here is the opportunity that if you want to reduce this compliance burden, first of all, there has to be clarity in the law, in the regulation, and at the same time use technology. And I think the technology could be the answer for the in every field, as much as so in the field of accounting and auditing.
Absolutely. So there's another aspect to reporting and accounting, that is the ESG, which is becoming very popular now. We had a panel earlier on climate change. While it is voluntary now, is this something that NAFRA is looking at to ensure best practices in these disclosures, even though they are voluntary, but for investors and globally it is gaining more and more importance?
See, globally the scenario currently is that in case of an ESG, it's very important. And therefore, there is a lot of investors who would like the companies to be compliant to the ESG norms. But unfortunately, there are no common standards yet. Globally I'm talking about. There are, the last time I counted, I was told that there are 36 different standards or the formats. So what happens, one company will follow, let's say, a standard X. Another company follows a standard Y. How do you compare? How does an investor decide whether the X is better or the Y is better in terms of ESG compliance? So in fact, this particular viewpoint, is being still debated at the international level. And then the good thing is that G20, they actually entrusted this task to the IFRS Foundation, saying that, look, you developed an international, the financial reporting standards. Can you develop ESG reporting standards? And that is under the way. So that's a very good thing. Once that happens, and then of course, I have always held that whenever international standards are developed, we as a developing country, we have the ambition of growing. We must integrate ourselves with the global, the global standards. So as and when these ESG standards are developed by the IFRS, we should be in the readiness to do this. And for that readiness, I am very glad that what SEBI has done, the SEBI has started prescribing to the companies, saying that voluntarily you comply with some of these standards, so that as and when those standards get developed,
you are ready.
Then you wouldn't say that, look, I want 4 more years to make us ready for adoption of those standards. So you are ready to accept those standards.
We have less than 10 minutes left, sir, and sir has kindly agreed to take a couple of questions from the audience.
Yes, please.
Can we please have the microphone?
Hello.
Please introduce yourself before you ask your question.
I was able to hear you without mic. Right.
Able to hear. Now when we are talking about inclusive growth, I feel like under the Income Tax Act, ICI is conducting income tax audit. Now when it comes to inclusive growth, what do you feel as a key member of NEFRA, that what should be the role of professionals like CMA and CS to be included under the same definition of accountant, so as it gives a clear picture and all-inclusive growth to everyone? Thank you.
This issue of, let's say, I've also heard the suggestion saying that, why the cost accountant or the company secretary shouldn't be, given the authority to audit. So I think, these are the issues for which, I believe there are, I can't, give a direct answer to this, because unless and until I fully understand that, the kind of your training of the different branches, like in the sense that unless and until you are trained, and in case supposing if the cost accountants are able to prove to the policy makers or to the government saying that their training is equivalent to, let's say, if a certain auditing has to be done or certain task has to be done, the cost accountant or the company secretary, they can do this. So then, there could be a case, and then the matter could be considered. But without that exercise, because, I will give you an example. Long time back when I was working in Maharashtra, at that time a big debate took place, whether the Ayurvedic doctors can prescribe the, the allopathic medicine, or the homeopathic doctors can prescribe this. So the question is that it's not a question of inclusive growth. What we need to understand, I'm not saying that the cost accountant, they don't have the knowledge. What I'm saying is you have to, build an argument on the basis saying that, look, these are my, the training curriculum. These are my, the curriculum, and on this basis, can I be given this, right? I mean, so I think, because tomorrow, let us say that, some engineer will say that, look, I also do know something about the, the finance, and therefore I should be able to do that. So I think, those things will have to be done. So I'm not saying that, the cost accountant or the company secretary cannot be included in this, or and even the vice versa. The chartered accountants tomorrow can say that, can I be a company secretary, right? So question here is that, you have to know, you have to understand the training curriculum, the course content, and also the entire training. It's not a question of saying that, this is my domain, this is my area, my jurisdiction, and nobody else can enter. If it can be certain kind of equivalence can be established, then of course it can be done.
That's a very impartial view, sir, and I hope that drives home a point. If there are no other questions...
Ma'am, I do have.
Okay, we'll take one last question.
Hi, sir. I am CA Jatin Kochar. Kudos to you, first of all, that NFRA is doing really good. I have just seen on Google that you have imposed penalties on various chartered accountants and the companies like PwC and KPMG something. So my question is that you imposed penalty, and barred them for doing auditing for 5 years. But the instance happened in 2018-19 and you penalized them in 24. So my question to you is that these things should be done on the spot. So rather than going to Chartered Accountant's office to visit later on, why can't you conduct some joint audits or surprise visits to the client premises with their permission so that these issues can be traced immediately? Because in this Z issue, the 200 crore FD issue was discovered in later on, but it was of 2018. Similarly, Reliance Capital issue, we came to know later on, and Mishtan Foods recently happened in the share market that promoters frauded and auditors helped them. So these kind of issues we came later on when they come into the market. Why can't we address them prior, or
yes,
we can?
We got the question.
Yeah.
Yes. One more lady wants to ask. That's the last one, and then we'll wrap.
Okay, mine is, I'm Shweta from Safe Express. So mine is related to ESG compliance, and like you said, there are 36 different ESG formats, that exist in the world. And in India, SEBI has mandated BRSR format to be adhered by the top 1,000 revenue generating companies. And then you said IFRS is going to come up with a new format. So do you think it will be easier for companies to migrate from BRSR format to the new format, or how does it go?
Yeah.
One is on timely action
Right.
and the other is on BRSR.
So I would agree with you that the actions should be taken timely, and there is a reason why in these cases that you have cited there have been delay of 4 or 5 years. So you must understand that many of these cases pertain to year 2017, 18, 16, 17, and so and so. The NFRA was established in 2018 towards the end. And then as it happens that, whenever you develop a new institution, then, you have to find, many of the logistics problem. You have to hire people, you have to build these staff and so and so. And then, so while it was being done, then this COVID struck. And then the 2 years got lost in COVID. And then finally, I will say that NFRA actually started working, in the, of a certain scale, somewhere around from 2021-22 onwards, right? And so that is why you can see this time lag. But otherwise, if you see some of our recent cases, that way we are quite up to date. Many cases we have taken cognizance where the audit happened in 2021-22, and then in this year we are we are reviewing those. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, that this disciplinary part is it is something it is very unpleasant part, and which somebody has to do, therefore we are doing it. But ideally I would like to see that I have to pass a least number of disciplinary orders. We have to be doing something else to improve the quality, and that is why I mentioned about this inspection, which is non-adversarial. Again I will go back to this income tax example. Way back in 70s and 80s, every income tax return used to be scrutinized by an income tax officer, because there were only maybe few lakhs income tax returns being filed. And that time the demand is to be raised that every year the income tax returns increase in number of income tax returns is 10%, therefore you increase our own staff. So if we had gone by that, then you will say that, look, the number of returns versus number of income tax officer, and then the 7 crore, right? So let's say the 100 returns divided by the 7 crore divided by 100, so you'll have a 70 lakh.
Yeah.
So, so this is not a very smart way of doing things, right? So we said that, all right, we are not going to scrutinize every income tax return. We will use technology, we will use data analytics, and we'll do that. Similarly here, in case of a company's audit, there are 7,000 listed companies which is under NFRA jurisdiction, right? So in 7,000, do I need to audit all 7,000? No. Do we need to audit the audit of the 700 companies? Answer is no. We should be using technology, we should be using data analytics to figure out maybe 10, 15, and plus this inspection, and that should actually serve the purpose. And that is why from the NFRA side, we want to remain the lean. NFRA should be a lean organization. I mean, I don't know how many of you, the entire strength of NFRA today is about 40 people. So we have only about 40 to 50 people, right? And then it is a natural tendency I've seen in the government that, in any government, unless and until you expand, you are not satisfied, right? And therefore, I have taken a very firm view saying that, look, I want to remain lean, right? And whenever any demand comes or any suggestions are made, from my own organization saying that, sir, I need to hire, 10 more people. In fact, today there was some proposal. They say that, can we hire, 10 more people? I said that why? I mean, in the sense that and then I throw a challenge to my own people saying that it is challenge to you and it is also, your own smartness that can you do this work within the existing manpower, right? And so therefore, we need to do this. So one is of course the timely action and doing it smartly. About the, the ESG, you mentioned about the, the BRSR format. I think this is a step in right direction. That once let's say the top 1,000 companies, if they start complying with this BSR format, then in that particular case, as and when this, the IFRS system comes, will be a question of only, adapting to the new format. But so far as the underlying principles are concerned, those principles will prevail.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking the questions and the time you have given us. It was a very, very lively and enriching discussion for all of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. We'd like to present you with a memento. Can we please have a memento for this, for sir?
Could we please have the mementos? Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful discussion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's a wrap on day one of Business Standards Summit Manthan. We'll be back again tomorrow for our first panel discussion will be at 10:30. This will be on renewable energy, a very critical sector given the concerns around climate change. For now though, please head for dinner and drinks to Rani Bagh. And thank you so much for taking time out to be here. Good night.